Chapter 6:11. A few seconds later, Glover coughed stiffly. Thales then let go of Wuxia and rubbed his eyes. Your Highness. Wuxia held Thales' shoulders and sighed. It's been half a year. You've grown taller again. Thales smiled. I want to say you too, but, Thales patted him on the shoulder in relief. I'm glad you're back. Thales left Wuxia. With mixed feelings, he opened his arms and walked to the next person. But when Ralph saw this, he quickly retreated while his hand gestures did not stop. No. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Don't. I won't. Thales, who knew the man's personality very well, smiled in a bashful manner. He lowered his spread arms again. All right, you can forget about it. Not bad, at least he knows his place, Doyle, who was watching from the side, said gloomily. Thales then turned around and hugged the others one by one. Jened, how are you? And you, Willow, who uses 2 guns? Your Highness. Jened the veteran was very calm. I'm just changing my shift. Your Highness. The former recruit, Willow, looked around excitedly. So, Uncle didn't lie to me. We're really in the capital. It's much better than that big village in Dragon Cloud City. After Thales finished exchanging greetings with the old subordinates he was most familiar with, Cohen seized the opportunity to approach him. You're back, Brother Wuxia. The police officer hugged Wuxia excitedly, almost lifting him off the ground. Big brother? What kind of a dress is that? Wuxia had a suspicious look on his face. He was obviously not as enthusiastic towards him as he was towards Thales. Wait, why did you say, real? But Cohen didn't care. He lifted him off the ground and spun him around 3.5 times. I missed you so much. Amidst Wuxia's complaints and curses, Cohen generously hugged everyone. Until he saw Rolf. The Phantom Wind follower's eyes were cold, but under Wuxia's warning gaze, he only let out a beast-like growl at Cohen before turning around and leaving. All right. The police officer scratched his head awkwardly and shrugged at Ralph's back. Yes, I'm fine. I'm happy to see you too. Let's have a drink sometime, hey. Doyle frowned and nudged Cohen before he pointed at Ralph. He's ignoring you. Cohen turned his head, his expression changing from an embarrassed smile to one of gnashing his teeth. I know. Glover coughed and attracted Thales and Wuxia's attention. Your Highness. Doyle, on the other hand, elegantly straightened his clothes, scrutinized the newcomers, and then looked hopefully at the prince. Thales snapped out of his trance. Everyone, I really want to introduce you, but now is clearly not the time. He patted Glover's shoulder and pounded Wuxia's chest. Let's get to know each other on the way. Doyle's hopeful gaze dimmed, and he felt incredibly wronged. Thales sucked in a deep breath and took his steed from Commodore's hands. Are you ready? Jenny whinnied happily. Thales chuckled softly and rejected Commodore's kind offer to crouch down and help him up the horse. He recalled Nicholas' equestrian lessons, and the Sin of Hell's River was activated at will. He stepped on the saddle in a straightforward manner and flipped himself up the horse. Let's go. Hence, the group of people who were excited, agitated, curious, and puzzled followed Jenny's footsteps and stepped onto Renaissance Avenue. As a protector, Doyle took stiff steps and was about to catch up to Thales' right side, but another figure had already taken a step ahead of him. Thank you, but I am His Highness' attendant. Wuxia walked beside Thales' horse and extended his hand to reject Doyle. His words were polite, but there was no room for refusal. It is my duty to serve by his side. Doyle's eyes widened. You are the prince's attendant? Doyle landed beside Wuxia and whispered in displeasure, What's your name? Wuxia. Doyle narrowed his eyes. Wuxia what? Wuxia. Casso, the attendant said coldly. Casso, I was wondering which, Doyle snorted softly. Then, he remembered something, and his expression instantly changed. Casso? Doyle instantly became friendly and amiable. "Oh my, brother Wuxia. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. How's your father, Count Casso?" Wuxia was not good at dealing with such enthusiasm. He could only show an ugly smile. On the other side, Ralph sneered. Wuxia's gaze turned cold. He turned to Doyle and said, "This is Madeira Ralph. This is Madeira Ralph. In fact, he followed His Highness even earlier than I did." Ralph choked on his smile. Doyle turned his head. His eyes lit up again. "Brother, you are Ralph? Wow, good name. Your parents are really talented. Hey, your mask is so cool. Where did you buy it? I know you don't like to talk. It's okay, I like people who cherish their words the most, because I know people like you. You don't usually speak, but when it comes to critical moments, you say wise words. Speaking of which, I am untalented. My name is Danny Doyle. I am the protector of His Highness' personal guards. Let's go to Red Street Market together when you are free." "It's okay, you are welcome. I am very familiar with that place. Even Blood Bottle Gang has to give me face." "Brother, you don't have to say anything. I know. Behind them, Cohen could not hold it in anymore. He convulsed with laughter. "Ha ha ha, you don't know? He is a mute. He can't speak." Doyle, who was disrupted, turned around angrily. "So what if he's a mute? Can't a mute speak? You are, Doyle's words came to a halt. He turned around pitifully and looked at the gloomy Ralph with a fawning and aggrieved look. Hee hee, I am sorry, brother." Cohen took pleasure in Doyle's misfortune and mouthed, "Idiot." But Doyle quickly thought of a way to remedy the situation. "It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I understand. Doyle stuck out his thumb and patted Ralph's shoulder. He did not care about the latter's increasingly cold gaze. "You are a real man. For His Highness, it is worth risking my life. So what if I become a mute?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Cohen covered his mouth and laughed viciously again. "What now?" Doyle scowled at him. The police nodded and teased Doyle. "The reason why he can't speak is because I broke his throat during a street fight." Ralph turned around abruptly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Cohen shuddered and stopped abruptly. He reacted and made an apologetic expression at Ralph. He laughed awkwardly. "Ahem, sorry. Ahem." But Doyle curled up the corners of his lips and poked the police officer smugly. "I think he heard you." Cohen turned around awkwardly. He was furious. "I know." Ralph snorted angrily and left the row. "Damn it. Another arrogant idiot has come to the prince's side." As he thought of this, he glanced at Wuxia. "What, isn't one enough?" Thales rode on his horse and asked Wuxia, who was the closest to him. "How did you come back?" "It's a long story." Wuxia shook his head. "Viscount Nemain is right. With you gone, we are insignificant to Dragon Cloud City, so the Archduchess ordered us to be released. Of course, the Star Killer was reluctant at first, but they were about to set off for war, Putre." Thales thought of his old friend. "Where is he?" "Viscount Nemain left halfway." Wuxia was also nostalgic. He said he had other important matters to attend to. Thales chuckled and shook his head. "As always, mysterious." Wuxia perked up. "In short, once we left Dragon Cloud City, it was much easier," but Thales thought of something and remembered what he saw at the royal banquet. "Wait, according to Little Pot Lid, aren't you still stuck at the border between the two countries?" The prince was puzzled. "Why are you back so soon?" Wuxia shook his head. "No, Your Highness, we returned to Constellation 2 weeks ago. We stopped for a few days on the way." He was slightly puzzled. "Little Pot Lid? Pot Lid? Oh. You mean the Archduke's son of Reformation Tower? Didn't you send him?" Thales was stunned. No, I didn't. Wait a minute, let's recall. Thales took a deep breath and recalled Levi Trent Ida, who came to him for help during the royal banquet and only asked to stay by his side for 5 minutes. That little pot lid. So, on your way back, you did meet Levi Trent Ida, the Archduke's son of Reformation Tower, right? Waya recalled carefully. Yes. We met him a few weeks ago, and he even paid for our food and lodging so that we could eat and drink before continuing on our journey. He claimed that you had entrusted Archduchess Saroma, and the Archduchess had entrusted it to him. He came to visit us on the way. The attendant asked doubtfully. Isn't that so? Thales stroked Jenny's mane and frowned. No. In fact, Levi only met me for the first time last night. He told me that you were stuck at the border between the two countries by the people of Black Sand region, and that he was trying to mediate. He came to inform you that you were safe. Thales slowly reacted. Isn't that so? Waya shook his head fiercely. No. Thales and Waya were silent for a while. So you didn't ask him to inform me. So he wasn't sent by you or the Archduchess. Both of them figured it out and exhaled in unison. Levi Trent Ida. What a good way to get a prince with nothing. Quite like his father, Thales muttered the other's name and recalled the other's sly and flattering smile. He said indignantly, what a deep scheme. Waya was anxious. I'm sorry, did you lose anything because of this? Thales stroked Jenny's neck and said gloomily, yes. A few pieces of lettuce, a few minutes of chatting time, and a resume of, I had a pleasant conversation with Prince Thales. Waya looked confused. But the prince immediately felt relieved. Fair enough, because I didn't really want to help him. Thales recalled Levi running from both ends and dealing with the information gap, and could not help but chuckle softly. Your Highness, how are you? After the joy of meeting again, Waya was as serious as ever and said worriedly, we heard that you were made a duke, but there was an accident at the banquet. Thales waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, the prince said in relief, you know, it's my banquet. If nothing happens, he shrugged his shoulders and spoke his next words in his mind. Then should I still be called Thales? Waya lowered his head slowly. Your Highness, the attendant said sadly, I'm very sorry. I couldn't stay by your side and protect you. Thales looked at him and curled up the corners of his lips. No, in fact, you helped me a lot. The prince bent down and patted his shoulder, winking with his left eye. Especially your name. Waya looked up with a puzzled expression. Thales did not explain further, intending to leave the meaning of his words for Waya to ponder on. The prince raised his eyebrows and remembered something. By the way, Ida, where is she? Waya shook his head. I don't know. The moment we stepped into Eternal Star City, she disappeared. Uncle Jenned told us not to be nervous. Instead of worrying about her, we should worry about ourselves. In fact, with Lady Aida's personality, even I find it strange that she could follow us safely all the way. As expected, it's Ida. Thales sighed. That's because without all of you, she would have lost her way. Waya thought for a while, then came to a realization. It's okay. Thales gestured at Glover and the others with his chin. Without her, we can still get things done. I saw that your guards have been upgraded. Waya looked at Glover, who was still vigilant, and there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Especially this man. I can feel that he's very powerful. Yes. Thales turned his head around and looked at Doyle, Commodore, and the others. He sighed and said, I have my own royal guards. Even though there are a lot of problems and I'm in a state of disunity, even though the leader likes to go against me, even though he can't even protect himself now, but without my attendant by my side, there's always something missing. Thales patted Waya's shoulder, and the latter's eyes burned with fighting spirit again. Of course, they are just guards, and I am an attendant. We are different. Waya was full of confidence. Ah. Thales held the reins again. He looked at Renaissance Palace, which was getting closer and closer. Of course you are. Glover, who was moving forward quietly, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw the young man who had just hugged the prince staring at him with a burning gaze. The valiant young man extended his hand in a friendly manner. "I am Wuxia, His Highness attendant." Glover stared at the young man's hand warily. 2 seconds later, he tentatively extended his hand and shook hands with Wuxia. Caleb Glover. Royal Guard, Star Lake Guards, First Class Vanguard. Wuxia smiled. "Thank you." Glover responded with a puzzled gaze. The prince's return to the kingdom seems to have settled down, and he has boundless prospects. However, those of us who have been by His Highness' side for years know that there are countless undercurrents and dangers lurking behind the scenes. Wuxia looked at Thales, who was deep in thought on his steed. He needs more help. But he looked at Doyle, sighed, and said, "But today, when we meet again, among the people around him, only you seem a little more reliable." Glover's expression became slightly better. It seems that there are still normal people around His Highness. But he paused for a moment. "Wait, you said that your name is Wuxia?" Wuxia's voice was solemn. "Yes." Glover's expression was a little strange. "Just Wuxia?" "No, other names?" "My name is Wuxia Casso, if that's what you mean." Glover looked like he had a sudden realization. "Oh, so you are the real Wuxia." Wuxia was stunned. "Sorry?" "It's nothing, it's just that." Glover glanced at Thales' back. "His Highness often talks about you." Wuxia glanced at Thales, who was on the horse, and a special feeling welled up in him. We were supposed to serve by His Highness' side and protect him. But not only did we fail to fulfill our duties, we even got ourselves into trouble and almost became a burden. But not only did His Highness not blame us, he was even concerned about our safety. Wuxia sighed. "How can we repay this kindness?" But after he said this, Wuxia vaguely felt that Glover's expression when he looked at him seemed to be even weirder. "You, actually have already repaid him." Wuxia was puzzled. "Why?" "Because your name is Wuxia," Zombie replied briefly. Wuxia was stunned again. "That's strange." The attendant could not figure it out. His Highness seemed to have said that before. "Does my name have any meaning?" Glover coughed. "It's nothing, but you better not go to Red Street Market." "Why?" "Because your name is Wuxia." Wuxia was even more puzzled. Until Doyle's voice cut in. "Oh my, brother Wuxia, ignore him. You should have asked me about the Royal Guards, especially the defense division that protects the country." Hiss. Wuxia turned his head around in shock and saw Doyle approach him with tears in his eyes. "This. Danny, you. What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Doyle pressed his back and looked like he was about to cry. "It's just that, my back hurts." "Back?" Wuxia was shocked. Doyle panted and looked like a delicate flower waiting to be cherished. "You know, there was a banquet last night." "This, work injury, professional risk, banquet, work injury, back pain?" Wuxia's expression became more and more puzzled. But Doyle looked desolately at Glover, whose expression was already very unpleasant. "By the way, Glover, your back hurts a lot too, right?" The zombie turned his head around coldly. "No, I can handle it." "Actually, you don't have to force yourself." Doyle sighed weakly. "It's all Officer Mallow's fault. He was too aggressive with us, too forceful." "Ah, my back, I feel like it's going to split open." "If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have done that last night." Glover froze in his tracks. Wuxia's expression was strange. "What did you do last night?" Doyle looked up. His smile was bitter but gratified. "It's okay. That was just me and Glover. We were just impulsive." He looked at the zombie with sparkling eyes. "Right, Glover? Impulsive." Wuxia's gaze became stranger. Glover was instantly stunned. He wanted to explain, but in the end, he just snorted angrily and walked forward. Doyle, who was left behind, raised his hand and teased. "Hey, it's just a joke. Don't be so petty." Glover gritted his teeth and looked at Doyle. Then, he looked at Cohen, who was giggling foolishly with Willow. As expected. Lillian is right. All idiots are from the same family. They're all F*King related. Behind Thales, the others were also trying their best to get to know each other and familiarize themselves with their new teammates, such as Commodore and Jened, who were flattering each other. Commodore patted Jened's shoulder and praised him. "By the looks of you, you've been in the military before." Jened gave him a thumbs up. "By the looks of your habits, you're obviously a professional bodyguard." Commodore shook his head humbly. "You flatter me. I'm just an untalented person." "I was once in the inner city's police station," Jened said courteously. "You flatter me. I've only worked in the Starlight Brigade and the city defense team." "Wow, the famous Starlight Brigade. So, you're a veteran, a war hero." Commodore's eyes brightened. TSK, the police officers in the inner city are all in charge of important people's protection and internal supervision. Even the city defense teams of the various departments are under their control. Jened lamented from the bottom of his heart. "Those are just rumors from outsiders. I'm just trying to get by. By the way, how did you go to Northland to follow His Highness?" Commodore asked curiously. "What hero? It's unbearable. How did you become a royal guard from a police officer?" Jened asked politely. Commodore waved his hand humbly. Speaking of which, I'm lucky. 6 years ago, we gloriously uncovered a series of corruption cases in the city defense team of Eastern City District. I was recommended." Jened shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Speaking of which, I was unlucky. 6 years ago, when I was still in the city defense team of Eastern City District, I was framed for corruption and bribery, and I was implicated." When he said this, Jened and Commodore's smiles froze at the same time. They turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other in shock. A few seconds later, the two of them turned their heads stiffly and mechanically, and their conversation fell completely silent. Just like that, the newly gathered group of people talked at once. Some were travel-worn, some were calm, some were used to it, and some were uncomfortable. They surrounded Thales, who was at the center of the group, and they moved forward on their horses. They attracted countless gazes along the way. They looked like a group of disbanded soldiers. Thales swayed as he rode on his horse, but he had a vague feeling that he was hallucinating. They were just like 6 years ago, the diplomat group that was hastily formed. They did not even know each other, and they all set off in a hurry. They trod on the snow and headed north to an unknown path. But now, Thales stared at Renaissance Avenue and Renaissance Palace at the end of it. He did not know what to think. "Your Highness," Wuxia said with a sigh. "Perhaps you don't know what returning to Constellation, returning to Eternal Star City, and reuniting with you means to us." Thales turned his head around. "Oh." Wuxia stared at the familiar streets and sky, and his tone became lighter. "It feels like the journey has ended, and we no longer have to work hard. And we can rest now." Thales was silent for a while before he spoke awkwardly. About that, Wuxia, right now, we might not be able to rest yet." "We can't rest." Wuxia's expression froze for a moment. "Your Highness, I'm sorry." Thales took a deep breath and looked seriously at the attendant who had followed him for 6 years. "Wuxia, do you trust me?" Clang. Wuxia subconsciously wanted to nod, but he stopped when he raised his head halfway. "No, Your Highness, I've learned. I have a bad feeling." "The last time you asked me this," Wuxia recalled Thales' glorious deeds in Northland. He was first terrified, then suspicious. "You asked me to find Chapman Lampard." This name attracted the attention of his companions. Most of them turned their heads and looked at the prince. Thales' smile froze slightly. "Just say it, Your Highness, you." Wuxia hesitantly looked at the smiling prince. "What do you want now?" Thales exhaled and laughed bitterly. Yes, I am very sorry. You went through so much to return to Eternal Star City. I shouldn't have gotten you involved. But when Wuxia looked at the prince, his vigilant expression suddenly relaxed. He lowered his head and smiled. Fine, Your Highness, you're right. Wuxia raised his head in relief and smiled bitterly. You're still you, after all. If nothing happens, he did not continue, but his expression became solemn. He punched his chest. No matter what you want to do, this life and this body are yours to command. I will not hesitate to die for you. This made Thales a little embarrassed. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, it's not that bad. Besides, Wuxia unclenched his fist, as if he had let go of a huge rock. We are people who have followed you through mountains of blades and seas of fire in Dragon Cloud City. Wuxia's smile was bright. There is nothing in this world that can scare us anymore. At that moment, Thales sank into silence. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The teenager looked up. Really? Wuxia looked at Ralph and gestured with his chin. The Phantom Wind follower's gaze was cold. He gestured for them to move forward. Thales smiled in tacit understanding and looked at the others. We will follow you wherever you go. Genid bowed deeply. Willow, who was beside him, also bowed nervously. The royal guards will naturally go through fire and water for you. Commodore's face was filled with loyalty. Thales nodded. Doyle looked to the left and right before he cleared his throat. You are Your Highness. We should listen to you. That is true. Doyle's emotions were initially stirred up, but they slowly calmed down. But you also saved my family. He patted the horse's belly with great emotion. Not every prince can choose not to sacrifice his pawn. Jenny turned her head around and neighed fiercely. Doyle, who had been brewing his emotions, was so frightened that he immediately retracted his hand. You have listened to my story, Your Highness. While everyone laughed, Glover was silent for a while before he spoke slowly. I will listen to you as well. Thales stared at him deeply. Thank you. When Cohen saw that everyone's gazes were directed at him, he was extremely nervous. He struggled for a long time before he came up with a strange word. Don Quixote? Charge? Aside from Glover, everyone else was stunned. They sized up Cohen as if they were looking at an idiot. Thales snorted and laughed heartily. But, yes. The teenager took a deep breath and sat up straight. Don Quixote. Very good, the second prince said solemnly. Everyone, listen up. We are going to Renaissance Palace now. Wuxia tightened his grip on his single-edged sword and answered calmly, of course. What do you want us to do? Thales did not answer immediately. He looked straight ahead and walked forward along Renaissance Avenue until he ran into the dark and deep Great Pyramid. That was Renaissance Palace. It was a net. It was also his windmill. At that second, Thales curled up the corners of his lips and spoke softly. Rebellion. In an instant, the group, including Cohen, who had been talking and laughing, suddenly became quiet. The street was still bustling with activity. People came and went, and it was filled with the smoke of a citizen's life. It was a stark contrast to the dead silence of this small group. It felt like a century had passed. Conspiracy, conspiracy, Wuxia's hoarse voice came out with great difficulty, but he could not form a sentence. In this atmosphere where everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter, Thales raised his head and turned his head around. Tell me. The setting sun was golden. With Renaissance Palace as a backdrop, the young duke's smile was clear, and his attitude was calm. What does it feel like to be a king? No one answered him. Only the black horse, Jenny, who did not know much about the world, neighed excitedly. She continued to take small steps in response to her master's caress. Happy and excited. A journey into the unknown. End of this chapter. Chapter 6:12. Renaissance Palace, Ballard Room. The setting sun shone through the stone window and cast a long shadow on the conference table, like blades of gold and black. There's such a good thing. Constellation's Minister of Trade, Viscount Kenny put down the Jade City Substitute Servitude petition that had just been delivered to the conference room with a doubtful expression. That master of iris flowers. Kenny looked at his peers at the Imperial Conference. Duke Covendier actually volunteered to pay taxes to substitute servitude, reduce the number of recruits in Jade City, and even support the royal family's expansion of the regular army to fill in the important national defense positions left behind by the recruits. The ministers at the Imperial Conference looked at each other. Only the scarred man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, who had returned with this petition, stood quietly by the side without saying a word. Setting aside his position, doesn't he know the risks of doing so? Viscount Kenny narrowed his eyes, his expression subtle. If Jadeite City really does as they say in the letter, challenging tradition and shaking their interests. When every conscripted person in every level of fief refuses to serve the Lord because of this reason, Covendier will become a vassal, no, the target of the entire kingdom's noble system. Not the entire system. Military advisor Sauter Ryder was in high spirits, excited by the arrival of the letter. Only those aristocratic suzerains who are conservative, old-fashioned and backward, stubbornly clinging to the conscription of militia, and unwilling to accept taxes in lieu of servitude. Viscount Kenny put down the letter and said slyly, "That's pretty much everyone except the king's partisans?" As soon as he said that, the Imperial Conference burst into laughter. This letter came at the right time. It speaks up for us and shifts the pressure, Sauter said with a smile. Whether it's the reduction of the Jade Star private army or the expansion of the regular army, we have strong political support and foreign ministers, as well as the substitute servitude tax paid by Jade City. Kirk, the budget issue you mentioned, but the chief of finance rolled his eyes and did not comment. On the other side, Gilbert took the letter with Iris Flower's wax seal from Kenny's hands and studied it carefully, refusing to miss a single word. Even though this was the third time. Finally, someone realized that the Foreign Affairs Minister's expression was extremely unpleasant, which was incompatible with the relaxed atmosphere of the conference. This letter. Gilbert mumbled, "What exactly is it, old friend?" Sauter noticed Gilbert's state and looked worried. "Is there any problem?" The silence of the few people in the meeting affected the atmosphere just now, and Ballard Room gradually quietened down. Gilbert did not answer. He only took a deep breath and slowly raised his head to look at the end of the long table. It was as if he was asking for an answer. However, on the other side, the king's figure was hidden in the darkness and did not move for a long time. Until another chubby hand reached out from the side. What a coincidence. Just when we were thinking about how to reduce the number of recruits without incurring public anger, and how to find the budget to expand the regular army, the host of the Imperial Conference, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom, the Duke of the Eastern Sea, Bob Cullen, took the petition with a rare sullen expression. When we were still treading on thin ice, fearing that this matter would shake the foundation of the country and cause a civil war, this letter came? Giving people, giving money, and giving gossip. Prime Minister Cullen's words caused everyone in the Imperial Conference to fall into deep thought. Cullen's gaze left the beautiful and calm handwriting on the paper and glanced suspiciously at the scar-faced spy from the kingdom's secret intelligence department on the other side. But the scar-faced man remained quiet and respectful. He turned a deaf ear and did not say a word. The Duke shifted his fat belly, waved the letter in his hand, and snorted softly, "That's right. Where's Zayn himself?" The scar-faced man seemed to have just returned to his senses and replied respectfully, "It is reported that the Duke of South Coast has left the capital and returned to Jade City to deal with urgent matters." Urgent matters? Cullen re-examined Zayn's letter, occasionally looking at the end of the long table, and let out an unsettling laugh. Indeed, it's too urgent, too urgent. It was obviously good news, but the unusual attitudes of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister left the elites of the Imperial Conference bewildered. They all looked at the owner of the room. But King Kessel remained seated in his seat, not moving an inch. Only the setting sun behind him shone countless golden pillars of light through the window and enveloped him. From afar, he looked like a blade guarding the throne. Or a prison pen. Prime Minister, Your Grace? Viscount Kenny asked tentatively. But Cullen only raised his finger slightly with an amused expression. Sodder, I thought at first. Prime Minister Cullen's words were like the evening bell of a monastery, gloomy and meaningful. Your meticulous report on the war situation in the north today, and your extreme praise of Extet's lesson, was just to show goodwill to Prince Thales and praise his little lover from Dragon Cloud City, military advisor. Sodder Ryder was momentarily stunned. And your exaggerated exaggeration of the accident at Blade Fang's camp, blindly belittling the recruits, and strongly advocating for the expansion of the regular army, was just a pretense. At most, you're asking for an exorbitant price, and you'll pay the price accordingly, Chief of Finance. Kirkirk Man curled his lips. But now, looking at this letter, Prime Minister Cullen glanced at the iris emblem on the letter, then turned to the king and shook his head. Your Majesty, you came prepared for today's meeting. Kessel V's eyebrows twitched slightly. The Prime Minister closed the petition and smiled leisurely. Just like before, when the regular army of the royal family went to Western Desert to clean up the Great Desert and welcome His Highness, they also came prepared? The ministers frowned at the implication of these words. Among the crowd, Gilbert trembled slightly. He stared at the king from afar with a bitter gaze. But the Prime Minister's next words were baffling. Is it Sand King? Or whispers? Or both in one? Sand King? Whispers? At that moment, the ministers of the Imperial Conference looked at each other, confused. Beyond the long table, the sleeve of the scar-faced man moved without anyone noticing. But the ministers quickly noticed that at the end of the long table, the king's gaze was fixed on Duke Cullen, and he paid no attention to anyone else. No need to be surprised, Your Majesty. Midier even asked for my opinion back then. Prime Minister Cullen did not seem to care if anyone answered. He just sighed and muttered to himself. At that time, although I was already plump, I was at least a fat man in the prime of his life. The old Duke's words were filled with emotion and desolation. Now, when I lower my head, I can no longer see my toes. Duke Cullen looked up. What about you? Amidst the confusion, everyone subconsciously looked at the end of the long table, at the silent and majestic figure that was as still as a statue. Bob. After a few seconds of silence, the Iron Hand King spoke expressionlessly. You're not just fat. At that moment, the rays of the setting sun converged into countless golden blades, lying between the two of them. But the Prime Minister did not seem to notice and remained calm. I'm old. The Iron Hand King's voice was no longer thick and powerful. It actually had the sharpness of a knife cutting through ice. And tired. King Kessel and Duke Cullen's gazes crossed the long table and met in the air. The ministers all frowned. Yes, I'm tired. A few seconds later, Cullen avoided King Kessel's gaze and said slowly, not like the kingdom's prosperity, where the wheels roll forward. The Duke of Eastern Sea slowly lowered his head and snorted indifferently, looking like an ordinary old man who had no regrets in his old age. If it's not this horse, then it's that one. Anyway, we have to pick a horse to pull the carriage, right? King Kessel's gaze was cold and he did not answer. But you're not him, Cullen said the last sentence and closed his eyes wearily. Not him. King Kessel still did not speak. At that moment, the atmosphere in Ballard Room was no longer relaxed. In the face of the obscure confrontation between the king and the duke, everyone was very puzzled, but dared not speak. Except for one person. Your Majesty. Gilbert looked up with a complicated gaze and became the next person to break the silence. Please forgive me for overstepping my authority. He raised Zayn's handwritten letter steadily and showed the iris emblem on it. But when was this petition written? Last night? In the wee hours of the morning? Gilbert's gaze shot straight at the throne. At that moment, the usually gentle cunning fox of Constellation's gaze was sharp, even a little aggressive. Prime Minister Cullen snorted and added, intentionally or unintentionally, or just now. Low whispers could be heard among the officials. A few seconds later, the king slowly turned his head and shifted the focus of his gaze to his once most trusted foreign minister. His gaze pierced through the setting sun like ice, instantly dispersing the warmth. King Kessel stared at Gilbert but did not say a word. The atmosphere of the Imperial Conference became increasingly heavy and suffocating, until someone could not take it anymore and interrupted. Is it because of the royal banquet? On the other side, the kingdom's chief of finance, Kirkuk Man, gulped and asked cautiously. He knew that the matter was of great importance and no longer acted like a rascal. I left early at the banquet, but I later heard that the Duke of Star Lake and the Duke of South Coast had a little discord during the banquet. The Duke of Star Lake, the Duke of South Coast, royal banquet. As soon as these words were spoken, whispers once again arose around the conference table. Discord. Yes, if one brought a sword to the banquet, assisted an assassin, kidnapped a guest, and threatened the prince, it could also be considered a little discord. The king snorted coldly and interrupted the whispers in the Imperial Conference. A little misunderstanding. King Kessel's words were like the final word, sonorous and forceful. It has been resolved. Resolved. Gilbert's heart sank when he heard this. No one at the conference table was stupid enough to ask, how was it resolved? Viscount Kenny and the Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, looked at each other and interrupted the current awkwardness. Very well, then the Duke of South Coast still wishes to mend his relationship with us, unlike the one-eyed dragon from the land of cliffs, that's it? But Gilbert's voice rang out again and disrupted their efforts. Just because he acted against Prince Thales behind the scenes, and you held on to him as a bargaining chip? Uncharacteristically, Gilbert was relentless in his questioning. His tone was stern and urgent. That's why there's this letter. Everyone could sense that the tension between the king and the foreign affairs minister could no longer be ignored, even more so than the confrontation between the former and the prime minister. Gilbert had always been popular. Sauter, the military advisor, gave him a discreet wink. Archdeacon Stylianides tapped the table without batting an eyelid, and even Kirkuk, the treasurer, coughed pretentiously. Zayn is a clever child, the Iron Hand King finally spoke slowly and calmly. He understands everything with a hint. Whenever he does something wrong, he knows how to make up for it. Quite a number of people looked at the petition in Gilbert's hands and seemed to be deep in thought. Make up for it? At that moment, Gilbert stared at the king with an indescribable feeling. Is that so? The cunning fox of Constellation sounded tired. 6 years ago, after Prince Thales' diplomat group was attacked by vampires in the birch tree forest, you and him solved and made up for it in this way, right? The vassals who did not know the story were instantly shocked. 6 years ago. Vampires. Even if you knew that Duke Covendier was related to the attackers? Gilbert's tone was almost interrogative. No one dared to speak. This time, the king of Constellation at the end of the long table was silent for a long time. The essence of politics, my friend, King Kessel said slowly. It is the binding of interests. Hearing this name, Duke Cullen frowned slightly. Gilbert's expression became increasingly bitter. Yes, I remember. These were Prince Midier's exact words. Hearing this name, everyone shuddered. So, Gilbert, my friend, if you want to repay kindness and enmity in a straightforward manner, and repay enmity in a straightforward manner, the Iron Hand King snorted coldly. His tone took a sharp turn. You might as well read more about knights. In the face of the king's merciless words, Gilbert's expression dimmed. Very good, very right, your majesty. The foreign affairs minister put down the letter in his hand and closed his eyes. But Gilbert's voice was as weak as a mosquito. Prince Thales, does he know? Many people's gazes shifted. King Kessel was silent for a moment. His gaze inadvertently glanced at the scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department. He knows now. Gilbert then lowered his head dejectedly and said no more. Dusk had arrived. The color of the sunlight gradually turned from golden to dark red. At that moment, the Supreme King bathed in the setting sun even appeared a little scarlet. Only his face remained dark and indistinct under the backlight. The Imperial Conference fell silent. Enough, everyone. Just as the participants were at a loss for what to do, another voice rang out. It was resolute and broke the silence. No matter how this letter came to be, since it is already here, we cannot let it go to waste. The military advisor, Sauter Rider, glared at him. Whether it is voluntary or involuntary, whether it is compensation or a trade, since Duke Covendier kindly sacrificed his reputation and interests, even at the cost of being condemned by the masses, to submit a petition to His Majesty, to pay taxes in lieu of service, to share our political pressure, and to cheer for Renaissance Palace, he didn't. Sauter Rider turned his head in shock. Gilbert still had his eyes closed and was massaging his forehead. Sorry? Gilbert took a deep breath. As far as I know, during the last years of the late King Aidie's reign, under the rule of the former Guardian Duke of South Coast, Leinster Covendier, Jade City's regular military service system had already been disrupted, loosened, and even ceased to exist in name. At the Imperial Conference, the ministers who did not understand South Coast Hill were taken aback. Prime Minister Cullen's eyebrows twitched. I see, the younger generation will surpass us in time. South Coast is ultimately not Western Desert, the kingdom's prime minister laughed involuntarily. The others remained puzzled, until Gilbert sighed. After the bloody year, due to the depression of the territory, and to repair the damage, the old Duke Leinster granted some of his vassals permission not to respond to the compulsory conscription. They did not contribute any able-bodied soldiers, but instead paid in lieu of service fees, so that he could hire professional mercenaries to deal with large-scale battles such as suppressing bandits. Gilbert explained patiently, slowly returning to his role as the king's advisor. To this day, the military service system under Jade City's jurisdiction is no longer complete and sound. Exceptions have gradually become the norm, and it has been extended layer by layer. When the conscription order comes, every family can be exempted from service as long as they bribe enough. Instead, the conscription system has become a legal loophole for the recruitment officers to plunder the people and stuff their own pockets with the conscription books. The military advisor, Sauter Rider, was deep in thought. Everyone's expressions slowly changed. King Kessel listened quietly to the Foreign Affairs Minister's explanation, his thoughts unknown. I remember now, during the National Conference 6 years ago, when everyone was discussing whether to send troops, Prime Minister Cullen shook his head, seemingly having gained some insight. It seems that Zayn wasn't completely lying at that time. Gilbert nodded, his mind preoccupied. In other words, this seemingly costly petition is but a favor at little cost. The Duke of South Coast described the established situation in Jade City as his own sacrifice and loyalty, brought the tacit convention to the surface, and turned it into a decree in black and white. He even claimed that this was a need for the king and the regular army. He didn't have to pay anything. Gilbert pushed the petition for servitude to the center of the conference table. Even if this order is approved by His Majesty, Covendier will not suffer any actual losses. Perhaps he can even purge the corrupt and inefficient governance, regulate the chaos of paying taxes for servitude, and let the people who have worked hard for a long time applaud and praise the Duke of Iris Flowers who serves the people wholeheartedly. On the other side, Moneybag Kirkirk snorted softly and added, he can also swallow all the dirty money that his subordinates plundered during the conscription, of course, in the name of His Majesty Kessel and the regular army of the royal family. The chief of finance rubbed his hands in envy. Covendier has been rich for many years, he really has a way. Gilbert's expression was cold. Also, as Lord Cullen said, the next time there's a war, South Coast Hill will be able to refute with reason at the National Conference that they have received the King's permission to pay taxes for servitude and not send troops. The fat Prime Minister nodded benevolently. Gilbert turned to the astonished advisor Sauter. As for what you said, Sauter, Iris Flower's political support and solidarity for Renaissance Palace, Gilbert paused for a moment. Don't forget, Zayn only presented the petition to His Majesty after he was publicly accused of being the mastermind by Prince Thales at the banquet. Prime Minister Cullen continued Gilbert's words. He shook his head and appeared to be in a good mood. If the news gets out, as long as it's done properly, this will not be a symbol of Iris Flowers siding with the royal family, but merely a helpless move by Covendier under pressure from Renaissance Palace. Not only will Jade City not be blamed, but it will also receive the sympathy of his vassals and even the suzerains in the country, the king must have forced him to do this. The prime minister blinked thoughtfully. Is that so? No one answered him. Instead, it's Renaissance Palace. Gilbert's voice sounded again, becoming unhurried, gentle, and drawn out. This matter is sensitive to begin with. If we bear the infamy of forcing vassals, whether it's the reduction of conscripts or the expansion of the regular army, the pressure we face will only be greater. He did not continue, but the atmosphere in the Imperial Conference grew heavier. What a pity. Chief of Finance Kirkuk slapped his thigh in frustration. If only Prince Thales had not howled at Covendier after finding out the truth, but had instead suppressed his temper and quietly reported to His Majesty. So, Cullen looked at the end of the long table, intentionally or unintentionally. Young man, you can't be too hasty. Gilbert's analysis completely chased away the excitement that the Imperial Conference had because of this letter, leaving not a single trace of it behind. Everyone was already exhausted, and now they were even more disappointed. But, everyone. The military advisor took a deep breath, pulled himself together, and raised his hand to attract the attention of the Imperial Conference. Perhaps Iris Flowers has its own plans, but this will not affect our choice. Sauter tried his best to convince everyone. Most importantly, if this letter comes to fruition, we will have the surrogate labor tax that Covendier will pay, and expand the regular army, but he was interrupted. I'm not trying to pour cold water on you, soldier. The Chief of Finance's familiar sarcastic tone sounded again, causing Sauter to frown. But, relieving every suzerain of the obligation to recruit soldiers to assist in battle, replacing it with a special tax item, using the collected money to expand the regular army, and in turn, filling up the defense and maintaining law and order of the disbanded conscripts. Sounds like a good idea. Steward Kirkuk cocked his cheek with a smile that did not reach his eyes. However, I have to deal with those profiteering suzerains of Jade City every season. Believe me, they can't do anything else, but every time they collect taxes. Sauter scoffed angrily. They dare to evade taxes? Worse. Kirkuk narrowed his eyes. They know how to keep accounts. Sauter was taken aback. What? Many people frowned. Prime Minister Cullen glanced at Gilbert and revealed an expression that said, I knew it. Kirkuk shook his head disdainfully. I say, their accountants are no less skilled than the Camions. The tax accounts are crystal clear, without a single concealment. But whether it's the calculation of tax rates, the choice of tax items, or the flow of tax, it's all extremely complicated. Can you believe it? Jade City is obviously rich. Their land and sea trade has been growing year after year, and their total cash flow is enough to buy several small dukedoms. But their books are still in the red. And our tax collectors can't find a single mistake in their books. Not only do they have nowhere to scrape money from, they might even have to give back their taxes. The Chief of Finance flipped open the petition, stared at it in disgust, then threw it down again. As for the surrogate labor tax mentioned here, tell me, Sauter, do you think they'll find their conscience and give you a large sum of money out of thin air? Sauter's eyes widened, as if in disbelief that such a thing could happen. Kirkuk turned to the king and his tone became much more respectful. If this is the budget you've been waiting for, Your Majesty, Sauter. With all due respect, it didn't succeed. As for the expansion of the regular army, let's wait until next quarter's revenue. The king said nothing. Sauter, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly. The words of the Chief of Finance brought the entire Imperial Conference back to reality and plunged it into a disappointed silence. So, Jade City's letter is just empty talk. I mean, if our proposal really passes, they won't have lost anything, and they'll appear reasonable and even make a fortune. The Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, spoke shakily. But we, on the other hand, look like we've gotten the short end of the stick, but end up being the bad guys and losing our underwear? Cunning Southerners, Viscount Kenny threw the petition on the table and cursed unhappily. Say, do you think Iris Flowers is going to react to every move that comes their way, or have they been preparing for this for a long time, and have been waiting for this moment? The ministers looked at each other. They had no answer. Until the king spoke. Of course this is not the best solution. King Kessel's tone was calm as he steered the conversation back in the direction he wanted, but this is already the greatest concession Jade City can make. The Iron Hand King looked at the letter gloomily. That sword from the banquet isn't enough. Gilbert could only sigh inwardly. Damn it, that young master from the western desert at the banquet, why did he only kidnap the guests? The military advisor slammed the table. If only he had committed a bigger crime, such as assassinating a prince, Gilbert reacted and rebuked angrily. Sauter. But Sauter just waved his hand nonchalantly. It's all right, you know that's not what I meant. Sauter turned around and looked at the letter on the table. He sighed and said, Gilbert, think again. Is there really no other way? This letter has finally solved our political and budgetary problems at the same time. Without waiting for the Foreign Affairs Minister to speak, Kirkuk stabbed him coldly from the side. Didn't you listen in class, soldier? It can't solve anything. Gilbert nodded tiredly. If His Majesty approves the proposal of this petition and starts reforming the military system from Jade City, taking this first step that is fraught with controversy, he glanced in the king's direction with mixed emotions. Then, Renaissance Palace will have to swallow all the bitter consequences I've mentioned. Aside from the Duke of South Coast's hypocritical support and the taxes that we don't know where they'll come from, the benefits are really limited. It's not even up to us to approve of it. Duke Cullen seemed to be in a good mood. This is different from a small matter like reorganizing the Jade Star private army. As long as this petition is made public in the form of an official document or warrant, the reform of the military system will definitely cause a huge uproar in the kingdom. We will be at the heart of the storm, and we will not be able to retreat. In the dark corner of the long table, the king's pupils gradually shrank. After all, asking for a sky-high price is just a tactic, Cullen said as he looked at the dejected Sauter. Just return the money on the ground. You can't really hope to sell it for a sky-high price. These words made the military advisor even more depressed. Majordomo Kirkuk yawned discreetly, looked around, and said tentatively in a tone that concluded the meeting. Then this letter, just ignore it. Gilbert's tone was both resigned and resolute. Bury it among the countless official documents and letters in Renaissance Palace every day. Drown it out without causing a ripple. In the Imperial Conference, he was answered with an awkward silence. Until the king's voice sounded again. So, King Kessel chuckled softly, but without the slightest hint of a smile, making everyone shudder. We've been sitting here for a day, and my son was attacked by an assassin at a banquet and almost died in a duel. At that moment, the Iron Hand King's face was revealed under the setting sun. There was an inexplicable strangeness about it. And all we got in exchange for this? All the officials in the Imperial Conference lowered their heads. No one dared to answer the question. Only Cullen calmly took a sip of tea and cast his gaze at the end of the meeting table. It's a pity, Your Majesty, but this letter cannot give you what you want. That's right, the wheels roll forward. The Duke of Eastern Sea put down his teacup and adjusted his crooked belt, satisfied. But not by brute force. At the end of the long table, King Kessel was silent under the setting sun. Only his eyes flickered slightly in the darkness. Chapter 613. Everyone. In Ballard Room, King Kessel's voice came steadily, heavy, solemn, and resolute. Just like in the past, every time he made a decision for the Imperial Conference. It looked like the outcome was set. With this in mind, the ministers restrained their emotions and adjusted their posture. Some of them relaxed slightly, ready to welcome the end of another conference. But not this time. Under everyone's gaze, the Iron Hand King raised his head and swept his gaze across the ministers. All of you have a point. As he spoke, the king's right hand suddenly reached out from the shadow of the throne and flipped it gently at the crowd. His palm faced up and hovered over the meeting table. Just like a cold, unsheathed blade. Even the warm autumn sun could not reduce its chill. Gilbert, Cullen, Kirkuk, Sauter. All the ministers were stunned and did not understand what was going on. But the Iron Hand King remained expressionless and raised his right palm. You've thought it through. As they looked at each other, only the scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department's eyes flickered. He tactfully stepped forward and picked up the Jade City Substitute Servitude petition from the table. The scar-faced man walked past every stunned minister and respectfully and appropriately placed the letter into the king's palm. This letter is a barb with malicious intentions. King Kessel's voice came out quietly. It appears to be compromising, but in fact, it has seized on Renaissance Palace's weakness and is hiding a trump card. The king slowly lifted the letter up, revealing the iris print on it. We can't even make it public, or we'll be caught in a passive and unjust situation. Every servant who was swept by his gaze subconsciously tensed up and sat up straight. It's better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. Old Leinster had such a son. In the next second, the Iron Hand King's fingers suddenly tightened and crushed the letter. The few people who had their eyes fixed on the letter trembled and were startled. Only then did Kessel say calmly, living up to the family name. In the indescribable silence, the Minister of Trade, Viscount Kenny, coughed with difficulty and tried to forget the depression in his heart. He'll pay the price. Kenny bowed respectfully to the king. Just for this letter. King Kessel glanced at him without a word. The letter was still in his hand, crumpled. Of course, Sauter ground his teeth hatefully, and also for his disrespect and disloyalty to you and your highness, Prime Minister Cullen's trembling voice sounded. But not this time. He seemed to have turned back into the doddering old man. He coughed and concluded the meeting. At the very least, the reduction of the recruits and the expansion of the regular army will have to wait until next season, at this moment. But it got out. The king's words came out of nowhere, as if he was mumbling to himself. No one could react in time. Pass, what? Chiu Ku looked confused. Mine, your majesty. Sauter probed. I'll talk. At that moment, the king of the Iron Hand raised his eyes, which were particularly oppressive in the narrow Ballard room. While we are talking, every sentence, every word, and every letter on this petition has been publicized, leaked, and spread by someone. Rumors are spreading everywhere. The conference room was silent for a moment. Gilbert was in disbelief. What? Viscount Kenny's surprised gaze kept darting back and forth. You mean, this letter has been leaked? Prime Minister Cullen sat up straight and looked extremely serious. When? Why? However, the king only shook his head calmly and answered the truth. The Secret Intelligence Department is still handling it, but if it's unsatisfactory, I think it won't be long before everyone in the kingdom knows that Renaissance Palace is going to start with Jade City, change the traditional rules, strip the suzerains of their military power, reduce the recruits, and expand the regular army. All the way to the whole of Constellation. Renaissance Palace, Jade City, tradition, suzerains. With every word the Iron Hand King said, the chill in his tone intensified. The Prime Minister was the first to understand. His eyes widened slightly. That means, as you said just now, Bob, the king spoke in his calmest tone, not mincing words from the other party's mind. From the top to the bottom of Constellation, a huge uproar is about to break out. From this moment onwards, we are standing at the heart of the struggle. There's no retreat. The ministers quickly understood the meaning of this matter. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. What's going on? Who did it? Has the culprit been caught? What do we do now? Investigate the mastermind behind this. Amidst everyone's varying opinions and the same panic, the king leaned back thoughtfully and melted into the darkness. How could such an important exchange of letters be leaked? Advisor Sauter turned angrily to the other side and said accusingly, "What did the Secret Intelligence Department say? What about the rumors? What's the situation now?" Beside the conference table, the scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department bowed steadily. "We're still tracking down the source, encircling and intercepting it in an attempt to reduce the impact of the rumors." His tone was calm, as if what they were about to face was not a monstrous wave that could shake the country. But the delivery of the letter, the defense along the way, and the confidentiality of the palace are all fine. At this point, the scar-faced man's voice had an interesting rise and fall. There's only one thing we can't take into account. This letter was delivered directly into the palace by the Duke of Iris Flower's messenger. Everyone suddenly fell silent. You mean, Zayn? Prime Minister Cullen frowned. When he delivered the letter, he made up his mind to leak the contents and spread the rumors. The scar-faced man neither denied nor confirmed it. We're still investigating. With a target in mind, the anger of the Imperial Conference erupted like a tidal wave. Covendier, how dare he? Damn it, he's more cunning than his father. Did he fly into a rage out of humiliation and overturn the chessboard? Among the officials, Gilbert only observed quietly at first, but at the end, he sighed softly. Perhaps after the banquet, when His Majesty questions him for his crimes, the Foreign Affairs Minister put away his dazed expression and said tiredly, Jade City saw our weakness from the terms of the negotiations. But Prime Minister Cullen scratched his chin and looked solemn. Something's not right. Zayn is not a good person, but he's not a lunatic either. The fact that he wrote this letter is enough to prove his slyness and self-preservation. The Prime Minister pondered. He's not stupid enough to force Renaissance Palace and himself into a dead end. That's even worse, it's done by someone else. Viscount Kenny looked suspicious. Plotting against both of us at the same time. Someone is looking forward to chaos in the kingdom, just like back then. Amidst the chatter, the voice at the end of the long table rang out again. It doesn't matter anymore. Everyone fell silent and looked at the king. Whether he did it or not, it doesn't matter anymore. A cold glint flashed in the king's eyes. The kingdom never lacks enemies. What's important is, how should we deal with it? After King Kessel said this, he let the petition slip from his fingers and fall between the sunset and the shadows. The wrinkled iris insignia faced the ceiling alone. A few seconds later, like a pride of lions awakened by a crisis, the Imperial Conference was no longer languid and slow, and everyone became shrewd and capable. Let the Secret Intelligence Department work overtime. At the same time, we will send a letter to clarify and put an end to such rumors. We might be able to find some clues from the feudal nobles who have expressed their dissatisfaction recently. We have to be careful with the wording of the announcement. There may still be room for maneuver. We need to make contingency plans immediately for the reaction of the nobles, especially the feudal vassals. Send special envoys to appease the feudal lords of the grain-producing areas and explain to them. I'm afraid the preparations for the military reform will have to be delayed. We cannot leave any clues that could lead to misunderstandings. Amid the intense discussion, only Prime Minister Cullen and Gilbert remained silent. The former gazed at Covendier's letter quietly, while the latter quietly tidied up the documents beside him, both deep in thought. Meanwhile, Kessel V sat quietly in his seat, expressionless, indifferent, as if he was the only outsider. Bang. There was a muffled sound. It was military advisor Sauter striking the table with his palm, attracting the attention of the Imperial Conference. Everyone. Saldus' expression was solemn. His gaze was slightly hesitant, but it quickly became focused and determined. I think, at this point, things are unavoidable. Our next choice is actually simpler. Gilbert frowned and turned his head, as if he had expected something. Sauter? Sauter said resolutely. Since there's no way back, why not go forward with all our might? At that moment, the military advisor was in high spirits. Your Majesty, give Covendier a formal reply. Grant his petition, and announce to the nation that starting from Jade City, the military reform is imperative. Everyone was stunned. Or rather, they were shocked by this suggestion. Sauter, have you thought about the consequences? Gilbert said with difficulty amid the silence, including what we just discussed, of course. Sauter turned around and interrupted him. But at this point, our plan to take things slowly has gone south. We have no chance to disguise ourselves, nor do we have room for compromise. Sauter paused. His voice turned fierce. We do it. Or never do it again. There's no such thing as next time. His gaze swept across the room. Many of his colleagues could not help but lower their heads to avoid his gaze. Some looked solemn, while others hesitated to speak. Only the king at the end of the long table remained silent, as if deep in thought. But Sauter could not care less. He waved his hand. "Kirkuk, find the money." The chief of finance raised an eyebrow. "What?" Sauter stared at the chief of finance. "If Jade City did it, then we don't have to count on their financial aid. But under these circumstances, the military reform must be put on the agenda. According to the previous plan, we should first reduce the Jade Star private army from the vassals directly under the royal family around Eternal Star City, and expand the regular army. Only then will we have the strength to deal with what comes next." Kirkuk paused for 3 seconds, then became exasperated. "All right, let's not talk about the fact that the situation might not be that bad, and let's not talk about the fact that His Majesty hasn't agreed to your rotten idea. Our budget is already very tight. Once this letter is leaked and causes trouble, the financial pressure will only increase. If there's no revenue, we might even have to use other sources to make up for it, such as the salaries of the officials, or even increase taxes. That would be even worse." Kirkuk was in a great deal of trouble. Moreover, reorganizing an army is not as simple as registering and creating a register. Even if you have prepared all the officers who are waiting to be incorporated, do you know how many Jade Star private soldiers who are called up at the right time cost to maintain a regular soldier, from the salary, equipment, logistics, and station? "I know." Sauter slammed his fist on the meeting table, startling everyone. "Kirkuk, I know your difficulties, but I understand your anger even more." He shouted angrily, "Whether it's the indignation you felt when you were fooled by those southern bumpkins with their account books when collecting taxes, or the anger you felt when Covendier turned the tables on His Majesty, I can relate to it all." Kirkuk pursed his lips. Sauter stood up abruptly, pressed his arms on the table, and leaned forward. "But I swear to you, Kirkuk, the regular army is the key to changing all this. Expansion and restructuring are just the beginning." There was an indescribable fanaticism in Saldus' expression, which made Prime Minister Cullen frown involuntarily. "The price of a moment is for the future prosperity of the kingdom. And one day, the kingdom's wrath will personally walk into Jade City's Palace of Clarity with His Majesty's decree, surrounded by countless soldiers, and persuade Zayn Covendier and his cunning accountants to pay their taxes honestly, and recover all of today's costs. It's a sure win without loss." At this point, Saldus' eyes shone with an unquestionable light. "A sure win without loss?" Kirkuk answered Sauter with a sneer. "Yes, when I was young, I had a relative who liked to gamble. He said the same thing when he came to my house to borrow money for business, until he was taken away by the Blood Bottle Gang loan sharks." At this point, the chief of finance got up from the back of his chair and leaned forward. "What's the difference between you and him? A gambler?" The conflict between the two made everyone frown. The military advisor clenched his fists. The emotion in his eyes turned from disappointment to anger. "Why don't you understand?" Sauter said bitterly. "With a regular army, you'll have money. Why don't you understand?" Kirkuk was equally displeased. "Without money, you won't have a regular army. Then find the money." Saldus' furious roar shook Ballard Room. "You're the chief of finance of the kingdom. Be a beggar, sell your ass, even if you have to borrow from loan sharks. For the sake of the kingdom, find me that damn budget for army expansion." The two men's disrespectful shouting made their colleagues frown. But the Prime Minister and the rather prestigious Foreign Affairs Minister, who were supposed to be presiding over the meeting, did not make a sound. The king, on the other hand, remained motionless on his throne. "You finally King got one thing right. Soldiers." Kirkuk stood up. Although he was a head shorter than Sauter, he did not lose in terms of grandeur. "I'm the chief of finance. Remember? Last year, it was precisely your military affairs sector that shamelessly boasted here, bragged about the benefits of sending troops to the heavens. You forced the Department of Finance to approve the budget, forced the Department of Agriculture to contribute rations, forced the Department of Foreign Affairs to open up a path for you, forced the Secret Intelligence Department to pave the way for you, and inexplicably sent a large number of regular soldiers, retired, active, reserve, training, and new conscripts, to Blade Fang's camp. Sent to Western Desert. Sent to the desert. The expressions of the people at the Imperial Conference changed as they recalled the incident with sorrow. Without that unprofitable business of yours, would we need to ask Jade City for money? Would we have been fooled by Covendier like that? Kirkuk glanced at the colleagues around him who agreed with him, and said darkly, "What, do you want to do it again?" "Hey!" Sauter clenched his fists. That was to welcome back Prince Thales, the Jade Star bloodline, the heir to the kingdom. "You're absolutely right," Kirkuk retorted angrily. "Then go ask him for money." Sauter was so infuriated by this scoundrel's quibble that he was rendered speechless. "Kirkuk, be careful with your words." Gilbert could not take it anymore. He stopped him sternly. "Sit down, don't be disrespectful in front of the Emperor." Kirkuk sat down and even banged his chair to express his displeasure. Sauter snorted angrily and sat down heavily, but had no intention of extinguishing the flames of war. "Stop being so sarcastic, shirking responsibility and pretending to be innocent, moneybag. About sending troops to Western Desert to welcome back the prince, you knew about it and even supported it. You had your own selfish motives and were trying to profit from it." It was Kirkuk's turn to be stunned. "Me? Selfish motives? Profit?" Kirkuk was caught off guard, shocked and angry. "Very well, you coarse country bumpkin who grew up planting grapevines." But Sauter did not hold back. He pointed at Kirkuk's nose. "I only figured it out after the banquet." "But that's right, Kirkuk, it's you." After the Desert War, many nobles in the Central Territory targeted Western Desert, where the situation had changed drastically, and illegally invaded and annexed land for personal gain. Now, the deadline for the land assessment order is approaching, and they're trying every means possible to clear their names. Kirkuk's face paled. "Back then, you supported our expedition to the desert, and even privately bribed several frontline officers, all because you wanted the regular army to cause a huge commotion and turmoil in Western Desert. You wanted to catch these greedy nobles and landlords off guard, force them to give themselves away, and turn them into a rolling source of income for the Department of Finance to confiscate and confiscate." The news that the military advisor revealed was no trivial matter. The Imperial Conference was in an uproar, and King Kessel's gaze shifted. Kirkuk was exasperated. "That's slandering, nonsense. I have the names of those officers." "Why, do you want to confront them? Or have the Secret Intelligence Department investigate?" Your Majesty, Kirkuk was extremely anxious, but he was tongue-tied. Sauter gritted his teeth and pressed on. "For this reason, you even secretly leaked the news of the regular army's expedition to the west. And that unlucky Doyle of Mirror River who got into trouble at the royal banquet? They're just one of the fat sheep on your list." At the Imperial Conference, the ministers were surprised and could not help but look at Kirkuk in a new light. Viscount Kenny coughed and asked worriedly, "Well, my father-in-law's family also has a few businesses in the Western Desert. You wouldn't, how could I, Lord Kenny?" Kirkuk smiled obsequiously. But he immediately turned to the king and put on a mournful face. "Your Majesty, I was just, that." King Kessel just stared at him with narrowed eyes. "Kirkuk, you're indeed, moneybag." Gilbert saw Kirkuk's expression and guessed the truth. He could not help but sigh. "No wonder they say that you can even take money out of your crotch. You're good at making money, and can support the kingdom." Kirkuk's cheek twitched. "Yes." On the other side, Prime Minister Cullen snorted and added a sentence with an unclear meaning. "Someone else's crotch." Sauter snorted angrily, his attitude self-evident. Under everyone's gaze, Kirkuk swallowed hard and hurriedly raised his hand. "All right, Your Majesty, listen to me, that's right. We originally had a few extra fines and forfeitures from this expedition, which can be included in the next quarter's budget." "The Doyle family?" Gilbert said in a low voice. Kirkuk froze. Sensing the suspicion in everyone's eyes, his voice immediately weakened. He took a deep breath. "That's right. But the Doyle family deserved it. Over the years, they've crossed the border to occupy land, illegally rented tenancies, smuggled taxes, concealed the population, and violated tradition. All these crimes should have been dealt with long ago. Our Department of Finance is dedicated to the kingdom and does things impartially. Cut the crap. Where's the money? Sauter ignored his excuses and went straight to the point. Now, it's been several months since the prince's return, and our mission is complete. Your Department of Finance should be full by now, right? The military advisor was aggressive. Why did you make all sorts of excuses during the Imperial Conference about being poor? When South Coastal forced us into a corner, you still held onto your wallet tightly and obstructed His Majesty's military reform. Kirkuk was both shocked and angry at the same time at this accusation. I. He looked around, but none of his colleagues dared to interrupt. Saldus' gaze was sharp and threatening. Kirkuk felt dizzy. He had to take a deep breath and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Prince Thales." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned again. What? Sauter asked, puzzled. Kirkuk panted a few times and said angrily, "I'm sorry, I didn't want to say what I'm about to say here, after all." He calmed his breathing and said in resignation, "That's right. Sauter, based on the standard of the regular army, Doyle's case is enough for you to expand the staffing of 800 to 1,000 heavy cavalry, plus their squires, equipment, logistics, and perhaps more." Sauter slammed the table and mouthed, "I knew it." But Kirkuk changed the topic. But after Prince Thales, the incident at the banquet, Doyle's case was exposed to the public. From a simple case, it became a hot potato that attracted the attention of the entire nation. Even the case files were taken away by the kingdom's secret intelligence department overnight. Someone could not help but turn around. The scar-faced man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department was expressionless, as if he had not heard anything. Sauter frowned. "Western Desert is vast. Your sources of income are definitely not limited to just them." Kirkuk sighed pitifully. "Yes. But don't forget, Prince Thales stood up for the Doyle family last night in the name of His Majesty. Now everyone thinks that Doyle is backed by the Duke of Star Lake, the heir to the kingdom. This has implicated our other cases. Now, no one dares to touch anything that involves land annexation or the old and new nobles, let alone handle it." Saldus' expression changed slightly. Kirkuk said angrily, "So when I said, ask Prince Thales for money, that's true." Gilbert rebuked him angrily. Kirkuk reacted and waved his hands regretfully. I know. That's why I said, sorry. I didn't want to say that either." No one dared to speak rashly when the matter involved the royal family. Many stole glances at the king at the end of the long table. But King Kessel remained unmoved, as if what Kirkuk had just complained about was not his son and heir. The chief of finance regained his composure. Seeing that no one spoke up, he regained some of his confidence. "All right, let's not talk about the prince, so don't always blame it on me, soldier. If you had done a better job in Western Desert, more frugal, more efficient, and more profitable, would we have ended up in this state?" Sauter wanted to retort, but hesitated again and again. "For more than half a year, we mobilized a large force, traveled a long distance, and even fought a war with our own family for no reason. How much money and rations did we waste in total?" Kirkuk spoke more and more smoothly, to the point that he slammed the table fiercely. His voice spread clearly throughout the narrow meeting room. "And what did you bring back?" "A report saying that you were going to expand the army. We ate up such a large sum of the kingdom's budget, but not only did we not accomplish anything, not to mention the spoils of war, we didn't even earn back the money we spent on horseshoes. What else do you want?" Sauter could not hold it in any longer. He slammed the table and stood up. "Do you want my warriors to shed blood in Western Desert and attack the ruins? Plunder Wing Fort? Or take over Brave Soul's Fort? Ransack the homes of all the local nobles? Do you want to burn the entire Western Desert to the ground and send all the spoils of war to the Department of Finance, so that you won't have to complain so much when you're sitting here leisurely counting your copper coins? Kirkuk scoffed. Then why don't you do it? And the result? It turns out that you were just there for a vacation. Even the prince himself was sent back by the Western Desert nobles. The military advisor said angrily. Do it? His Royal Highness' whereabouts are uncertain in Western Desert, and you even took a sword and a flag from them. Chroma and Bosdorf escorted him back to the capital in a grand manner, and they were very respectful. What can we do? What should we do? What should we do? Kirkuk, who had regained his confidence and was knowledgeable, said without fear, Then why are you yelling at me? To find the prince. Why don't you tell him about your suffering? Ask him why he mixed with the enemy, blocked your army, cut off my source of income, and even gave Covendier an opportunity to take advantage of him. Everyone was at a loss, and His Majesty was in a dilemma. In the end, he ruined the kingdom's military reform. Enough, both of you. Gilbert reminded him sharply. You'll never understand, money bag. Sodder was so angry that he laughed. He did not hear the Foreign Affairs Minister's reprimand at all. You'll only see the reflection of copper coins and hear the hum of gold coins. You'll never understand the meaning of us sending troops to Western Desert. You won't understand that for the kingdom. Thud. Thud. Everyone turned in unison to see the scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department standing apologetically. On the ground was a broken teapot. I'm sorry. The scar-faced man hurriedly bowed. It's my fault. I was just thirsty. Only then did the officials turn their heads around. Yes, Prime Minister Cullen mumbled with his head lowered, but his eyes lit up. It's indeed your fault. Interrupted, Sodder and Kirkuk snorted and sat back in their seats, turning their heads away from each other. But the Foreign Affairs Minister was furious. Sodder, Kirkuk, watch your language. This has nothing to do with His Highness Thales. Gilbert's words were harsh. His Highness's body is priceless. His safe return to the capital is the greatest contribution to the kingdom. Nothing else. And don't forget, we are here to discuss countermeasures to deal with the predicament brought about by the leak of this letter. This is a kingdom's official business. Don't turn this into a personal grudge. Sodder and Kirkuk's expressions softened a little. But the Prime Minister coughed at that moment. Don't blame them, Count Casso. Sodder and Sir Kirkuk had no choice either. Duke Cullen shook his head. Whether it's the expedition to Western Desert or the royal banquet, it's His Highness's fault for appearing at such a coincidental time, just like this letter. The Prime Minister shook his head at the king, implying something. He's forced us into a tight spot. There's no other way. Chapter 6:14. The ministers shuddered as they listened to Prime Minister Cullen's words. Gilbert could read between the lines and could not help feeling anxious. Prime Minister. At that moment, a third voice joined the discussion. In fact, if the kingdom has no other choice but to bite the bullet, perhaps, the unfamiliar voice attracted the attention of most of the people. The ministers turned to the interlocutor, the only participant in the imperial conference who did not speak, the Archdeacon of the Sunset Church, Stylianides. Stylianides nodded slightly. I can try to persuade the Sunset Church to invest in solving the problem of expanding the regular army? Many people frowned. What? You? Sodder asked suspiciously. In the corner of the conference table, the Archdeacon smiled and nodded humbly. Guy Stylianides, the Archdeacon of the Central Diocese of the Sunset Church, attending the Imperial Conference in place of the ailing Archbishop Zenon. I know who you are, kid, Advisor Sodder interrupted rudely. Say, you can find the money we want? The Archdeacon named Guy smiled slightly, then closed his eyes in a prayer gesture. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll try my best. Seeing how straightforward the Archdeacon was, Advisor Sodder looked doubtful. If I remember correctly, in the central Sunset Temple of the King's City, Chief Priest Diallo was the one who opposed the standing army system the most. He once said, the standing army fights for money, greedy and despicable, while the conscripts fight for their duty, holy and respectable. Guy's tone was modest. Yes, most of the archdeacons of the Sunset Temple are of noble birth. They come and go from castles and palaces, and have close relationships with the nobles and dukes. But we're different, Sir Sauter, the archdeacon said firmly. The Sunset Church is not the Sunset Temple. The Sunset Church. Sauter was silent for a while. He collected himself and looked at the priest with a serious gaze. Who did you say you were? On the other side, Prime Minister Cullen said with a look of understanding, a battle of faith between the temple and the church, the ministry of priests and the ministry of evangelism, the archdeacons and the bishops. The archdeacon turned to the Prime Minister and smiled warmly. No, this has nothing to do with faith, but politics and standpoint. The temple is close to the dukes, and the church is close to His Majesty. It's that simple. If we can reduce the influence of the temple by reducing the conscripts and increasing the regular army, the bishops of the church will be happy to see it. Hearing this, many people began to ponder. Cullen's gaze flickered. Oh, as a believer of the Sunset Goddess, you really don't hide it all? Cover up? Guy shook his head indifferently. No faith can exist independently of politics, and no religion is not related to power struggles. To avoid politics and talk about faith is to abandon humanity and only ask about divinity. This is a disguise in disguise. This is the contempt and contempt for faith. It is disrespect and dishonesty to the Sunset Goddess. Even the king at the end of the long table raised his head slightly. Kulun was taken aback when he heard the rebellious words. He raised his brows and said, I think I know why Gilbert recommended you. Compared to those priests who are full of holy teachings, you are indeed a bit more interesting. Gilbert forced a smile. Archdeacon Guy sighed. Thank you for your praise, but not everyone understands this principle, especially the priests of the Divine Hall. Therefore, it is not convenient for the Church to intervene in the kingdom's military affairs in the form of direct funding. Sauter, who was most concerned about this matter, instantly put on a cold expression. Then what do you mean? Guy turned to him and said seriously, to support the expansion of the regular army, the Sunset Church must have a valid reason. Reason. Many people's expressions changed slightly. Guy looked respectfully at the end of the long table. If His Majesty can change the tradition and allow our priests to join the regular army of the royal family, I will be more confident in persuading the bishops to invest. Sauter was taken aback. But we already have military priests. Every time there is a war, the temple will send a qualified officiant to preside over the expedition ceremony. Guy's lips curled up and he nodded calmly. Banish them. What? Sauter was incredulous. I suggest, Sir Sauter, that you banish the regular army's military priests and replace them with military priests, Archdeacon Guy explained patiently. Whatever the temple can do for the regular army, the church can do as well, or even more. Sauter understood Guy's words. His expression changed back and forth in those few seconds. The others in the meeting looked at each other. The king's gaze was still distant and unfamiliar. Prime Minister Kulun snorted. The Sunset Temple's officiants will never like it. Guy turned his head around, and his words were sharp. The temple doesn't like many things. For example, the regular army of the royal family. But this was originally a political issue. With your intervention, it has become a religious conflict. Kulun shook his head and said, It has always been a tradition for priests to accompany the army, no matter. Guy calmly replied, Yes, just like how suzerains regularly recruit militia, it has also been a tradition, until the emergence of the regular army of the royal family. Saldus' eyebrows twitched. The archdeacon looked at the dispirited chief of finance. And if we have military priests, the Sunset Church will be able to allocate a permanent fund from the believers' donations, justifiably subsidizing a portion of the regular army's costs, and relieve the pressure on the Department of Finance. This is something that the lofty and self-proclaimed Orthodox temple cannot do. The initially bored Kirkuk perked up. His beady eyes sparkled. It's not that we can't consider it. On the other side, the military advisor was silent for a few seconds. He asked cautiously, in that case, the Sunset Church can fund the expansion of the regular army, provided that His Majesty grants permission for your priests to join the regular army of the royal family to replace the military priests, right? The archdeacon smiled, of course not. But his gaze changed. But without this bargaining chip, I'm not that confident in convincing the bishops. Sauter scoffed. This is blackmail and profiteering from a burning house. This is more for the kingdom, Guy swiftly retorted. The priests of the temple are basically of noble birth, and are related to the various feudal lords. They are naturally at odds with the regular army. Following the army is just a story. And us priests are mostly born poor, and are used to educating the lower classes. We will be more competent, more capable, more passionate, and more suitable for the regular army than the priests. Yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about, Sauter sneered. At this point, King Kessel suddenly snorted. His meaning was unclear and intriguing. I say, Guy, you're a priest who serves the gods. On the other side, Prime Minister Cullen narrowed his eyes. Full of benefits and calculating bargaining chips, don't you think that's too vulgar? Vulgar? Stylianides smiled. The king of Renaissance's faith teacher and close comrade, Brother Mohatsa the prophet, famously said, theology is the knowledge of men. Gilbert stirred slightly. Divinity exists in human nature, and human nature carries divinity. Only by exhausting every corner of human nature can we hope to find that glimmer of divinity. Guy smiled. Who says the secular world isn't holy? There's a kingdom of heaven in the mortal world. Ah, you're not just a little interesting, Guy, the Prime Minister's tone changed. You're also very scary. The archdeacon made another prayer gesture, very devoutly. The goddess test always makes the path of truth seem more treacherous and rugged. No. After a few moments of hesitation, Sauter figured it out and firmly rejected the offer. The regular army of the royal family does not require priests to accompany them. He said decisively, the regular army cannot be restricted by forces other than His Majesty, especially in terms of financial resources. As Sauter said this, he glanced at King Kessel. But to his disappointment, the king remained unmoved. Guy was unperturbed and continued the discussion. If it's limited by the form of payment, we can discuss it. For example, the church can donate the money to the Department of Finance, and the Department of Finance can allocate it to the budget of the Ministry of Military Affairs, sure. The Chief of Finance's eyes lit up. If this succeeds, you'll have saved my life, Guy. Stylianides nodded politely. Thanks to the goddess, I dare not claim credit. But Saldus' attitude remained the same. What's the difference? Constellation spent 500 years, with endless sacrifices and bloodshed, to drive religion and theocracy back to the temple. As long as I'm in charge of the Ministry of Military Affairs, history will not regress. Sauter spoke with certainty and uncompromising. That's not necessarily the case, Kirkuk muttered. Based on your stance just now, you're probably willing to make anyone prime minister if they can help you expand the regular army. Saldus' expression stiffened. Then I'll thank the heavens, Prime Minister Cullen sighed and shifted his large buttocks that covered the entire chair. Please do, Archdeacon Guy. Archdeacon Guy smiled humbly at them. I understand your concern, Sir Sauter, but what you've said is a lesson learned long ago. The priests of the temple fell into the self-righteous path of the youngest, arrogant, greedy and corrupt, allowing their selfish desires to overshadow the public, condoning lies to obscure the truth, flaunting the might of the gods for worldly gain, fighting for power through faith, and never turning back. Archdeacon Guy nodded, as gentle as ever. And it was precisely because my ancestors, the priests of the missionary department, saw their mistakes that they broke away from the temple and established themselves, upholding the teachings of the goddess, and established the Sunset Church. It's been nearly 4 centuries since then. The head priest and the archbishop are not subordinate to each other. The priest department and the missionary department abide by their boundaries, we do not. Sauter waved his hand impatiently and cut him off. The temple or the church, the priests or the priests, in my opinion, there's no difference, they're all jackals of the same tribe. When we were weak, we asked for help, of course we'd be obedient. When we're strong, we're greedy and bound to take a mile when given an inch. He said warily, times have changed, the days when the Sunset Temple had unlimited authority and hundreds responded to a single call, and even dared to challenge Renaissance Palace and interfere in the succession of the throne are gone forever. These words sent a chill through the entire imperial conference. Guy heaved a long sigh, making no attempt to conceal his disappointment. I understand, Sir Sauter. It looks like the wishes of the priests to serve the country can only be realized in the future. At the end of the long table, the king's cold gaze was once again overshadowed by the setting sun. In that case, in the face of such a dilemma, it's unlikely to force through military reform, Prime Minister Cullen, who presided over the imperial conference, said with a sigh. Hearing this, Sauter glared at Kirkuk again. Don't look at me. If you want money, Guy and the church have it. Kirkuk knew what the other party was thinking and was unconcerned. As for whether you want it or not, it's up to you. It's not just a matter of money. Unexpectedly, Prime Minister Cullen spoke up again, interrupting the dispute over military wealth that was about to erupt once again. This caught the attention of all the officials. In fact, speaking of the prince's banquet, I thought of something else. Duke Cullen's eyes burned. Last night, that minor Western Desert noble made a scene at the royal banquet, but was saved by Duke Thales. Gilbert furrowed his brows. This inevitably reminds people that His Highness returned to the country under the protection of the Western Desert Army, and that sort of fakeness. This could easily give people false expectations, or even be interpreted as the royal family's stance. Things will be troublesome, especially at this juncture. Cullen shook his head as he spoke, seemingly extremely regretful. Prime Minister. Gilbert reminded him sternly. Cullen shuddered slightly, as if he had just understood, and smiled apologetically. But after hearing the Prime Minister's words, many people nodded thoughtfully. Right, the Doyle family in question, the Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, who had not spoken much all day, spoke up. Their Mirror Lake district has been a major grain-producing region for the past few years, and also an important source of soldiers for the Jade Star Private Army and the Central Regular Army. Moreover, they are part of the 7 Jade Star attendants, which may affect the attitudes of the other families. This will also affect the process of military reform. He looked at everyone cautiously. I think we need to determine the nature of the case as soon as possible, sort out the clues, and make a judgment. Indeed, the incident at the royal banquet has brought us a lot of trouble, whether it is the upcoming military reform or this letter. King Kessel's figure moved slightly on the throne. Viscount Kenny glanced in the direction of the king. Seeing that he did not react, he cleared his throat. Forgive me for being blunt, but I heard that Mindy's Hall has become the new place that everyone in the capital flocks to. Look at the Doyle family, they made a huge mess, but His Highness still risked his life to protect them. I do not want to criticize Duke Thales, but his attitude at the banquet is sometimes easy to misunderstand, Kenny. Gilbert sensed the direction of the meeting, and he was shocked and angry. There is no problem with His Highness's handling of the matter at the royal banquet. He is merciful, magnanimous, and impartial. Governor Kirkuk shrugged his shoulders. But now, looking at this letter, what we need the most is merciful and magnanimous. Viscount Kenny nodded in agreement and added, and impartiality. Gilbert was incredibly anxious. Regardless of the consequences, His Highness has saved 2 lives and 2 families with his superb skills, preventing a worse situation. But it is a barbaric method of a bloody duel, another voice said. May the setting sun forgive him. Gilbert turned his head around in disbelief and stared at his best friend. Guy? Archdeacon Stylianides nodded apologetically. Before I entered the palace, the bishops were discussing this matter. The officials exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions. The archdeacon made a penitential salute. With the setting sun as witness, the Duke of Star Lake dueling in person and resorting to the ancient rites of barbarism and heresy, that's a terrible signal and demonstration. No, that happened at night, Prime Minister Cullen scoffed sarcastically. It should be, witness of the North Star. all the officials in front of the emperor lowered their heads. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath and explained to his good friend. Guy, my friend, as far as I know, the duel was unreasonably proposed by the other party, and Prince Thales agreed to the duel out of pity. Putting himself in danger was just an expedient measure. Guy nodded in understanding. Of course, I understand the prince's difficulties, and I admire his benevolence, magnanimity, intelligence, and wisdom. But do you think that after this story spreads throughout the kingdom? Duke Cullen clicked his tongue and shook his head. When people mention a duel, will the first thing they think of is the prince's benevolence or Jadestar's violent duel? Gilbert furrowed his brows. The archdeacon smiled as well. What Lord Cullen said is not without reason. Just like how the bishops of the church are also worried. In Northland, the Extension warriors may have given His Highness the courage to fight to the end, but they also numbed His Highness' thoughts in the midst of violence and bloodshed, causing him to not reject the barbaric and backward ancient rites. Gilbert stared at his good friend deeply. He could not hide his disappointment. And the king still did not move. As time goes by, His Highness, as the heir to the kingdom, has not avoided heretical beliefs and rites time and time again. Guy's tone became worried. This will have a profound impact on people's attitudes and ways of doing things, causing young people to be hot-blooded, desperate people to take risks out of desperation, and imitators to advance wave after wave. This will be greatly detrimental to the kingdom's existing governance. Moreover, the goddess will not be happy to see her believers bleed because of barbaric duels, and the same goes for her believers. Count Kroppen looked at everyone's expression and interjected with great interest. That, I also think, enough. The Foreign Affairs Minister's rare outburst of anger silenced the gossiping crowd. Everyone. His Majesty did not summon us to this room for us to judge right from wrong and pursue the matter to its roots. Gilbert's breathing quickened. He stood up and glanced angrily at each of his colleagues. Sodder, I know that the regular army's expedition to the Western Desert has involved a great deal of effort, but it was not a complete success. You have your own difficulties and are brooding over it. The military advisor pursed his lips. Chief Kirkirk, I also understand that the accident at the banquet caused the Department of Finance to lose a considerable amount of forfeiture money, and caught you off guard. The Chief of Finance crossed his arms in annoyance. As for the Prime Minister, you are trying your best to avoid unnecessary conflict between Renaissance Palace and the vassals, so you have used His Highness as a target to divert attention. The plump old Duke chuckled nonchalantly. Viscount Kenny, please be rest assured that no matter how popular His Highness is, or how he recruits talents, it will not affect your position as a pillar of the King's support party. The Minister of Commerce's expression darkened slightly. As for Guy, old friend, I swear to you that it is not His Highness' fault that you failed to become the Prince's theology tutor, and it does not mean that His Highness is closer to the temple. The Archdeacon closed his eyes and lowered his head. And Lord Kroppen, you have been silent for the entire day, and that is already smart enough. Echoing the crowd at the end will not make you look smarter. The Minister of Agriculture coughed in embarrassment. Gilbert took a deep breath and calmed his emotions after he made all the officials in front of the emperor shut their mouths. He resisted the urge to look at the figure at the end of the long table. That's right. I can feel it. I know that all of you have your reasons, your thoughts, and your resentment, the Foreign Affairs Minister said solemnly, but, all of you, I implore you to put yourselves in the prince's shoes and understand his situation. Then you will understand that for the kingdom, His Highness has many times no choice, many things he has to do, and many encounters are beyond his expectations. And he has done his best in those tasks that he should have completed. Gilbert slowed down his speech, and unknowingly, there was a hint of regret in his voice. From the National Conference to Dragon Cloud City, from the Great Desert to Mindy's Hall, in the face of the covetous Northland vassals and the turbulent domestic politics, any one of us, even His Majesty, even Prince Midir back then, could not have done better than him. His voice was loud and impassioned, and it shook Ballard Room. Not to mention that we all owe him a favor, be it for stopping the Northlanders from moving south, or stabilizing the Jadestar royal family and Constellation's political situation. On the throne, King Kessel leaned against the back of his chair again. His gaze was distant, and no one knew what he was thinking. As for the other unexpected consequences caused by Thale's actions, be it the chaos in the Western Desert, Doyle's case, the duel, the dispute, or this damned letter and the predicament it brought, they are, in fact, the result of our lack of consideration and planning. This is the dereliction of duty and incompetence of our servants, and it is the responsibility that we should bear. Gilbert exhaled, paused for a moment, and looked at everyone. Everyone turned their heads away to avoid eye contact with him. When Gilbert said this, he felt bitter. Shift the blame to His Highness? This will not cover up our incompetence, nor will it solve more problems. And that child should not be responsible for a mistake that he is unaware of. At this moment, Duke Cullen suddenly spoke. Even if he is a Jade Star? Gilbert's expression changed. He turned around abruptly and showed no signs of weakness. It is precisely because he is a Jade Star. Prime Minister Cullen frowned. After pausing for a few seconds, the Prime Minister sighed. I know, Count Casso, you are his teacher, but Gilbert quickly interrupted him. I am not saying this just because he is my student. Gilbert turned around and faced his other colleagues. His tone was resolute and brooked no room for doubt. It is also because of Prince Thales himself. Whether it is his courage and achievements in going north as a hostage, his experience in traveling thousands of miles back to the country, or his courage in saving people at the banquet, all of these prove that he is worthy of being the Jade Star descendant, the Duke of Star Lake, and the bloodline of the kingdom. When he said this, Gilbert's voice trembled slightly. We should all feel honored and proud to have such a prince. We should be the long swords in his hands, not the stones in his boots. We should help him, not obstruct him. When he finished speaking, Gilbert raised his hand and pressed it against his eyes. He took a few deep breaths. The imperial conference was silent. The king's gaze was still like a sharp blade in the snow, emitting a cold glare. Vice Bishop Guy sighed and patted Gilbert's arm, gesturing for him to sit down. Gilbert. Gilbert flung his friend's arm away and took a deep breath. Please forgive me, everyone. He tried hard to adjust his emotions and calm his tone. Just as your Majesty said, I am tired and old. Ballard Room was silent. At least you are not fat. Prime Minister Cullen took over the conversation. He was a little dispirited and sentimental. I will not be an eyesore to certain people. This sentence had a profound meaning, and no one dared to continue. That was until the King of Constellation tapped her fingers lightly and broke the dull atmosphere. Gilbert. Kessel V's gaze was directed at him. He could not hide the complicated and subtle tone in his voice. Old friend. But Gilbert suddenly raised his head. And you, your Majesty. The Foreign Affairs Minister's voice suddenly rose. Many people were taken aback by this. Gilbert stared straight into the king's eyes, which were filled with pressure. His chest rose and fell. Forgive me for overstepping my authority, but, Gilbert raised his right arm as if he wanted to point at something, but he gave up halfway. He gritted his teeth. His face was conflicted. But until today, all the unfair scrutiny, accusations, criticism, and difficulties His Highness has received since he returned to Constellation, in Eternal Star City, and even at this table, in the face of King Kessel's sharp gaze, Gilbert made up his mind and spoke through gritted teeth. He said through gritted teeth, it is all because of your attitude towards him. As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the officials before the king changed. Gilbert. Guy warned sternly. Prime Minister Cullen's face was tense as he sank into deep thought. But the king only stared back at Gilbert quietly and did not say a word. Only Gilbert gulped, closed his eyes, and sighed. To be honest, your Majesty, I am not very competent as a subject or as a father. I have no right to lecture you. But as a friend. Gilbert opened his eyes. He was sincere and serious. Kai, your Highness, Fifth Prince. These titles made everyone's thoughts stir. King Kessel did not speak. But at that moment, his fingers that were tapping on the table stopped. You really should be proud and gratified that you have such a son. You should be proud and gratified by his awareness and ability, his character and intelligence, his strength and optimism, and the fact that he didn't collapse under the heavy burden of the entire kingdom. Gilbert stared at him from afar. I believe, and I am not the only one. We all believe from the bottom of our hearts. Prince Thales will be the future that we all look forward to. At that moment, no one in the Imperial Conference spoke. The silence lasted for a whole 10 seconds. You give him lessons every day, Gilbert. The king's deep voice traveled, and his emotions could not be discerned. You are too close to him. Gilbert was stunned for a moment before he smiled. No, you are the one who is too far away from him. Just like the late king. At that moment, the Iron Hand King's eyes suddenly moved. It was like the first crack on a flawless iron wall. But at that time, you still had Mindy's Hall. Gilbert looked at the throne quietly, but he seemed to be looking at something else. And now, he has nothing. King Kessel seemed to be fixed in his chair. Even his gaze did not move. Get close to him, Your Majesty. At least try to get close to him. At least, talk to him. Gilbert took a deep breath and sat down shakily. He pressed against his eyes and flashed an ashamed smile at the people around him. My apologies, everyone. Ballard Room seemed to have sunk into an ice cellar. The king and his ministers were all silent. They either lowered their heads in silence or looked at each other. Only the sound of breathing remained. After a long, long time. Everyone trembled slightly. King Kessel's voice was like the first ray of sunlight that broke through the ice and broke the silence. Don't worry about my son. I have already talked to him. At the end of the long table, the Iron Hand King slowly raised his head, but he did not look at anyone. He will not be a problem. He closed his eyes and exhaled softly. Everything is under control. His voice faded away. Prime Minister Cullen curled his lips. Gilbert forced a smile onto his face. The others had different reactions. They were all worried. Duke Cullen picked up his teacup, sat up straight, and performed his duty. All right, everyone. Now, back to what we were, but the Prime Minister's words came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked over in confusion. Only then did they realize that Cullen's expression had changed. The Duke of Eastern Sea was staring intently at the teacup in his hand. There were tiny ripples on the surface of the teacup. Almost at the same time, the ministers in Ballard Room sensed something amiss and turned around. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk the sound of footsteps in groups came from outside the room, causing an obvious tremor. This was a rare occurrence. The ministers looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. These footsteps, there are at least 30 people. As a military advisor who had served for many years, Sauter looked up warily. What happened? But no one answered him. On the contrary, different orders were faintly heard through the crack in the door. Vanguard Division, gather reinforcements. Run, run, run. The situation is unclear, Guard Division, deploy on the spot. Something was not right. The ministers were alarmed and uncertain. The king also frowned. Strange. Gilbert frowned. Is the Royal Guards having a drill today? Near Ballard Room? The next second, a rapid and ear-piercing ring of a bell penetrated the wall and rang in everyone's ears. Ding! Many people were startled and looked around in panic. This is the Royal Guards, Advisor Sauter was stunned. He blinked and stared at the dark stone door, unable to believe his own deduction. An emergency alarm? The king remained calm, but his frown deepened. The scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department was the first to move. He reached for the door. But before he could touch the doorknob, the door to Ballard Room was flung open. Chapter 6:15. Your Majesty, gentlemen. The head guard of the Royal Guards, Lord Fabio Adrian, carried an everlasting lamp and walked through the door in a dignified manner. A few well-trained royal guards followed behind him. "Forgive me for interrupting, but it's time for dinner." Although they were acquaintances, the sight of them fully armed and ready for battle still gave everyone a fright. "Fabio, you look good." Duke Cullen touched his belt and shifted his, but without batting an eyelid, his eyes never leaving the sword at Captain Adrian's waist. "Just to call us for dinner?" "Thank you." Adrian flashed a friendly smile and bowed deeply to King Kessel. "Please do not panic, we are just doing a small drill. Now, please follow me out of here in an orderly manner." But an impatient voice interrupted him. "Fabio, what's going on?" Advisor Sauter frowned as he looked at the royal guards and the increasing number of guards outside, paying particular attention to their hands on the hilts of their swords. "Why are there so many people in this guard formation?" Lord Adrian smiled. He first glanced at the king at the end of the long table, then said politely, "It's nothing. Sir Sauter, we brought forward the drill this month, that's all," but Sauter did not buy it. "That's enough, Fabio." The military advisor snorted coldly. "We served in the regular army together and experienced the bloody year together. You and I both know that this is not some **T routine drill. You are facing the entire Imperial Conference, and everyone here is an elite of the kingdom. What is there that you can't say?" This sentence made many of the ministers, who had no military experience, nervous. As they spoke, the commotion outside Ballard did not stop, but grew louder and louder. Shouts and hurried footsteps could be heard from time to time. Captain Adrian looked at Sauter solemnly and sighed deeply. He glanced at the king again, hesitating to speak. At the end of the table, King Kessel was as calm as ever. He crooked his finger and gestured for Adrian to come closer. "Lord Adrian." Gilbert could see some clues, and he spoke gently. "If there is any inconvenience, of course we can cooperate. We are hungry anyway, aren't we?" But just as Adrian approached the table, the footsteps outside the door suddenly grew louder, almost deafening. What followed was the sound of weapons being unsheathed. "They're here. Guard division, hold steady." "Who the F***CK called the sniper team over?" "Protect His Majesty." "Back off." The shouts of the royal guards rose and fell one after another. They were all different, but it made Lord Adrian's face turn pale. The captain of the royal guards turned around and protected King Kessel behind him. Sauter immediately reacted. He instinctively reached for his waist, only to remember that he had left his weapon at the palace gate. Only then did the officials in the room realize that something was wrong. Duke Cullen sprang up nimbly from his chair and drew a small dagger from his belt. Gilbert grabbed his staff and rushed towards the king. Kirkle disappeared with a whoosh, leaving only his but exposed under the table. Viscount Kenny was the first to rush to the door, but he remembered something and quickly returned to approach the king. Lord Croppen's face was ashen, but he forced himself to remain calm. Archdeacon Guy closed his eyes and muttered something. "Enough." Lord Adrian's angry roar shocked everyone. Following his order, the chaos outside the door was the first to stop. In Ballard Room, 3 crisp thuds came from the conference table and drifted away. Thud, thud, thud. "Hold steady." King Kessel retracted his fingers and calmly looked at the officials who had different reactions. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." He remained seated behind the conference table, seemingly unaffected. The officials who had overreacted finally reacted. They were either embarrassed or embarrassed as they hurriedly tidied themselves up. Gilbert exhaled and sat back in his seat. Prime Minister Cullen nonchalantly tucked the dagger that should not have been there back into his belt. Sauter, on the other hand, bent down disdainfully and lifted Kirkle out from under the table. Everyone returned to their proper appearance. They then realized that the originally spacious door of Ballard Room had been completely blocked by the wall of royal guards. They could not see the scene outside at all. Every guard was facing the door, leaving only their backs to the officials in the room. The officials looked at each other, confused. "Why, is there an assassin?" Sauter asked in confusion. Adrian? King Kessel spoke again, with dissatisfaction and questioning in his voice. The captain of the royal guards responded with an apologetic and ashamed smile. Sir. At the same time, a high-ranking royal guard parted the wall of guards and squeezed into the room in exasperation. Captain Adrian. Adrian's expression darkened as he called out his subordinate's name. Mariko? The second vanguard of the royal guards, Mariko held down his weapon and shook his head regretfully before bowing to the other important people. Your Majesty, my lords. Adrian sighed bitterly as he understood what he meant. What's going on outside the door? The king's voice rang steadily, voicing everyone's thoughts. Get them out of the way, don't block it. Adrian turned around, bowed, and forced a smile. Your Majesty, this is just a routine measure, we only need 1 minute. Unexpectedly, King Kessel, who had been calm all day, suddenly raised his voice and shouted angrily at the wall of people at the door. Royal guards, get out of the way. The guards could not be more familiar with the king's voice. The guards guarding the door instinctively retreated to the left and right, revealing the first row of guards, then the next row, then the next row, and the next row, until they revealed the deep corridor outside the door that was dotted with lights. Everyone was stunned the moment they saw the corridor outside the door. Only the king remained calm, and his gaze was cold. Adrian could not stop him in time. He could only sigh. Outside the door, the royal guards were densely packed and ready for battle. With Ballard Room as the center, they filled all the spots in the corridor where people could stand. All the guards had solemn expressions as they faced the depths of the corridor warily and nervously. It was as if the most terrifying enemy was there. The noisy Renaissance palace fell silent at this moment. Thud. 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 A strange but clear sound came from the depths of the corridor, from the end of the line of sight. The people in Ballard Room widened their eyes. A tall horse stepped on the stone slabs in Renaissance Palace. While facing the countless guards and lights around it, it slowly walked over from the corridor. The royal guards at the front were under the most pressure. They held the hilts of their swords tightly, but kept retreating as the horse approached. What's going on? Lord Croppen was in disbelief, but he immediately shut his mouth. Because around the black horse, a few people who were clearly dressed differently from the royal guards gradually appeared in front of everyone. It was a small group of people. They nervously surrounded the horse and moved forward with trepidation. I don't want to say this, but I recognize that big guy. Sauter looked at the tall man leading the group with a headache. The latter was sweating profusely as he looked at the royal guards around him and raised his hands. It's the boy from the Caribbean family. His father sent him to the army for training. He seems to have made some contributions. I even praised him when I went to the Western Desert to work in the army, Caribbean. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, that's the youngest son of the Glover family. Jolene narrowed her eyes and looked at the companion beside the tall man who was even stronger than the former. Lozano asked me to do him a favor and help his younger brother solve the problem of jealousy in Red Street Market. Lin Yun said. Glover. This surname increased everyone's suspicion. Ah, Duke Cullen's voice rose in a thought-provoking manner. His gaze focused on another person who was panting and limping. That unlucky guy who got into a duel last night, from the Doyle family. What's his name again? I think it's Danny. David? Doyle. Everyone's mood became more and more solemn. The small group of people was getting closer and closer to Ballard Room, but the royal guards in front of them did not stop them. They just kept retreating. If that's the case, that horse, I remember now. Viscount Kenny's gaze was focused on the beast and he said in confusion, when I went to Northland, I brought along a gift and a mount from my country for Prince Thales. Among the ministers, Gilbert did not say a word. He just stared blankly at the young swordsman at the front who was holding a single-edged sword and facing the royal guards with a nervous expression. It was as if he was hit by something. However, these invaders of extraordinary origins were nothing. When their figures dispersed and revealed the person they were escorting, the air completely froze. It was a teenager. Compared to the nervous expressions of the people around him, he strolled forward leisurely, as if he was not worried at all. At that moment, behind the meeting table, King Kessel's pupils suddenly constricted. And in Ballard Room, all the ministers sucked in a cold breath. Prince? What the hell, the Duke of Star Lake? Prince Thales. The troublemaker is in trouble again, may the setting sun protect him. No one noticed that the scar-faced detective from the Secret Intelligence Department clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. The king's voice rang faintly. Fabio Adrian. The Iron Hand King slowly called out the full name of his personal guard captain, as if it was chilling to the bone. What happened? In Ballard Room, the ministers immediately quieted down. Lord Adrian's body stiffened. Then, he turned around and responded with a salute. His words were formal. Your Majesty, Prince Thales missed his father dearly and came back carelessly, looking at the tall horse approaching. Adrian's eyebrows twitched. Speak human language. The king's reply was simple, slow, and strange. Adrian took a deep breath and continued. The prince is still young and accidentally entered the palace gate, thud. A soft knock cut off Adrian's words. Obviously, the Iron Hand King's voice was very soft, as if he was speaking quietly with his breath, gentle and indifferent. Your commanding officer does not know how to speak human language, Mariko. The second vanguard, Mariko trembled slightly. Adrian closed his eyes and sighed, but this could not stop the king's request. You answer. Within 2 seconds, Mariko's chest rose and fell. He glanced at his commanding officer and gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, from what I saw, Mariko took a step forward and pointed angrily at the corridor. The Duke of Star Lake and his entourage of 8 trespassed the palace grounds with weapons without an appointment or notification. Their intentions, unknown. Everyone was shocked. Duke Cullen dug his ears desperately, as if suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Gilbert stared at Thales in disbelief, his lips moving. At first, the air in Ballard Room was only stagnant, but after these words, it turned cold. At the end of the long table, King Kessel's pupils reflected the slowly approaching Thales. He snorted nonchalantly in response. And you let him in just like that? Mariko frowned and was about to respond, but Adrian beat him to it. Your Majesty, the guards on duty at the palace gate today are not good with words and are rigid in their actions. They had a conflict with His Highness men. There was some verbal friction and some pushing, but the king's voice rang again. Mariko? The second vanguard gulped and glanced at his commanding officer again. Adrian looked at him, troubled. In the end, Mariko no longer hesitated and said indignantly, Your Majesty, just now, Duke Thales tried to force his way into the palace. The guards at the gate were loyal to their duties and refused to let him in, so they fought with the Duke's men. There was blood on both sides. Since you are loyal to your duties, King Kessel interrupted him mercilessly. His tone was flat, but inexplicably frightening. Then how did he get in? Mariko shuddered and immediately lowered his head, unable to hide his shame. The vassals' gazes moved back and forth between the slowly approaching Thales and Mariko, and finally returned to the king. Mariko. Adrian reminded him softly by the side. But Kessel glanced at him and cut off Adrian's words. Mariko took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. After the blood, things became strange. Many people quickly gathered at the palace gate to watch, and the scene was very big. Adrian coughed and continued Danger's line of thought. I was the one who made the decision. We had to let His Highness in and deal with this matter in the palace, or else the entire Eternal Star City would have seen that scene. For the sake of the kingdom, bang. There was a loud sound, but it was the king who slammed his fist on the table. What followed was his extremely cold and angry rebuke. Is there no one who saw it now? Once he said this, Adrian and Mariko bowed together and knelt down on one knee. The vassals in the room did not even dare to breathe loudly. At that moment, Father. The unique voice of a young man came from afar. Why are you angry? The vassals turned their heads in unison. At some point, Thales had already walked to a distance where they could see his movements clearly. In this tense moment, the prince's voice had a hint of laziness and ease. The strange thing was that the prince was actually carrying a sword on his shoulder. The blade of the sword was pointed backwards, and as he walked, it swayed and swayed, pointing straight at the ceiling of Renaissance Palace. King Kessel frowned. "Mariko, what happened?" The second vanguard, who knew his mistake, was shocked and did not know how to answer. Adrian, who was beside him, immediately understood. He knew what the king was asking, and he answered respectfully. "After entering the palace, we were about to capture him, but His Highness immediately put the sword to his own neck. He used so much force that it even drew blood." The vassals were shocked. They focused their gazes, and only then did they realize that there were traces of unusual red on Thales' collar. He walked forward step by step, and his sword never left his neck. "We did not dare to act rashly. To prevent accidents, we could only retreat." After listening to the royal guard's explanation, Duke Cullen's gaze on Thales became more and more interesting, while Gilbert became more and more worried. Compared to his previous rage, King Kessel did not immediately reply. He leaned his back against the chair again, and his brows were tightly furrowed. "So, these are my royal guards." The king exhaled. His tone returned to its previous calmness, but there was a hint of mockery in it. "Now, I finally know how my father died." Everyone's breathing froze. These words were extremely heavy. Lord Adrian could only lower his head, close his eyes, sigh, and apologize. On the other side, the younger Mariko gritted his teeth and said indignantly, "Your Majesty, please let us." But Thales' words came again, interrupting everyone's thoughts. "Father." Everyone looked over. The Duke of Star Lake and his attendants had stopped at some point in time, and they stopped in front of a row of guards who would rather die than retreat. The prince laboriously shifted the heavy sword to his other shoulder, causing the royal guards around him to feel nervous. But he did not look at the people in Ballard Room. He only scrutinized the portrait near him. Sand King Kessel IV was fully armed and riding on a horse. He raised his head and looked into the distance. His gaze was firm, his posture was straight, and he looked heroic. But Thales knew that a century ago, the direction the Sand King in the portrait ran to, was a war that was destined to be lost. "The meeting has been going on for so long. Aren't you tired?" Thales shifted his gaze back to Ballard Room. He activated his hell senses, allowing him to see King Kessel clearly under the lights and the setting sun. He ignored the royal guards who had terrifying gazes around him, smiled slightly, and raised his voice. "Shall we talk?" In Ballard Room, everyone's gazes returned to King Kessel. Behind the meeting table, the Iron Hand King stared coldly at his son. After a while, he spoke. "Let him in." Mariko quickly turned around. "Your Majesty." King Kessel sneered. "I said, let him in." Adrian shook his head at Mariko, then ordered the royal guards inside and outside the room. On the invader's side, the prince's attendant, Wuxia, gulped when he saw a gap in the royal guard's defense line. "Your Highness." Thales exhaled. "All of you, stay." The prince bared his teeth as he felt the soreness in his shoulders and the cut on his neck. "Cooperate with us later, don't resist." Cohen, who was in charge of clearing the path, was stunned. His face was pale from fear. "Huh?" Ralph, who was at the back of the formation, also turned around. His gaze was displeased. "Don't worry, all of you are my subordinates, they probably won't." Thales paused for a moment and swallowed the second half of his sentence. "Won't beat them up too harshly. After all, this is a rebellion." Around them, the densely packed royal guards were still nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. Beside Thales, Jenny, the black horse, felt the terrible atmosphere and neighed uneasily. "I know, it's too dark here. You don't like it, right?" Thales turned around and comforted Jenny quietly. "It's okay." "Me too." Jenny whimpered and quieted down, feeling wronged. The Duke of Star Lake stopped smiling. He carried the incredibly heavy longsword and strode forward. Just like countless times in the past, he walked forward alone. The prince's sudden approaching figure made the royal guards around him spread out abruptly. Like a whistling arrow shooting into the forest, it startled countless birds. Thales could feel that when he crossed the threshold and brushed past the royal guards, the vanguard named Mariko stared at the longsword on his neck. His muscles twitched rhythmically, as if he was waiting for an opportunity to attack. But Adrian, who was beside him, held him down firmly. Finally, Thales stepped through the door of Ballard Room unscathed and saw King Kessel behind the meeting table. This journey was really not easy. The prince stopped in front of the meeting table and seemed to be in high spirits. "You are well protected, father. Even your own son had to shed blood to meet you." King Kessel only stared at him coldly. There was not even a hint of obvious expression on his face. It was just as Thales expected. Unlike before, the prince did not pay attention to the king. He looked around with interest. In front of him, the ministers of the Imperial Conference stared at him with dumbfounded expressions. Their expressions were interesting. Behind him, countless royal guards glared at him resentfully and gritted their teeth. As expected, Anchor was right. Without waiting for the others to react, Thales sighed and tightened his grip on the sword beside his neck. He lamented to himself, "That's right." He sighed and lamented, "If I don't kill, no one will listen. Even if it's my own life." He narrowed his eyes and looked back at King Kessel. "Similarly, if I don't rebel, the tyrant will be fearless. He might even think that he is very popular. What kind of world is this?" "Your Highness." In the Imperial Conference, Gilbert was the first to be unable to hold back. He tried his best to hide his anxiety and forced a smile. "What are you doing?" Thales turned his head, and his eyes lit up. "Gilbert, how are you?" The prince's tone was very bright. There was no hint of gloominess, and it was a stark contrast to the atmosphere in Renaissance Palace. "By the way, Wuxia is back." Thales flashed his thumb behind him. He did not care whether his thumb was correct or not. He just chuckled. A reunion between father and son. How touching. For some reason, Thales, who had been filled with pressure when he entered and left Renaissance Palace a few times, actually felt relaxed and happy at that moment. It was as if he had removed all his burdens. But his smile did not last long. Because at that moment, Gilbert's expression was extremely complicated. He stared at Thales' face, then at the sword on his shoulder. He seemed to be smiling bitterly, grieving, sighing, and feeling grief. It made Thales stunned for a moment. "I know, Your Highness." Gilbert sucked in a deep breath and lowered his head. When he looked up again, he was beaming with joy. "You are not satisfied with your marriage." Gilbert's smile froze, and he suppressed his rapid breathing. "I understand." When he said this, many people were confused. Thales was also stunned. "Marriage? What marriage? But you don't have to be so anxious." Gilbert cut him off fiercely. While he talked to himself, he gave Thales an anxious look. "I told you, just wait for me at the entrance of the palace." "I will explain it to you," Gilbert laughed, turned his head, and smiled bitterly at the others. "You know, young people are not satisfied with their marriage candidates. They are a little impulsive and wanted to clarify things with me, and our meeting went on for too long." He could not stay, so Thales blinked and gradually understood. He could not help but feel warmth in his heart. But it was a pity. "Gilbert, I see." Deputy Bishop Guy reacted quickly. He smiled faintly and nodded. "Marriage is indeed a big matter. May the goddess bless." Viscount Kenny was born noble. He also reacted and laughed heartily. "Oh, yes, yes. Of course, we were young once, we understand." Prime Minister Cullen also blinked and shook his head like a kind and amiable old man. "I still remember that His Majesty once made a fuss about marriage in front of the late king." The ministers in the Imperial Conference laughed continuously. They had excellent chemistry and soon got along well, making the atmosphere in Ballard Room much more comfortable. Most of the royal guards also understood what was going on. Unknowingly, they began to laugh and relax their tense muscles. But Adrian sadly noticed that in the face of such an atmosphere, only two people were unmoved. King Kessel did not laugh. He stared blankly at Thales, as if there was no one else in his eyes at that moment. Thales put on a fake smile. There was no warmth in his eyes when he looked back at the king, only an eager challenge. Fabio, very good. You are very responsible. It was just a false alarm. Advisor Sauter exhaled and gave Adrian a thumbs up. But the exercise was very effective. I suggest that we reward our brothers. Clang. A muffled sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out. The royal guards who had not completely relaxed shuddered and unsheathed their swords. Steady. Adrian bellowed, calming down a possible conflict. The royal guards who had just come to their senses breathed rapidly and looked at each other nervously. Only then did they put away their weapons under the strict orders of their commanding officer. The ministers in front of the imperial conference were tongue-tied in disbelief. Sorry, it's too heavy. The person responsible for the muffled sound, Thales, breathed heavily. He laughed and dragged the blade from the ground. No wonder it's called load-bearer. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. The emotions in his eyes became more and more indescribable. After this incident, the minister's efforts were completely interrupted. Gilbert's expression only became more bitter. This made Thales feel a little guilty. But soon, he put this behind him. He stepped forward nonchalantly and reached out his hand. Swoosh! A few of the royal guards unsheathed their weapons again. Don't worry. This time, Thales chuckled and walked to the discussion table. He gestured for everyone to relax. I just want to give myself. The prince sat down casually, patted the shoulder of the person next to him, and looked into the Iron Hand King's eyes. Find a chair. Near him, Chief of Finance Kirk looked at the prince's hand patting his shoulder and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Sensing the puzzled and uneasy gazes around him, Thales smiled. Yes. Be it in the Hall of Heroes or here. He had to find a chair for himself. He had to wield a heavy sword that was beyond his means. He bet his life. Thales stared at King Kessel. He suddenly realized that every time he looked into his father's eyes, he could feel the heaviness and pressure gone. Even though the king's gaze was still sharp, he still felt a slight sting when he looked into it. Sorry to disturb you, everyone. Thales slapped his thigh and leaned against the discussion table. He smiled and said, I'm afraid that today's imperial conference will end early. In Ballard Room, both the courtiers and the guards looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The king's gaze became more profound. Thales looked at the sky outside the window and could not help but smile. Perhaps, it's not too early. He suddenly had a feeling that on the small table in front of him, there were surging waves that were constantly moving, pulling back and forth lines that were drawn back and forth. At this moment, he stepped into this room, just like a ship parting the water, cutting the Gordian knot. Finally. What are you doing? King Kessel's voice rang in the silence. He enunciated his words slowly, very slowly. Son. Son. When he heard this title, Thales felt a little dazed. Me? Thales paused and showed a sincere smile. I'm here to save you. The prince's inexplicable answer made everyone frown. Oh. In front of everyone, the Iron Hand King let out a faint laugh. Save me? He leaned back and blended into the darkness where the sunlight could not reach. He became indifferent again. It was as if his anger and madness had reached its peak, and he had returned to extreme calmness. Yes, father. Thales' attitude was relaxed and cheerful, as if he was enjoying a conversation between father and son. I'm here to save you. The prince also leaned back and entered the warm embrace of the setting sun. Only his gaze suddenly turned cold. It was like a sharp blade being unsheathed. To be free from the burden of that crown. Thales curled his lips and looked at the iron-hand king with a smile. The crown. When he said this, the faces of the ministers in front of the emperor immediately turned ashen. The royal guards were all stunned. Gilbert could not hide his panic. He lost his composure and shouted, "Your Highness." At that moment, the light in King Kessel's eyes changed back and forth. But in the end, it all came to one. It was directed at the Duke of Star Lake's smile. Thales raised his eyebrows and his smile froze. "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot." While countless people lost their composure in fear, Thales reacted and pointed at King Kessel's forehead without a crown. He smiled apologetically. "It's not on your head." Chapter 6:16. Other than the indistinct sound of breathing, Ballard Room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. But as the chief commander of the Royal Guards, Lord Adrian felt that this was one of the most torturous, and painful moments of his life. Flames flickered and the shadows of the blades swayed. The setting sun illuminated the wall, blood red. Separated by a table, the Supreme King and the Duke of Star Lake faced each other in silence. Everyone else went silent like cicadas in the winter. Amidst their fear and nervousness, they waited for this strange and fragile silence. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, King Kessel's deep and forbearing voice slowly rang in the room. "Why? Why?" The king's words were calm and slow, but contained an unbearable weight. The young duke's low laughter responded to him. Thales rested his forehead on the hilt of the load-bearing sword, exhaled, and stopped laughing. "Shouldn't you have expected this to happen? After you summoned me to the palace to have an audience with you, and after you raided Mindy's hall," Thales raised his head, his eyes like lightning. "Your Majesty." The prince's reply was light and indifferent, but it made many people who had been tense for a long time inexplicably heave a sigh of relief. The king stared at his son, the blue ocean in his eyes regaining its incomprehensible depth. He did not think for long before he snorted and turned his head, as if the person in the seat opposite him was not worthy of his attention. "Adrian, Marico." The chief guard captain and the second vanguard bowed and pressed their hands on their chests. "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty." King Kessel picked up the letter on the table and began to read. "The Duke of Star Lake is overtired and mentally unstable." The king's casual words instantly made everyone's expressions change. Even Thales frowned slightly. "Let the royal guards escort him back to Mindy's hall to recuperate. Keep a low profile. The imperial conference continues." Marico gladly accepted the order, and before he could wave his hand, one or two of the more daring and disgruntled guards had already stepped forward. Gilbert's face turned pale with fright. "Your Majesty." "No." Even Prime Minister Cullen frowned. "Your Majesty, will you reconsider?" The people from Mindy's hall outside the door were just as anxious, but Waya and Ralph, who were the first to move, already had a few swords pressed against their necks. Glover was pinned to the ground by a few of his comrades from the Vanguard Division, and he could not even breathe. Doyle, who was yelling loudly, had his mouth and nose covered. He could only shout, "No." The battle-hardened Cohen used the black horse as a barrier and struggled back and forth, causing the royal guards to panic. But at some point, a scar-faced man from Ballard Room appeared behind him. He said something, but the ferocious man suddenly froze. Then, the scar-faced man struck the back of Cohen's head, causing him to fall to the ground. The restless Jenny bared her teeth fiercely, but an experienced old guard lit a burning torch and pressed it in front of her. The big black horse whimpered and immediately became obedient to protect itself. Thales looked away from the corner of his eye. He knew that he had no backup, even though they were muddle-headed when they entered the palace. "But Your Majesty." Adrian, the captain of the guards, raised his hand to placate Marico, who was about to make a move, and said tentatively, "From here to Mindy's hall, Fabio Adrian." The king was so absorbed in reading the letter that he did not even raise his head. When his full name was called, Lord Adrian immediately lowered his head and shut his mouth. I've been lenient enough today. No matter who it is. Even though he was speaking to the captain of the guards, everyone present, including Gilbert, the vassals, and the guards felt their hearts tremble. Don't test my patience. At this moment. Dang! A sharp sound rose, and the group was shocked. They turned their heads around simultaneously. Thales held the hilt upside down and smashed the tip of the load-bearer against the floor tiles of Ballard Room to check the quality of the ancient empire's sword. Clang, clang, clang. In front of everyone, Thales ignored the gasps. With the help of the sin of Hell's River, he lifted the load-bearing person onto his shoulders and clicked his tongue in amazement. The guards closest to the youth were about to step forward, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but stop. Bearers. As expected of the blockhead's family heirloom sword. Not only was its quality up to standard, it was also very heavy. Just maintaining this posture without collapsing had used up a lot of his strength. Not to mention, he also had to prevent the blade from accidentally injuring him when it was right in front of him. It was just like his title. I keep thinking that this room is too monotonous. Feeling the cold blade on his shoulders, the prince raised his head and faced the tense people with a cheerful attitude. Maybe I should hang one more painting, such as. Thales narrowed his eyes, and his tone instantly became serious. Ascension King's sacrifice? At that moment, many people could not help but hold their breaths. Thales saw their reactions and smiled coldly. He became even more unruly and unruly. Or, the Iron Hand King kills his son. Kills his son. The group was first stunned, then they looked at the king nervously. Stop fooling around, Your Highness. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Gilbert spoke sternly. He had always been polite to the prince, and his face was filled with pain. He called Thales by his name. Thales. But Thales only returned him a smile and said nothing. Only the setting sun shone on his collar, casting a bright red hue. Faced with the prince's response, Lord Adrian sighed helplessly and looked at the king again. At the end of the long table, the Iron Hand King seemed to come back to his senses and slowly looked up from the letter. This is the kingdom's imperial conference. He glanced sideways at his son and snorted without a care. I don't have time to listen to an aggrieved brat cry his heart out. The vassals looked at each other. King Kessel's tone suddenly turned cold. If he wants to commit suicide, let him be. Let him be. In the midst of his shock, Thales could not help but clench his teeth. Jade Star does not need idiots. The Iron Hand King lowered his head and returned his gaze to the letter. Or cowards. Everyone's gaze returned to the Duke of Star Lake. The vassals nervously paid attention to his gaze and words, while the guards stared at his movements and the tip of his sword. Thales felt a chill in his heart. At that moment it was as if he had returned to Dragon Cloud City and the Hall of Heroes in Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago. At that time, the born king and the 5 archdukes' gazes were the same as now. Like thousands of sharp arrows, they shot towards the sword in his hand that was too heavy to hold. They were waiting. Waiting for him to commit suicide. Or surrender. It had been 6 years. Nothing had changed. Except for one thing. Thales' gaze became determined. The sin of Hell's River gathered like a trickle, helping him to grip the bearer on his shoulder. The sword in his hand was no longer unbearably heavy. Then you must be an idiot and a coward, father. Thales spoke calmly, but his words were as sharp as a knife. Or, you don't want to be a Jade Star again? Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, the content insulting the king was met with a dead silence before it caused an uproar. The king did not move. Only his eyes emitted a cold light. It had been 18 years since Kessel Jade Star was crowned king after the Bloody Year. During the era of the Iron Hand King's rule, the last time someone directly contradicted or even insulted the Supreme King was during the National Conference 6 years ago. The Duke who committed treason and spoke rudely was already in prison. He was destined to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Many people who hoped that the situation would calm down had their hopes dashed. They could not help but sigh in pain. The royal guards' gazes were solemn. They pressed on their weapons and nodded to each other as a final confirmation. Your Highness. Gilbert's face was ashen. He closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. But unexpectedly, the king moved slightly and put down the letter. Oh. King Kessel's questioning voice rose, stopping a few guards who were prepared to launch a sneak attack from behind. The king stared at the prince for a very, very long time. But this time, there was something else in Kessel's gaze. Why? Even though it was just a word that came out of nowhere, Thales knew what he wanted to ask. It was like a telepathic connection unique to Jadestar's. You know why? Thales tapped the ridge of the sword and said calmly, regardless of the reason, if the heir to the throne dies in Renaissance Palace, your rule will suffer an unprecedented destructive blow. The same goes for Constellation. The heir to the throne. Die in Renaissance Palace. With just a few words, the vassals in front of the king frowned, their hearts filled with countless schemes. King Kessel continued to stare at Thales, his eyes slowly widening. Father, if you force me to my death here, you will be destroying your own path and digging your own grave. Of course, Thales shrugged, relaxed and content. If you want to commit suicide, it's up to you. In that second, the Iron Hand King's gaze was cold. But Thales did not avoid it. His gaze met the king's. Anyway, Jadestar does not need an idiot. Or a coward. Thales' voice faded away. At that moment, everyone present stared at their prince in shock. Lord Adrian pressed his forehead helplessly and painfully. There was nothing more horrifying than a father-son conversation. The temperature in Ballard Chamber returned to its lowest point. A few seconds later, King Kessel laughed. He sneered. Too late. He leaned forward slightly and appeared from the shadows, allowing the setting sun to carve out the outline of his determination. Too late. The Iron Hand King's laughter stopped abruptly. From the moment the heir to the throne trespassed into the Forbidden Palace with the intention of rebelling. Upon hearing the word rebellion, several ministers turned their heads in disbelief. The rule of the kingdom has been severely damaged and irreparable. Thales' face darkened. Gilbert covered his face in pain, the Prime Minister pinched the bridge of his nose in pain, and Vice Bishop Guy closed his eyes in a prayer posture. It is because of your short-sightedness and foolishness, child. King Kessel said faintly. Your threats and bargaining chips are no longer worth a dime. Thales exhaled, closed his eyes and lowered his head. That's right. Kessel had not changed. He still had this personality, exactly the same as when Thales first met him. He would not compromise. He would not give in. He would not retreat. He could only become more determined and decisive. The sunlight disappeared from the prince's hair. The hilt of the load-bearer's sword dropped and rested on his knees. Kessel snorted coldly and turned to the others. What are you waiting for? But in the next second, before the royal guards could react, Thales suddenly opened his eyes. Then why? Why do you still say that I am insane? The Duke of Star Lake's voice rang loudly, echoing inside and outside Ballard Room. Why do you still want to drag me back to Mindy's Hall? Since it is irreparable, why don't you just give the order to kill me on the spot? Thales gripped the load-bearer tightly and sat up straight again. He faced his opponent. King Kessel snorted coldly and reacted just as quickly. Are you so sure that I do not dare? Of course you dare. The prince replied sternly. You can kill me here, secretly send my corpse out of the palace, then announce that Prince Thales died of an acute illness and passed away in Mindy's Hall, just like the former Fog King Mindy's the First. Fog King. No. Gilbert realized the worst outcome, and his face turned pale. The Iron Hand King's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing straight at Thales. But Thales did not wait for the other to reply and stood up with a bang. But the premise is, amidst the sounds of unsheathing and shouts, the prince held his sword with one hand and pressed the other against the table. He shouted angrily, everyone who witnessed the king killing his son, be it the ministers or the guards, must keep their mouths sealed for years, decades, or even a lifetime. Even if you have to kill them. At that moment, Viscount Kenny, Lord Croppen, Advisor Sauter, the ministers looked at each other in disbelief. Ah! Chief Kirkirk reacted quickly. He pressed a hand to his eyes and said with a trembling voice, that, I am only here for a meeting, I didn't see anything today. But before he could finish, Duke Cullen stopped the Chief of Finance like a lion. Shut up, Kirkirk. The Chief of Finance was about to say something when Sauter swiftly pulled him to his side and sealed his mouth. Lord Adrian hurriedly made hand gestures, trying his best to appease the defense line that was on the verge of losing control due to the sudden turn of events. The atmosphere was extremely tense. That's the only way. But Thales did not care about anything else. He only stared at the king in front of him, gritted his teeth and panted. You won't leak the news, repeat the evil example of the Ascension King's son, endanger the authority of the royal family, and threaten your rule. But he had obviously miscalculated. The Ascension King? Evil example? On the throne, King Kessel laughed angrily. If we can recreate Alan I's greatness, why not sacrifice a prince? As soon as these words came out, the ministers and guards were shocked again. Thales frowned hard and gritted his teeth. No one knew that his shoulder was starting to go numb from the pressure of Cohen's Duanmu sword. The sin of Hell's river surged into his veins, soothing his pain, but tightening his nerves. Compared to his many enemies, King Nuvan, King Chapman, Zayn, Fakenhaz, Asda, Giza, the ugly-faced woman, Stake, the Iron Hand King might not be the strongest, the strangest, or the scariest. But he was definitely the toughest. Impervious to the slightest threat. Fearless of the worst outcome. Not hesitant to perish together. Compared to him, Roman Williams, with his skull on his shoulders, was simply the most gentle, considerate, and easygoing person in the world. Your Highness. Your Majesty. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, the host of the Imperial Conference, Prime Minister Cullen, had to speak up to ease the situation. We are both Jade Stars, and we are father and son. The old Duke sighed. At this moment, he spoke earnestly. Is there a need for this? We are both Jade Stars. We are both father and son. These words made Thales clench his fists and size up the Iron Hand King's sharp face again. But at the same time, what echoed in his ears was the desolate question of the traitor Samuel in the prison of bones. Is it a son killing his father, or a brother killing his brother? A son killing his father. The sin of Hell's river began to roar like a fierce beast, tearing at the cage that trapped him. Thales stared at the Iron Hand King's neck expressionlessly. He could not help but think of the night of dragon's blood, when the born king's head fell to the ground. Reality told him that the king's head was nothing special. Like an ordinary person, it would make a sound, roll, and bleed when it fell to the ground. Like a hollow, rotten watermelon. Thales tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword again. Stay in your seat, Bob, Kessel said coldly, rejecting the Prime Minister. Since it's a family matter, outsiders have no right to butt in. These words were blunt, vulgar, and merciless. The senior and respected Cullen's expression immediately turned sour. No one else dared to interrupt. Family matter. Thales snorted and tried hard to get rid of it. Yes, such as domestic violence. Thales lowered his voice and said coldly, if you don't kill, no one will listen. Perhaps because his tone was completely different this time, the king's gaze paused. On the other side, Advisor Sauter thought of something and could not help but sigh. You remind me of His Highness Horace, Duke Thales. Lord Adrian frowned. For the first time, he put his hands behind his back and gave a secret order to the guards. Horace. Horace? The king sneered. He's still a long way off. The next moment, Kessel V did not give him a chance. The farce is over, child. You have 10 seconds to put down your weapon. The Iron Hand King's smile faded and he raised his hand coldly at the royal guards. Or your head will fall to the ground. The sin of Hell's river boiled restlessly. Hell's senses were activated naturally, allowing Thales to hear the shuffling of footsteps and clothes as countless guards quietly surrounded him. Put down your weapon, or your head will fall to the ground. 10 seconds. All of this in exchange for his 10 seconds. The sin of Hell's river surged uncontrollably. Thales stared hard into King Kessel's eyes and resisted the urge to leap up and swing his sword. He knew that King Kessel was serious. But it was a pity. So was he. I know, father. Thales' expression was grim and his tone was cold, just like his opponent. You disdain compromise and never show weakness. You still want to solve the problem as resolutely and decisively as before. Thales knocked on the spine of the load-bearer's sword and was greeted with a dull metallic sound. But in the end, you're not doing this willingly. The young man forgot the different looks of the courtiers, forgot the footsteps of the guards following the king's gesture, and even forgot the heavy sword on his neck. He only had eyes for the end of the long table, for the opponent he could not choose and could only face. The sin of Hell's river kept surging. You don't want to lose the entire game because of one chess piece. Thales looked deeply at King Kessel and moved the blade in his hand an inch closer to his neck. The entire game? The Iron Hand King sneered. 10 seconds are up, and you're not as important as you think, child. Then the same goes for you, father. Unexpectedly, Thales shouted. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and placed the blade horizontally in front of his throat. The sin of Hell's river surged wildly. Compared to a kingdom of 680 years and an empire of 2,000 years, you and I are nothing. Thales glared angrily. His abdomen pressed against the table and his body leaned forward to the limit. The heavy sword on his shoulder trembled due to the lack of strength. Just a speck of dust. The sin of Hell's river roared, unwilling and indignant. King Kessel sneered and raised his hand to swing down. Unless, father, Thales gritted his teeth, ignoring the stinging pain in his neck. He felt that everything around him except for the pair of blue eyes had become dazed. We were born for constellation. Born for constellation. The Iron Hand King's expression changed. His hand gesture stopped in mid-air, motionless. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Stop. Retreat. 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 Lord Adrian spoke hurriedly, stopping a few royal guards who could not restrain themselves and wanted to make the first move before His Majesty gave the order. Well, Viscount Kenny took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to smooth things over. Why don't we? But Prime Minister Cullen's large palm hit him hard on the shoulder. The Minister of Trade's sincere words were smashed back into his stomach. The Duke of Eastern Sea was expressionless. He just put his index finger to his lips. Accustomed to all sorts of situations, he knew that this was a conversation that only Jadestar could participate in, a language that only the royal family could understand. The silent oppression lasted for a long time. Until the king's voice came faintly. What are you going to do? His voice was like fine sand, and his words were like a blade hidden in a sheath. Thales took a deep breath and smiled. At this moment, his tone was relieved and relaxed. A quarter of an hour. The prince said absent-mindedly, Constellation, the entire kingdom, all we need is for us to be alone, a quarter of an hour. Gilbert's eyes widened. A few drops of scarlet blood seeped out from between Thales' sword and his collar and fell onto the meeting table. King Kessel did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the blood on the meeting table. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, the king slowly put down his left hand that was poised to strike. Instead, his right hand clenched into a fist and slammed it on the table. Everyone. King Kessel's voice was cold and stern. Stand down. As soon as he said this, the crowd burst into an uproar. Only Thales exhaled fiercely when he heard that. Damn it. The sin of Hell's river subsided unwillingly. The prince took a few deep breaths. He fell back into his seat and put the load-bearing sword down between his knees. Only then did he realize that although winter had arrived, the hilt of the sword in his palm was already soaked in sweat. At this moment. No, Mariko. At that moment, the sin of Hell's river in Thales's body suddenly woke up and roared violently. Oh no. Thales subconsciously wanted to raise his sword. But he was too late. Just like Adrian's exclamation. Thud. Thales only saw a shadow flash before his eyes. His chin hurt and he immediately saw stars. Bang! There was another muffled sound. Thales felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and all his resistance was drained from his body. Asterisk clang. Asterisk under everyone's astonished gazes, the load-bearing sword fell to the ground and swayed endlessly. 3 seconds later, the dizzy Thales opened his eyes and panted in pain. The rebellion is over, Your Highness. The second vanguard of the royal guards, Mariko, pressed him firmly to the ground. His arms were locked under his armpits, and his knees were pressed against his neck, making it difficult for the prince to breathe and make a sound. This punch is for our brothers who guard the palace gate. The vanguard looked at the blood at the corner of the prince's mouth, and furiously retracted his fist before spitting to the side. Brat. Chapter 617. Damn it. This was Thales's first thought. Half of his face was pressed against the cold stone floor, and he could feel the dust and pain. From the moment the prince entered the room to force the emperor to abdicate and raise his sword against his neck, to the moment he was careless and was captured, the situation had changed in the blink of an eye, beyond imagination. The entire Ballard room was so shocked that they didn't even have time to react. Mariko, the center of attention, tightened his grip on Thales's twisted arm. He took a deep breath and reported to King Kessel with a face full of excitement. Your Majesty, the intruder has been captured. King Kessel did not reply immediately. He only stared deeply at Thales on the ground. His face was as dark as the sea. No one knew what he was thinking. The royal guards were about to swarm forward, but Captain Adrian, who was frowning, raised his hand in a timely manner and stopped them 5 steps away. Many people finally reacted and heaved a sigh of relief. Is it over? Sauter stared blankly at the immobilized prince. Gilbert did not say a word. His face was dejected, and his eyes were red. Prime Minister Cullen remained silent as well, lowering his head in deep thought. My God, thank sunset, I knew it. Majordomo Kirkirk struggled free of Saldus' hand that was covering his mouth. He was still in a state of shock. Finally, the atmosphere in Ballard was no longer as oppressive as before. But Mariko keenly noticed that his superior, Adrian, who was standing beside His Majesty, had a serious look on his face as he shook his head at him. The king's voice rang out, silencing the room once again. By the looks of it. Kessel stared at Thales, who had slipped and been captured, and he seemed to be deep in thought. It won't be that easy for you to commit suicide. Child. Everyone had different moods, and their gazes all turned to the young captive on the ground. Of course. Thales tried his best to resist Mariko's suppression. He sucked in a mouthful of air between the dust and the ground and gritted his teeth. Stop wasting time. Vanguard Mariko, who was riding on him, snorted disdainfully. Seeing that the Duke of Star Lake remained defiant and unruly despite his defeat, whispers broke out in Ballard Room. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. The sharp glint in his eyes almost tore Thales apart. Beside the meeting table, Gilbert, who had witnessed the entire process, heaved a long sigh and slowly stood up. Your Majesty, as you said. The Foreign Affairs Minister was in a daze and did not look at Thales on the ground. Prince Thales is overtired. He indeed needs rest. Kirkirk rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, why don't we call it a day? If there is a need, Your Majesty, Archdeacon Stylianides sighed and said, the Sunset Church can confess the lost prince and redeem himself, no. Viscount Kenny frowned and looked at his colleagues. Everyone, today's matter concerns the stability of the kingdom. Please keep your mouth shut, the officials were all talking at once, and the meeting room became lively again. Silence. At this moment, Prime Minister Cullens suddenly shouted. The entire Ballard room fell silent. It's a royal household affair. Out of character, the Duke of Eastern Sea turned to the king in a calm and unquestionable manner. His Majesty has his own decision. Everyone looked at the end of the long table again. But King Kessel did not react. Half of his body was in the shadow of the throne, and only his head and chest were exposed to the light of the fire, which made his eyes flicker. The king's silence seemed to have a magical power as it gradually infected the entire meeting room. From the ministers to the guards, everyone could not help but fall silent. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Except for one person. Please, father. Even though the rebellion had failed, Thales's laughter was still unrestrained and piercing outside Ballard room. When the time comes, do you choose to be a stupid idiot, or a suicidal coward? King Kessel's gaze grew sharper. Vanguard Mariko's expression turned cold. He exerted force on his knee and cut off Thales's words with a hiss of pain. At this moment. Mariko. King Kessel's voice sounded faintly. Let him go. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Yes, Mariko first accepted the order excitedly, then reacted and looked up in shock. Your Majesty. What did you say? He was not the only one who had this question. But Prime Minister Cullens' expression was thoughtful, Gilbert's eyes lit up with hope, and more people had doubts and fear. Only one person was not surprised. On the ground, at an invisible angle, Thales endured the pain and curled the corners of his mouth. I said, King Kessel snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but it made everyone subconsciously quiet down. Jade Star has made a promise. The Iron Hand King gazed deeply at his unfilial son. As you wish, child. Let's talk. As the king's voice faded, there was a moment of silence in Ballard room. Many people exchanged looks of bewilderment. Mariko took a deep breath, violently pulled Thales up from the ground, and pressed him heavily against the table, causing the latter to groan in pain. Your Majesty, Prince Thales is plotting a rebellion. Once he escapes, he may harm you. He was not the only one worried. The ministers in front of the king spoke at once. Alone? Advisor Sauter looked at the load-bearer's sword that had long been confiscated by the royal guards. But Your Majesty, at least let Adrian be present to protect. Well, if we want to interrogate him, we can find a cell, the kind with bars. This was the shaken Chief Kirkirk. What about the Secret Intelligence Department? Let them handle it. No, today's matter is not to be leaked. Bang. There was a dull thud. It was King Kessel's heavy punch on the table. The teacups on the table rattled noisily. Everyone was shocked. The ministers and guards came to their senses. They lowered their heads and waited nervously for the king's reprimand. The room was instantly silent. But the Iron Hand King said nothing. He merely lowered his eyes and maintained his silence, calm and steady, like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey. A full 10 seconds. During this time, everyone lowered their heads and dared not breathe too loudly. Thales was still pinned against the table. He panted as he waited for the oppressive silence. Finally, Lord Adrian, who was closest to the king, sighed and took a step forward. His Majesty has made a decision. Royal guards, everyone, leave the room immediately. When the guards heard this order, they looked at each other in dismay. Sir. Mariko looked up hurriedly. We can't take the risk. The Emperor's Praetorian Guards. Guard Captain Adrian's expression changed, and he yelled, Why do you wave your sword? As soon as he said this, all the royal guards, including Mariko, were shocked. The king did not say a word and watched the scene coldly from the sidelines. Mariko glanced at Thales, who was pinned down by him, and swallowed with difficulty. This sword is only swung for the Emperor. It has no other use. Adrian nodded expressionlessly and did not say anything else. Seeing this, the ministers whispered to each other, but the guards looked solemn. The next moment, Thales felt his arm loosen. The pain, restraint, and weight on his body disappeared. By His Majesty's order, Your Highness. Vanguard Mariko took a step back and stared at the teenager on the table with vigilance and indignation. He gritted his teeth but was polite. Please rise. Thales groaned and propped himself up from the table in pain. F***ck, he spat out a mouthful of blood, panted, kicked a chair away, and sat down heavily. Seeing that Thales had escaped, the expressions of the ministers changed slightly. The guards subconsciously put their hands on their weapons, but under Adrian's stern gaze, no one dared to act rashly. With a cold expression, Mariko bowed in the direction of the king and the commander, then turned around and arranged for the royal guards to leave the room in an orderly manner. My lords, the kitchen is ready for dinner, Lord Adrian said again, attracting the attention of the courtiers. Please. The guard captain raised his hand towards the door, his face beaming with joy and respect. It was as if this was just an ordinary court meal. From Gilbert to Sauter, from Kirkuk to Kenny, the ministers looked at each other. They looked troubled, doubtful, or worried, but none of them moved. King Kessel's gaze gradually turned cold. Just in time, I've been hungry for a long time. Let's eat, let's eat. Duke Cullen's cheerful voice rang out just in time to break the tension and awkwardness. The Prime Minister stood up excitedly and stuck out his belly. At that moment, he seemed to have reverted to the charmingly naive, pot-bellied Duke. Although Renaissance palaces' dishes are famous for being shabby and inflexible, and they never change, just as they were about to reach the door, Prime Minister Cullen paused and turned around to give Thales a deep look. But I think, there might be a surprise for this meal? There was a hidden meaning in his words, but no one dared to respond. Only the Iron Hand King snorted coldly. The Prime Minister chuckled, squeezed through the line of guards, and disappeared outside the door. Kirkuk, who had been fidgeting for a long time, looked left and right, shrugged with an awkward smile, and quickly caught up with the Prime Minister. With Kirkuk and Cullen as precedents and the king's resolute attitude, the other ministers, despite their doubts and worries, did not delay. One by one, they filed out of the room. Your Majesty, if you need anything, Sauter said solemnly before he left, I'll be next door, waiting to be summoned. King Kessel seemed to come back to life and nodded imperceptibly at the military advisor. Don't worry, Sir Sauter. Thales tapped the arm of his chair and looked tiredly at King Kessel. I'll take good care of him for you. This will be a frank, sincere, cordial and friendly conversation. The teenager narrowed his eyes. Father and son. King and prince. Jade Star and Jade Star. Thales snorted softly. Isn't that so? King Kessel did not respond, but his gaze deepened. Sauter frowned and turned around decisively. Gilbert was the last minister to leave. He looked hesitant and hesitated, but in the end, he could not help but turn around. Your Majesty, even if the knot in your heart is difficult to resolve, please consider the fact that you are related by blood, and that His Highness is still young. King Kessel's gaze, sharp as a sword, turned and landed on the Foreign Affairs Minister. Gilbert paused for a moment. But Thales' voice rang out again. Thank you, Gilbert. With his back to Gilbert, Thales smiled and said in an unquestionable tone, but according to the standards of the age of the Empire, I am already an adult. Gilbert was startled. Thales turned around and flashed him a bright smile. I can already wield a sword and fight, marry a wife and have children. King Kessel did not move, but Gilbert's gaze was complicated. The Foreign Affairs Minister sighed and said nothing else. He staggered away with his colleagues. Seeing that all the important figures had left, Adrian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Mariko led the last few royal guards out of Ballard Room while keeping an eye on Thales. Be careful, Vanguard. Thales' sudden voice caused Mariko, who was holding the bearer, to stop in his tracks. That sword is the heirloom of the Caribbean family. The prince turned his head. It's very heavy. Mariko took a deep breath. But before he could reply, Adrian had already spoken. The sword may be heavy. The chief guard captain came forward and tidied up Thales's messy clothes. He did not forget to tear off some clothes and bandage the wound on Thales's neck and shoulder. But it is our duty to carry the burden for the royal family. Looking at Adrian, who was bandaging his wound, Thales's tone became much better. Thank you, Lord Adrian. Please apologize to the guards at the palace gate on my behalf. They do not need to apologize. Adrian interrupted the prince. His attitude was still gentle, but his gaze was different. What awaits them is the examination of the flag bearer, the sentencing of the penal officer, and a lifetime record of dereliction of duty. Thales froze when he heard that. His tone became gloomy. I am sorry. Lord Adrian smiled slightly, treated the prince's wound, and patted him on the shoulder. I have already said, Your Highness. The chief guard captain nodded slightly. It is our duty to carry the burden for the royal family. Mariko, who was behind him, snorted angrily. He pushed the bearer heavily against the ground and turned to leave. As Adrian was the last to leave, the door of Ballard Room closed with a bang. Only the king and the prince were left. They sat on opposite sides of the meeting table, facing each other under the illumination of the setting sun. Ballard Room was not large. It was crowded and lively when the imperial conference was held. But now that there were only 2 people left, it gave off a frightening feeling of loneliness. Speak. King Kessel did not waste any time. His cold words rang from the other end of the meeting table, as if separated by mountains and seas. How do you live for constellation? Thales did not answer immediately. He first touched the corner of his mouth, which was gradually becoming red and swollen. He cursed Mariko's old fist in his heart, then patted the seat under his butt and sighed with emotion. He finally sat down. After all, he had risked his life to get this seat. And it was not Gilbert who gave it up for him. And now, his battle was just about to begin. If you want to fight, be fully armed. As he thought of this, Thales raised his head and gave his opponent the most sincere smile. Oh, I thought you didn't understand. The second prince picked up a teacup on the table. He did not care who had used it before, and drank the rest of the tea in one gulp. Or you simply understood, but pretended not to know. Jade Star? Hearing this surname, King Kessel moved slightly. Thales finished his tea and tossed the expensive teacup behind him. Crack. The king looked at the prince's rude and undisguised actions. His gaze turned slightly cold. Seeing his father's gaze, Thales wiped the tea stain from the corner of his mouth and snorted. All right, for the sake of this teacup, Baron Quinton would definitely criticize him in a sarcastic manner again. But, who cares? I say, why don't you step down as well? Thales suddenly turned his head and looked at the void around him. Yodel? Hearing this name, King Kessel narrowed his eyes. But Ballard Room was silent. There was no response except for the flickering firelight. Instead, King Kessel snorted coldly and looked at his son thoughtfully. Thales did not wait for an answer, so he scratched his forehead and laughed self-deprecatingly. I thought he was here. King Kessel snorted coldly without mercy. Following Constellation's tradition, if a member of the royal family makes a mistake, the Iron Hand King's eyes were as sharp as blades, pinning him firmly to his seat. Their punishment will be personally carried out by the chief penal officer of the royal guards, from flogging to hanging. Penal officer. Personally carried out. Recalling the scene of Mallow's whipping Glover and Doyle, Thales was silent. Therefore, this position tends to favor those who scrupulously abide by the law, are impartial, and do not fear the powerful. King Kessel had no intention of waiting for Thales to answer. There was a hint of threat in his gaze. Based on what happened today, the second vanguard, Merrick, is a good candidate. Merrick. Candidate for penal officer. Thales recalled Merrick's glare at him before he left. Feeling the pain in his chin and lower abdomen, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He said with a headache, yes, Vanguard Mariko is quite good. Even Cohen and Glover together couldn't take him down. Of course, these 2 big guys don't cooperate at all, and they get in each other's way, no matter what you're going to say next. King Kessel interrupted him coldly. Your foolish actions tonight have made the situation extremely ugly. The worst consequences have already occurred. Irreversible. King Kessel's gaze swept across him like a sword. The same goes for punishment. Including you and all those who followed you in your foolish actions. Punishment. Him. And the people who followed him. Wyatt, Ralph, Cohen, Glover, Doyle. When he recalled these people who followed him into Renaissance Palace in a muddle-headed manner, the corners of Thales' lips curled up. Just like 6 years ago, when they followed him into Heroic Spirit Palace, didn't they? The teenager exhaled and leaned against the back of the chair. All right, I admit, now it seems that my actions were a little hasty, as well as risky. Thales shrugged and accidentally affected his injury. He could not help but grimace. I'll pay attention next time. Unfortunately, his father's face was still cold, and he had no intention of cheering for his joke. It seems that you have learned nothing in the Secret Intelligence Department. Still impulsive, stupid, ridiculous, lame. King Kessel used 4 adjectives to complete this sentence. Thales pursed his lips and nodded politely. Impulsive, stupid, ridiculous, lame. And do you know how many important things you've delayed on this occasion and at this time? I know. Thales answered quickly. But I also know, he collected himself, returned to his battlefield, and looked up at the king. As we speak, there are still people in the kingdom who are waiting, anxious, and dying in despair. Thales' expression became serious. There are even more people who do not know what kind of fate awaits them. He met his father's gaze. So I had to come. Had to come? The Iron Hand King sneered, but there was no smile in his eyes. I didn't bring the crown, but I brought the head. The king's voice turned cold. Why, do you want to come and get it? The setting sun just fell outside the window. Kessel V's figure was dark and blurry in the scarlet light. Thales smiled. He didn't bring the crown. But he brought the head. After King Nuvan's death, the blood-stained dragon-scale crown flashed before his eyes. The next moment, the sin of Hell's river surged in his veins. The prince's expression turned cold. His figure flashed and he pounced on the king. Swoosh! As the chair rubbed against the ground, Thales' expression was resolute. He leaned forward from his seat and suddenly extended his palm towards King Kessel opposite him. The Iron Hand King did not move. He was not surprised. He just stared coldly at the approaching Thales. Smack! With a muffled sound, Ballard Room returned to peace. The setting sun and firelight reflected Thales' figure in a bloody red light. His palm stopped above the meeting table, but was firmly restrained and could not move an inch. He was only a few feet away from King Kessel. The light flickered, causing the shadows to tremble, feeling the belated strong wind. I say, you're really here. Thales was expressionless. He did not even look at the mysterious figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Yodel. Yodel Kato, the masked protector he was all too familiar with, was kneeling on one knee on the meeting table. He held Thales' wrist tightly and protected the king behind him. Yodel did not answer. His mask was thick and rigid. His gloves were cold as ice. His movements were steady as usual. Thales looked at the place where his palm was inside. What a pity. Just a little more. The masked protector lowered his head slightly. On the table in front of the king, under Thales' fingers, lay a crumpled letter. On the cover, the iris-shaped wax was beautiful and exquisite. Yodel was momentarily stunned. He raised his head. The deep holes on the purple mask met Thales' eyes. Let him go, the king's voice rang coldly. Thales curled his lips. He looked at the masked protector and raised his eyebrows. I think he's talking about you. Yodel was silent for a moment. In the next second, the air in front of Thales rippled and stirred up ripples. Yodel's figure became blurry. Faced with this familiar scene, Thales just stared at the mask, as if he could stare through it and stare straight into the other pair of eyes behind it. Soon, Thales felt his wrist loosen. The ripples disappeared completely. Thales felt the lingering pain on his wrist. He sighed and chased the hint of melancholy out of his heart. Since he had already made his decision, he had no spare energy to reminisce about the past. The teenager reached out to grab the letter, retreated from the meeting table, and sat back in his seat. So, this is the letter But Leader was talking about. But Leader. King Kessel frowned. Thales explained absent-mindedly as he read the letter, "Oh, you know, the Secret Intelligence Department has a group called the Princes, but forget it, it's not important." Seeing that the Iron Hand King did not care, Thales shrugged. He hastily scanned the elegant and calm words on the letter and extracted the main points. TSK, paying taxes to serve, and supporting the budget of the regular army? Thales put down the letter, his eyes shining. Congratulations. I'm sure Lord Sauter is very happy, and Lord Kirkirk is also very satisfied. Your wish to expand the regular army has been fulfilled, and everyone is happy. King Kessel was silent for a while. You broke the ban and barged into the palace, the king said faintly after a few seconds. Treason of words and conspiracy of treason, is this what you're saying? Thales laughed. His laughter was so loud that it resounded throughout Ballard Room. But the king's expression remained indifferent, and he only looked at him coldly. Until Thales' smile faded and he said solemnly, "Then, where's the pit?" The Iron Hand King narrowed his eyes. His silhouette became brighter and clearer under the light, no longer a blurry shadow against the light. Where's the pit? Thales took a deep breath, leaned forward on the table, and raised the letter in his hand. I say, this petition is both flattering and self-justifying. Not only does it want to pay taxes, it also wants to abolish military service, and it doesn't even care about tarnishing its reputation in order to make a public appeal for the nobles in the country to follow suit. Other than that, the teenager narrowed his eyes. How many pits did Zayn Covendier leave for you? At that moment, King Kessel's pupils flickered slightly. How many traps? How many difficult problems? How many obstacles? How many flowery, beautiful words? How many of his smiling, sinister intentions, while you clenched your teeth in exasperation and could not do anything to him? King Kessel did not answer, but the atmosphere around him grew colder. Seeing the other party's reaction, Thales snorted and shook his head. He did not press for an answer, and just leaned back in his chair again. I know. Ever since he hired a vampire to assassinate me 6 years ago, and had to compensate you with a few crystal drop mineral deposits, your relationship with him has been pretty good. You and your subject get along well and cooperate at times. Or, a deal. But believe me, Father, Zayn and I, we are old acquaintances. Thales stared at the letter in his hand, his gaze gradually turning cold. Better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. Compared to allies, enemies know each other better. The king looked at him carefully and was silent for a few seconds before he snorted. Interesting, you know Jade City? Thales looked up and shook his head decisively. No, I know nothing. King Kessel frowned. But I know that Zayn is not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Zayn's image appeared in front of him, leaving Thales in a daze. He prides himself on being virtuous, but he is good at scheming, and never makes a losing deal. He puts on airs in front of others, but seeks revenge for the smallest grievance behind their backs. He is an exquisite and troublesome egotistical bastard. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at the king seriously. He will not accidentally lose a weapon at a banquet, or rather, he will not work himself to the bone for you and dedicate himself to a small matter like murdering the Prince of Constellation. The teenager's voice trailed off, but King Kessel's expression remained unchanged, cold as ever. It was as if he did not hear the sarcasm in his words. That's it? The king said flatly, nothing else? Thales smiled. He observed King Kessel's reaction and found that, as usual, he he could not sense the subtle changes in the other party's expression and movements. Even with Hell's senses, he could only see an iron wall and a cloud of fog. But so what? Of course, you know all this very well. You also know him and understand him, Thales said with certainty. You already knew. Even though you foresaw all kinds of unfavorable situations, knew that Zayn was not easy to deal with, knew that he would not go along with your wishes, the prince was resolute. But you still chose him. You still took the opportunity to blackmail him, threatened Jade City and South Coast Hill, and threatened him to solve the budget gap for the expansion of your regular army. Thales stared fixedly at King Kessel and suddenly had a realization. Nuven, Chapman, the Calamity, and now Kessel. Meet the enemy, observe the enemy, subdue the enemy. But it was another battle. King Kessel looked at him for a long time before he let out a faint, cold laugh. You're wasting my time, why? Thales suddenly spoke, interrupting the king. Why does it have to be South Coast? Thales leaned forward slowly and pushed the letter from Iris Flowers to the other party. He spoke softly. He said softly, why does it have to be Zayn who provides the budget for your army expansion? To make the call for you to reduce the conscription? To open the door for you to reform the military system? To pull the war chariot of the kingdom for you? The king's gaze shifted. Humph, King Kessel sneered. Because he bumped into the door, because he was stupid enough to reach out to Renaissance Palace. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. No. He opened his eyes gently. The reason it's South Coast is because of Zayn. Because you have no other choice. Thales stared fixedly at the Iron Hand King. And the reason you have no other choice, but Thales could not finish. Before your people suffer along with you. King Kessel looked annoyed and gradually lost his patience. Don't you have anything else to say? With a rumble, Thales stood up, gritted his teeth, and slammed the table. Bang! Because of Western Desert. Thales roared, interrupting the king's words. At that moment, the sin of Hell's river rolled over, helping Thales roar so loudly that it shook Ballard Room. Western Desert. The prince's voice was so loud that the candlelight flickered and the shadows trembled. Western Desert. Upon hearing this name, King Kessel's sharp gaze froze in midair. Your Majesty. Anxious knocks and questions came from outside the door. Your Majesty. What happened? Please answer me. But at that moment, both Thales and King Kessel in the room had no time or intention to pay attention to the voices outside the door. Their eyes met in the air, like two swords intertwining, sparks flying as they rubbed against each other. Because your first choice, your best choice, is the horse you've reserved to pull your chariot. Amid the rapid banging on the door, Thales enunciated each word clearly. He used all the strength in his body to force these words out of his mouth. It should have been Western Desert. Not South Coast. At that moment, his gaze turned into the sharpest blade, piercing Kessel's eyes. With a bang, the door opened. A group of royal guards led by the second vanguard, Mariko, rushed in anxiously. I knew there would be an accident. Protect His Majesty, take down the traitor, but in the next second, King Kessel, who was sitting on the throne, turned his head abruptly and roared, Get out. Mariko's words came to an abrupt halt. He looked at the unharmed but furious King Kessel and was suddenly at a loss. Your Majesty, I thought, but the Iron Hand King no longer paid attention to Mariko. He just frowned and stared at Thales. But Thales smiled. Father. The prince took a deep breath and became more certain of his guess. He could not help but smile. Why are you so angry? King Kessel restrained his anger, his breathing gradually stabilized, but his gaze grew colder. Step down, Vanguard Mariko. Thales returned to his seat, still having the time to reach out and tidy his collar. At this moment, although his face was covered in dust, he looked surprisingly elegant and calm. We are all decent people, not northern barbarians who would kill their brothers to usurp the throne or rebel against the king. Mariko gritted his teeth angrily. By the way, Your Excellency Vanguard. Thales's smile was bright and gentle. He clamped his right thumb and index finger into a right angle and playfully made a shooting gesture at Mariko. His Majesty thinks very highly of you. Mariko was taken aback. Captain Adrian's hand reached out from behind, pressed on the back of his shoulder, and pulled him away in an irrefutable manner. Only then did the dutiful Mariko realize that the Jade Star's conversation could not be understood with common sense. The door closed again. Only then did Thales notice that at some point, the sunset outside the window had completely disappeared. All that was left was the chill of the night. Why? The king's voice rang coldly. Although it was only a question, Thales knew what he wanted to ask, just like before. A few months ago, when I was still in the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City, worrying about how to escape back to the kingdom, Putray told me that behind the rescue plan, countless people in Constellation worked hard day and night. Thales' thoughts flew back to Dragon Cloud City. He said faintly, so I asked him. Was it worth it? Putray, King Kessel repeated the name, his eyes bright. Putray Nemain, he told you? But Thales ignored him. He was just immersed in his own past in a daze. The entire constellation mobilized, thousands of soldiers went deep into the desert, countless officials came one after another. You even handed over Blade Fang's camp, which was directly under the royal family, and let go of the western battlefront that you had controlled for many years. Such a big battle and sacrifice, just to welcome back an insignificant hostage prince who had been silent for 6 years in a foreign country. Thales sighed, returned to the present, and looked straight at the Iron Hand King. Was it worth it? Not a bad question. Kessel V stared at Thales coldly and disdainfully. But you have a terrible answer. A terrible answer. Thales snickered, looked at the ceiling, and shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Of course not. King Kessel did not speak. His silhouette flickered under the illumination of the everlasting lamp. Thales raised the letter in his hand. In 6 years, from the vampire to the banquet, I was murdered twice by Covendier. At that moment, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. One after the other, you did not forget to ask for compensation from iris flowers, and made a lot of money. You haggled over the smallest details, you were calculative, and you were shrewd and calculative, father. How could you be willing to mobilize the entire country, spend countless resources, and lose an important military town just to do a loss-making business in exchange for an impulsive, stupid, ridiculous, lame? Thales paused for a moment, and sarcastically spat out the last word. Son. When he heard Thales use his own words against him, Kessel snorted coldly, unbothered. What, are you here to complain to me? Son. Thales snorted softly and laughed self-deprecatingly. No, in fact, when I was in Western Desert, I vaguely knew that you had other motives for sending troops here. Thales' thoughts returned to the faraway Ghost Prince Tower. After experiencing the chaotic night in Blade Fang's camp and seeing the legendary Wing's untamed nature, I thought you wanted to use the opportunity of my return to the country to beat down those suzerains of Western Desert who dared to use me as a bargaining chip to demand Blade Fang's camp and the western front lines. To show your authority as a king and strike down the local forces of power. In the next moment, Thales' smile disappeared. But I was still too naive, too immature. The teenager stared at the king. Until today, until this imperial conference. Until this letter. Kessel V did not say a word under the dim firelight. But his gaze as he looked at Thales gradually changed. A few months ago, father, the reason why you gathered the royal regular army of an unprecedented scale and entered Western Desert to join forces with the local suzerains was because, Thales' eyes dimmed. It was not to intimidate Northland and bring back the prince, much less to recapture Blade Fang's camp and beat down the suzerains of Western Desert. It was for a higher, greater, and more shocking grand goal that could affect the future of the kingdom and even the world. At that moment, King Kessel's gaze sharpened like never before. Yes, I underestimated you. Thales took a deep breath, and with a stern expression, he called out the king's name. Kessel Jade Star. I also forgot that you are not a merchant in the marketplace, but the king of a country. Your thoughts and desires are not limited to a single item, not even a city or a place. The light flickered, and the shadows trembled. The Iron Hand King stared at his son from afar, like a falcon staring at its prey. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly, feeling an unprecedented weight and pressure. You should not be described as haggling over every penny, being calculative and shrewd, but as... Thales gritted his teeth and stared at the Iron Hand King in front of him as if he was looking at the most terrifying enemy in the world. Stubborn and obstinate. Insatiable greed. Bone-crushing and marrow-sucking. Kessel did not speak. Thales stared at his father, just as the other man's gaze was fixed on him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Now, yodel. Just when Thales thought he could no longer withstand the king's gaze, Kessel V's emotionless voice rose into the air. You may leave. Chapter 6:18. Thales subconsciously turned his head to look around, but the narrow Ballard room was still quiet. There was no movement at all. The sun had set, and the lights were faint. Only King Kessel's cold gaze pierced towards him from afar, like a knife to his throat. How nice. Thales sighed and gave up on trying to find Yodel. He's never been so obedient when we were outside. Thales narrowed his eyes and tried to adjust his mood, just like relaxing his muscles and joints before a big battle. But, are you sure he really left? But the Iron Hand King's answer was simple and direct, his tone cold and unhesitant. You have 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Thales was silent for a second. Clearly, this was not the time to talk about a father and son reunion. As he thought, he snorted and nodded. Not bad. You know, the Northland barbarians only gave me 2 minutes back then. Kessel V snorted coldly. And you've already wasted half of it. His tone made Thales feel pressured. Listening to Kessel's merciless words, Thales had no choice but to take a deep breath and brace himself. After all, he had already come so far and sacrificed so much. To come to the windmill that belonged to him. Wasn't it? At this thought, Thales put away his expression and put on a stern face. After last night's banquet, you extorted this petition from Little Flower, the Duke of Iris Flowers, forcing him to pay taxes as a substitute laborer, and calling for the rest of the country to follow suit. Thales leaned forward slightly and pressed the letter on the table. Now it seems that you did that to solve the problem of today's Imperial Conference. Lord Sauter wants to expand the regular army, and is in urgent need of money and reputation. King Kessel shifted his gaze to the petition, and did not say a word. That's why you and Advisor Sauter are echoing each other in Ballard Room today, Thales said coldly with a cold gaze. Or rather, it was the two of you who communicated with each other in advance. He charged in front, and you sat in the tent, coordinating with each other from inside and outside. But his words obviously did not have any effect. You must be a genius to have seen through the dark side of the kingdom, King Kessel mocked him expressionlessly, completely unaffected. Why didn't the other lords at the Imperial Conference think of this? Thales frowned slightly. Yes, this matter is very obvious. Perhaps even the Star Killer can see it. The ministers just don't want to expose it. Or, he didn't dare to say it out loud. In the next second, Thales' expression changed. But something isn't right. The youth picked up Zayan's letter and leaned forward. Timing. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. Thales fixed his gaze on him. Neither of them spoke. The flame of the everlasting lamp flickered, and the entire conference room was illuminated by ripples. Shadows flickered. It was as if he was at the bottom of the sea, enduring the surging undercurrents. An accident that happened last night has solved this morning's problem? Thales spoke slowly, his eyes never leaving the Iron Hand King's face. What a coincidence. King Kessel did not react, as if this was just a bunch of nonsense to him. Thales flung the letter in his hand and shook his head gently. But there are no coincidences in politics. You want it? Did you foresee and arrange the accident at the banquet in advance? Waiting for Zayn to come knocking on my door and offend me so that I can use him against me? Extortion. You want it? Did you improvise and force Zayn to write the petition on a whim after the accident at the banquet? Instructed Lord Sauter to propose it in front of the Emperor? Made a prompt decision and did it in one go. Ballard Room was silent for a moment. Self-righteous? Baseless assumptions. King Kessel appeared disdainful. The Secret Intelligence Department's evaluation of you is indeed correct. But Thales smiled lightly. He nodded. That's it. This letter? Whether it was premeditated or impromptu, I still feel that something is wrong. Thales' gaze froze. Until I obeyed your orders and went to the Secret Intelligence Department. At that moment, the Iron Hand King frowned slightly. Thales' speech sped up and became urgent. First of all, I confirmed that Anchor Biral's assault at the banquet was not instigated by anyone, at least not by you. The motionless King Kessel made Thales feel as if he was talking to a stone statue. But he knew that he was not. If I hadn't shouted in public, no one would have known that it was Zayn who brought the weapon. Putting the conflict between Biral and Doyle on the table is not beneficial to the kingdom's governance, nor is it in your interest. Thales shook his head and said with certainty, at least I can confirm one thing, the accident at the banquet was not part of your plan. King Kessel did not comment. He only added a few words softly. They're letting you meet the felon. The Secret Intelligence Department is too lenient with you. Thales smiled politely in response. Secondly, let me go to the Secret Intelligence Department to take a look at my mess, so that I'll be more obedient. The king snorted coldly. Obviously, you didn't learn anything. Thales adjusted his breathing and looked down at the cut on his left hand. He recalled what the Black Prophet had said in the interrogation room. What's important isn't what you do, whether you do it or not, or whether you do it right or wrong. It's just that you are there. It's your position and existence. Under the power of power, your position is different from others, and the gap is set. No matter what you do in the upper reaches of power, what's bound to happen will happen. Thales looked up. That's right. Sitting in this position, every move I make is of great significance and far-reaching. Whether it's because I don't like to drink, or only eat lettuce, or accept duels, or help the Northlanders smuggle. Whatever is good at the top is bad at the bottom. I should see, know, and be responsible for the consequences of my actions. Very well, King Kessel said with a light snort. Then have you thought about how you're going to be responsible for the prince's rebellion? But in the next second, Thales' expression turned serious and he changed the topic. But what's bound to happen will happen. Thales paused for a moment and said decisively, later, someone told me, do you know how many hurdles you have to go through, from finance to the market, from taxes to the budget, from administration to the people's livelihood, from top to bottom, from one end of the chain to the other? Thales sneered and pointed at the darkness outside the window. Do you think this is a marionette show, where the gangsters on the streets will start when the king moves his fingers? At that moment, the king's gaze flickered. Who said that? He said coldly. But Thales shook his head and did not answer. So, after connecting it with what I saw and heard at the royal banquet, I thought of more. As Thales spoke, he propped himself up on the edge of the table and locked his gaze on the king. These days, the Central Territory, especially the agriculture, medicine, tobacco, alcohol, forging, leather, textiles, and other industries around the capital have all experienced a rare, substantial, and long-term upheaval. And that is not something that can be affected by Thales Jadestar's behavior alone. At that moment, King Kessel raised his chin slightly. Even though it was only for a moment, Thales captured this detail. So I began to suspect that behind the prince likes lettuce, but the farmer starves to death, public opinion and propaganda. He took a deep breath and recalled the series of encounters from the banquet to the Secret Intelligence Department, to Red Street Market, and Lower City District. Thales' gaze sharpened. What is the Secret Intelligence Department trying to hide? What is happening in the kingdom? Thales' voice faded away. The cold wind poured into the room, blowing the flame of the everlasting lamp into a mess. The light and shadows were a mess. What answered him was the king's snort. Groundless accusations and baseless conjectures. King Kessel turned his head and buried one side of his face in the darkness. He seemed to be in low spirits. Are you done with the conspiracy theories? A wave of indignation welled up in Thales's heart. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. So I saw it. The teenager unconsciously raised his voice and spoke faster. Whether it is the gap between the supply and demand of food and wine production, or the unprecedented shortage of various medicinal herbs that has raised the market price of medicine, or the conflict between the criminal gangs that revolve around the imbalance of market interests, the Northlanders who want to privately buy food for the winter but run into trade barriers, the abnormal flow of people from the frontier to the inland, and the craftsmen of the foundry industry are constantly being secretly recruited by the army, and perhaps even more. Thales subconsciously clenched his teeth. At that moment it was as if he had returned to heroic Spirit Palace and faced the 6 archdukes of Northland, and the archduchess. All of these tremors at the end of the power chain, they are not the normal state of the market, nor are they the effects of a prince has a thin waist. They are more like the mess left behind after a certain power intervenes in various industries: mass production, material hoarding, population movement, goods movement, centralized allocation, and they have to be carried out in secret to deceive the public. At this moment, the king suddenly spoke and interrupted him. Where? Thales was startled. Where? King Kessel spoke faintly, his voice deep and powerful. After leaving the secret intelligence department, his body leaned forward on the table and his face emerged from the shadows. Like a lion striding forward, he looked for the best position to pounce. Where else did you go? What did you do? Who did you meet? Each of King Kessel's words was slower than the last, but each was more urgent than the last. There was a hint of danger. Where did I go? What did I do? Who did I meet? Thales paused slightly. One night of romance, Laurel Club, Grove Pharmacy, Sunset Bar, Abandoned House, Cohen, Sissy, Lillian, Tinker, Groff, Morris, Leork, all of them. His past. Thales clenched his fists. But he took a deep breath and dispelled the faint fear he had when facing the king. In its place was 100-fold vigilance and carefulness in the face of a powerful enemy. Let me think. He leaned back in his chair and smiled. His voice was confident and relaxed. Red Street Market, Lower City District. Prostitutes, brawls. Men, women. And people outside of these too. King Kessel frowned. Thales smiled as usual. If you ask Buttass leader or those who are following me in the dark, they'll probably tell you this. The next second, the king's frown slowly relaxed. That beggar's den, right? King Kessel snorted softly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. After so many years, you still belong there. Beggar's den. Every time you're injured, you still run back, feeling wronged, like a cub returning to its mother's arms. You cry loudly and find your courage there. As his voice faded, King Kessel turned his head and glanced at him lightly. Thales shuddered slightly. He looked at the king's gaze and suddenly understood. Thales knew where the indignation that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time came from. The teenager recognized that gaze from the king. 6 years ago, he was brought back from the abandoned house by Yodel. It was the first time he saw this dignified man in Mindy's hall. At that time, the man had the same expression on his face. Disdain. Indifference. Indifference. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. But this time, a long time ago, the moment I was taken away by my grandfather, everything changed. Glover's dejected words rang in his ears. We, Lillian, Tinker, we can't go back. Forever. The teenager opened his eyes abruptly. So, from the above, I've confirmed the second point. Thales' expression was cold and stern as he grabbed the letter from Iris Flower. What this letter involves is not something you came up with on the spur of the moment, father. King Kessel frowned, as if he was surprised. Thales enunciated his words clearly and his logic gradually smoothed out. He broke through the layers of awkwardness he once felt when he faced the king. Long before Lord Saldus' radical proposal, the large-scale expansion of the regular army of the royal family had already begun in an orderly but unstoppable manner, in the entire Central Territory, and in all walks of life. Rations, supplies, equipment, weapons, logistics routes, and even possible future sources of conscription and garrisons, were already in full swing and were in full swing. If we take into account the time taken to conceive, plan, prepare, investigate, coordinate, mobilize, and take action, it may have lasted several months or even a year or two, and has far-reaching implications. It's almost like a war mobilization, just that it's more low-key, more sneaky, no loud outcry, no declaration of war, to avoid market turbulence, and to prevent anyone from noticing anything amiss. Thales narrowed his eyes. So much so that the kingdom's secret intelligence department has no choice but to cover up leaks everywhere, and even use the prince's name. King Kessel's gaze turned sharp. Smack. Thales slapped Zayan's letter onto the table. From this, it can be seen that Lord Saldus' expansion proposal wasn't as simple as informing you and getting your approval. He stared intently at the king's cheek and said coldly, "You, and the kingdom's secret intelligence department, you must have been planning this for a long time, and determined to succeed." Ballard Room fell into a long silence. A few seconds later, the Iron Hand King's snort sounded faintly. "In that case, you're not too stupid after all. At least a little smarter than the money-minded Kirk. Why would Banker promote him back then?" Seeing the king's reaction, Thales was even more certain of his judgment. He chuckled, forgetting the previous oppressive feeling. "That brings us to the next question. If Zayan's letter in support of the expansion wasn't premeditated by you, but the expansion proposal wasn't something you came up with on the spur of the moment." Thales' expression turned serious. His voice was slightly cold. "Then what exactly are you up to?" In the face of the prince's questioning, King Kessel responded in silence, but his gaze grew sharper. Thales pried open his fingers and began to speak. From secretly preparing for the expansion, to the accident at the royal banquet, to blackmailing Zayan's letter, to the debate at the imperial conference regarding the expansion, all these steps to achieve the goal, some were clearly planned and prepared, while others were purely coincidental. He sneered. "Don't tell me that when it comes to the politics of the kingdom, you can still plan half by chance, half by calculation, and half by luck?" King Kessel responded with an equally cold smile. "Isn't that what you're doing now?" The king clicked his tongue, breaking into the palace to seek a voice, killing people to gain an audience. "Half by calculation, and half by luck?" Thales' words faltered. He paused and exhaled softly, reminding himself not to fall into the other party's trap. Then, I remembered this morning's imperial conference. Today, Lord Sauter spoke highly of the drawbacks of conscription and advocated for the expansion of the regular army, but met with unprecedented opposition. Starting from the Prime Minister, most of the people at the Imperial Conference were caught off guard and unprepared for this proposal, whether it was finance, diplomacy, agriculture, or production. The Department of Finance was short of funds and had no budget, public opinion and morality were not in their favor, and the various departments were complaining about the lack of resources. King Kessel's gaze shifted. Thales realized that although the statue-like king remained silent, he was no longer expressionless. This discovery caused him to be extremely excited. It was as if an invincible and flawless formation had finally been broken through after a series of attacks. The conditions and situation were not sufficient. Even if everyone knew that this was your intention, Saldus' proposal was met with heavy resistance. In the end, he could only lower his demands and make repeated concessions, limiting the reform of the military system to Eternal Star City and the Jade Star Private Army. Thales changed the topic. "That's why I'm even more puzzled. You, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, and Lord Sauter had been planning for a long time, a large-scale national policy decision that had already been quietly rolled out in secret. Why didn't you inform your own people beforehand, and didn't you inform them at the Imperial Conference?" So that when it came down to it, you ran into a situation where the kingdom was strapped for cash, and the vassals objected in unison. You lacked money, reputation, and manpower. Thales stared at the king, waiting for an answer. In the end, you still had to rely on an unlucky sucker, Zayan, who bumped into you yesterday, to wave the flag for you and provide the initial funds? Silence. In that instant, King Kessel's eyes turned cold, as if Thales was the problem. Why? He restrained his unnecessary expression and said in an unfriendly tone, because you know nothing. Nothing. Thales smiled. He was even more certain of his guess. I really don't understand. Thales said seriously, this initiative of yours was clearly prepared in secret for a long time, and you were determined to carry it out. But because of insufficient communication and coordination, and insufficient conditions and situation, you could only reluctantly take a step back, and rely on accidents and luck to fill in the gaps. The teenager's expression turned cold. In this matter, your political skills are too lame and clumsy. In that second, the Iron Hand King snorted softly, unsure if it was out of dissatisfaction or disdain. Thales shook his head. No, this is not you, Iron Hand King, Kessel Jadestar V. This is not in line with your usual assertive and uncompromising character, nor does it conform to the Secret Intelligence Department's style of being prepared for anything. Look at Dragon's Blood. Overnight, Northland collapsed, the giant dragon wailed, and Extet declined due to internal strife. That is a classic example of your strategizing and stirring up a storm. Kessel V was expressionless when he heard Dragon's Blood. Thales raised his head and straightened his clothes. There is only one explanation. First of all, you have indeed planned for a long time for the expansion of the regular army. Thales said coldly, the regular army of the royal family, this chariot of the kingdom, is destined to roll forward unstoppably under your will. King Kessel did not speak. But sometimes, silence was the greatest response. Thales continued in a low voice. However, this extortion letter was indeed an impromptu idea. The prince smiled and said softly, because in your original plan, the warhorse that was supposed to pull the kingdom's chariot for you accidentally ran out of control and lost its footing. In that instant, King Kessel's fingers moved imperceptibly. So, you can only settle for the second best, making do with what's available. When you're hungry, you can't be choosy and use whatever you have at hand. Little Flower and his South Shore Hill are just like that. They're just a stupid pony that has lost its way. They walked into the stable in a muddle-headed manner, and you immediately put the bridle on them, nailed them to the saddle, and hurriedly pulled the cart. Thales fixed his gaze on his father. He pushed Zayan's petition to the middle of the table so that the iris emblem was facing the king. Using shoddy goods to make up the numbers. Thales waited for a few seconds after he finished speaking. Until King Kessel's face finally showed a few unusual changes. Warhorse, pulling the chariot. The king snorted and reached out to pick up Zayan's letter. Interesting. Thales took in the entirety of his expression. The youth smiled slightly. But as I said, Little Flower is not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The prince's smile faded and he said solemnly, it can be foreseen that this new fake horse is not only dispirited, but also unsteady in its steps. The boss is unwilling, and it will puff and puff when it pulls the chariot. At best, it can only be considered inferior. Thales' tone changed. As for the original, the genuine horse, at that moment, King Kessel's gaze was like the edge of a sword. The youth curled up the corner of his mouth. I guess, compared to Little Flower, who's just there to make up the numbers, it must have fewer problems. It's hale and hardy, and its hooves are sturdy, and it's hard-working and conscientious. It must be of superior quality. The Iron Hand King did not speak. He just put down the letter and quietly waited for Thales' answer. The prince's tone slowly rose, as if he was slowly unfolding a story. For example, it allows you to expand the regular army without having to worry about the shortage of money and food budget, without having to worry about the pressure of public opinion, and without having to worry about the ministers in the Imperial Conference. You don't even have to argue with the experienced departments of the kingdom. Thales spoke slowly, but saw King Kessel's frown deepen. As long as you, Sauter, and the Black Prophet are the three powerhouses of the king, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the kingdom's secret intelligence department. That's enough to solve the problem. Safe, smooth, successful, low-key, and leave no room for future trouble. Expand the regular army of the royal family. Thales exhaled and narrowed his eyes. Or more. The Iron Hand King listened to the youth's words, but he did not respond immediately. Ballard Room fell into a deep silence. Even the lights seemed to have been frozen. But Thales was very patient. He was familiar with the battlefield he was in. The Iron Hand King was silent for a long time before he spoke in a low voice. So, how did you find that genuine horse? Thales stared at him for a very long time before nodding slightly. I learned about the situation in the West from many sources. The West. King Kessel did not speak. Thales said slowly, I know that since the Bloody Year, the Western front line has been maintained for so many years. The vassals of the Western Desert, led by Fakenhaz, are so experienced and cunning that they have long reached the peak. No matter how you try to comfort them, warn them, or even beat them up, it will be useless. But you can't risk universal condemnation and fall out with them. You can't let go of the legendary Wing's vicious dog collar and let him carry out a bloody massacre. Treating the nobles the same way you treat the orc prisoners of war would cause the entire constellation to boil out of control. Thales became serious. So, it's very unreasonable for you to waste a lot of money and food a few months ago and send the regular army of the royal family to the quagmire of Western Desert. You're not there to beat the dukes, because it's useless. Nor to destroy their families, because I don't dare to. Nor to welcome the son of 1,000 miles away. Thales' eyes flashed. Because in your eyes, I'm not that important. It was getting colder in Ballard Room. King Kessel's gaze slowly changed. He unknowingly left the back of his chair and leaned forward. That's right. Sir Saldus' proposal this morning, such as reducing the Jade Star private army and experimenting with the expansion of the regular army in Central Territory, is just the tip of the iceberg. As for the months or even years of preparations in secret, it's not just for the expansion. Thales' voice grew colder. A few months ago in Western Desert Hill, on the eve of my return to the kingdom, you dispatched the main forces of the 3 divisions of the regular army of the royal family to conquer the desert in the west regardless of the losses, for no other reason than, as the prince spoke, King Kessel's pupils slowly contracted. Thales spoke softly, and in the calmest and most indifferent tone, he revealed the most shocking truth. Just to legitimately expand your regular army of the royal family on a considerable scale after the Desert War, during the most urgent and tragic invasion of the orcs and barren bone people. You had to seize the rare opportunity of the Western Desert's feudal lords gathering in one place and using all their assets to plunder their wealth, absorb their nutrients, and fill up the army. Then, take advantage of the moment when the feudal lords mysteriously lost the war and suffered heavy losses to disband their bloated and incompetent conscripted army in one go without any opposition. The cold wind whistled and the shadows of the lamp swayed. Thales' gaze froze and his heart was heavy. Based on the advantage that the Western front line has been under military control for a long time, implement a military reform on the spot, redesign the border defense, and re-establish rules and regulations. In the end, just like Blessing's town that has lost its autonomy, you had to abolish the independent military obligations and rights of the vassals of Western Desert from their roots. King Kessel lowered his head slightly. The flickering lights reflected the shadows under his eyes. Thales gritted his teeth. Power begins with violence. After Mendes III spent more than 100 years to weaken their economic, political, cultural, diplomatic, and status privileges, you, Iron Hand King, Kessel V, you wanted to command the power of thousands of troops, the might of a thunderbolt, the speed of lightning, and the momentum of a tidal wave, on this piece of land in Western Desert, completely and thoroughly sweep the natural military rights of the feudal lords and feudal lords since the founding of the country into the trash heap of history. Thales stared at the silent King Kessel, but could not help but think of Chapman Lampard, whom he had faced in heroic Spirit Palace. Once you succeed, the Western Desert families as illustrious as Fakenhaz and as insignificant as Byrol will completely become rich men and landlords with empty titles and assets, leaving only their genealogy and history, but no longer able to resist the might of the king. And eventually expand to the whole country, forging a new normal of Constellation's rule. Thales said faintly, completing the sage's chess game, the ultimate step. King Kessel did not speak. He just stared at the second prince with a profound gaze. All of this, finally, after a while, King Kessel's voice came softly, "Did you think of it yourself?" Thales' gaze shifted. "Of course not. Someone told me." King Kessel's gaze shifted. "Who?" Thales raised his head and accepted it calmly. "Everyone." King Kessel looked puzzled. Thales showed a smile. "From the nobles at the top, to the common people at the bottom. Even you." "Your Majesty." King Kessel frowned hard. But Thales snorted. "Do you remember what you said to me the first time I met you after returning to the country? That sword. And that it was because of that sword that I became the Duke of Star Lake." King Kessel narrowed his eyes. The Duke of Star Lake looked up, his eyes glowing. "And the reason why you were so dissatisfied with me accepting Fakenhaz's sword," Thales said coldly, "not because of what has already happened. But because of the things that should have happened in Western Desert in your plan, but did not happen in the end." King Kessel's eyes slowly widened. "Yes, your operation in the West Baron failed. You didn't follow your original plan to complete your military reform in the West Baron under the rare conditions. And the horse stumbled and fell short of success, not because of anything else. It is precisely because..." Thales raised a finger and pointed at himself gently. "Me." The prince's voice faded away. Ballard Room was dead silent, and there was silence everywhere. For a full 10 seconds, the Iron Hand King did not respond at all. But the way he looked at Thales slowly changed. From the previous disdain and indifference, it became, "Now I know." Finally, Kessel V spoke softly. "How did you survive in the north?" "Polaris." "Polaris." Under the table, Thales clenched his fists tightly. He was not mistaken. At that moment, the king's eyes revealed a deep solemnity. Unfamiliar. And wariness. Thales smiled faintly and spoke more briskly. "Now, have I grown fast enough?" King Kessel's eyebrows twitched. "Enough to bear the weight of Constellation?" Thales narrowed his eyes and sized up the king. "Enough for me to participate in this game of chess?" Thales' tone was relaxed, with a hint of mockery. But at that moment, the Iron Hand King suddenly looked up, and his aura suddenly changed. From just now until now, Kessel's tone was extremely cold, and his gaze was incomparably sharp. "Can these things you have said make up for the stupid consequences of your brazen intrusion into the palace?" Thales was stunned. "Maybe these are two things," but King Kessel snorted disdainfully and rudely. "Then what's the use of saying these things? Bearing the weight of a few swords." Hearing this vulgar response, Thales could not help but be stunned. "I admit, your performance was quite good. But unfortunately, the 15 minutes have been used up. Tell Vanguard Mariko that I have granted him permission to carry out the prince's punishment, because he trespassed into the palace and committed the crime of treason." After saying that, the Iron Hand King turned his head and coldly and rudely ended the conversation. Thales frowned tightly. As expected. His father was not a man who would be easily shaken by accidents. Even if he was facing his son. But just a second later, Thales' expression relaxed. "Do you want it?" King Kessel furrowed his brows. In the narrow, dark, and cold Ballard Room, Thales rubbed his arms and did not look at the other side of the long table. "Do you still want it?" The Iron Hand King did not look up, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Thales took a deep breath, pointed at the letter on the table, and said faintly, "As I said, Zayn will not let you take advantage of him easily. This inferior horse will only walk into a pit, and is not easy to ride. But, do you still want it? At that moment, Thales recalled Stake's tone when he bewitched others in the tavern. Do you still want to complete it? Do you still want to complete the unprecedented change in the history of Constellation, or even the entire world of Errol? King Kessel's expression changed slightly. The prince's voice grew quieter, and his tone was thought-provoking. Reform the military system, reverse the legal system, take in the soldiers of the feudal lords, and promote the army of the king. From then on, let the regular army of the royal family become the only, orthodox, legal, and powerful violent force in Western Desert Hill? Ballard Room returned to silence. Until a few seconds later, the king's voice also rang out, hoarse, cold, and enunciating each word clearly. What do you mean? Thales clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the pressure that the king had once brought him, that made him breathe heavily, had completely disappeared without a trace. If the answer is yes, Thales' voice was steady, then, his gaze met King Kessel's in the air. I can help you. I can help you. At that moment, the Iron Hand King's gaze became dangerous, cold, and subtle. He turned his head and faced Thales again. You, remember, father, Thales interrupted him, feeling that the air had never been so light. When I said, I'm here to save you, he smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling. I was serious. When you, Constellation's king of high iron wrist, can only ride Zayn, this inferior horse, wear rusty armor, step on the uneven and bumpy road, and still have to pretend to be cool and domineering to pursue your dreams of Constellation. King Kessel's gaze suddenly turned cold. Thales burst into laughter and spread his hands. Why, do you really think that I care about that broken crown of yours? In Ballard Room, the two faced each other from a distance. The lights and the cold wind were their only audience. The Iron Hand King was silent for a moment, but he shook his head firmly. It can't make up for the consequences of your foolish actions today. The Prince of Constellation plotted a rebellion to force the abdication. You can't escape punishment. Thales' mood sank. I know, but that's another matter. Thales looked back at him. What do you say, father? King Kessel did not speak. He just stared at him, unblinking. Thales was the first to admit defeat in the stare. All right, I know. Even if it's not Western Desert, there's still South Coast. Anyway, you'll have a way, he sighed, left his seat, and walked towards the door. Then I'll be leaving. Thales indifferently waved behind him. Put me under house arrest in Mindy's Hall. Whether it's flogging or hanging, it's up to you. Wait, forget about hanging, I don't like the feeling of being strangled. At this moment. Sand King. Thales stopped in his tracks. His fingers stopped on the doorknob. The Duke of Star Lake raised his head, but did not turn around. He only stared at the dark, cold stone door. What? The king's thunderous voice came from behind him. It was as cold as ever, and it was impossible to tell whether he agreed or refused. This is an action plan that Brother Midier, together with the Department of Military Affairs, the Department of Foreign Affairs, and the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, came up with a long time ago. Action codename, Sand King. Midier. Secret Intelligence Department. Sand King. Thales grasped the most crucial few words. He took a deep breath, let go of the doorknob, turned around, and faced Kessel V again. Sand King, Sand King. Thales narrowed his eyes and searched for the royal family pedigree that Gilbert had explained to him. Are you talking about the virtuous king's grandson, who went on an expedition to the desert in year 552 of the calendar of eradication, but suffered a crushing defeat and had his blood stain the yellow sand? He was so terrified that he abandoned his vassals and subordinates, dug a hole, and fled in shame. He boasted that invisibility is equal to invincibility, and completely ruined the golden era of 4 former kings. He became the laughingstock of the Western Peninsula, the one with the same name as you. Thales paused and snorted softly. Kessel IV? The Iron Hand King was silent for a while. No. He denied it in an irrefutable manner. What I am talking about is that in year 553, after he was betrayed by a vassal with real power and suffered a crushing defeat, he relied on a small mercenary group to survive in the desert. He worked hard to improve himself, learned from his mistakes, and bore the notoriety of being greedy for life, afraid of death, and extravagant. He wanted to keep that mercenary group in the capital, pay them a hefty salary, and provide them with expensive supplies. In the end, he created a professional army that was not governed by any vassals, territories, blood relations, or services. He was also the predecessor of the regular army of the royal family. He was that Sand King. King Kessel's gaze turned fierce. Kessel IV. Betrayed by a vassal with real power, kept the mercenary group in the capital, became the predecessor of the regular army of the royal family. Hearing this different biography, Thales seemed to be deep in thought. Now, sit down. King Kessel said coldly, leaving no room for doubt. Let's talk. Talk. From an angle he could not see, Thales exhaled deeply and curled up the corners of his lips. He slowly turned his head around. I thought that 15 minutes had passed. King Kessel snorted coldly and glanced at him from afar. Yes. For you. Thales steadied his expression, took a deep breath, pulled out the chair, and sat down again. Of course. Right, Vanguard Mariko has a promising future and is trustworthy. The prince seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said gently. But I think it is better to let him take over as the chief penal officer and be in charge of punishing the members of the royal family. He smiled slightly and stared at King Kessel's expression. What do you think, Your Majesty? But at the end of the long table, King Kessel only looked at him quietly. Kid. Before I let Mariko drag you out and hang you. The Iron Hand King's gaze was dangerous and his tone was unfriendly. Put away that smug face of yours. Chapter 619. Cold wind blew into the room. Thales could not help but tighten his clothes. So, since last year, you instigated the Alliance of Freedom to rebel against Extet, stirred up a political storm in Dragon Cloud City, sent Constellation's cavaliers through the desert, and made me return to the country via Western Desert. All of these are part of the Sand King. The fire was faint. The king across the long table was silent for a while. Some of them are. King Kessel looked up and stared straight at Thales. Some of them are not. Thales exhaled and connected all the things that had happened since the previous year until now. Then why not the Northern Territory? The prince sounded slightly tired. Why not the place where you also have Broken Dragon Fortress as a fulcrum and the Duke's family has been completely overthrown by you? It's almost like a direct jurisdiction. The king did not answer. He only stared coldly. Thales sighed and looked back at the king. Please, if you don't tell me, I can't help you. King Kessel did not reply. His gaze was deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Thales stared into the king's eyes, trying to find something in those blue eyes. Finally, King Kessel snorted and looked away. Precisely because Valorund is still in my prison, and because the first heir of Cold Castle is an orphan girl who can't convince the masses, all eyes will be on the Northern Territory and Renaissance Palace's every move. The king's voice became deeper. And the officials sent by the kingdom to the Northern Territory are still young and lack prestige. In comparison, Western Desert's state of emergency control is still in effect. It's more convenient for us to do things. State of emergency control. More convenient. Thales could not help but think of Blessing's town and what he saw and heard on his way to Western Desert. This makes sense, Thales said calmly. But it's not enough to stop you from reaching out to the Northern Territory. The Iron Hand King suddenly looked up. A few seconds later, he spoke slowly. The Northern Territory is, after all, adjacent to Extet. Thales raised his eyebrows in realization. That was the reason. King Kessel said in a low voice, it is adjacent to an enemy king who has just been crowned and is in his prime. Chapman Lampard can bring too many unexpected and unpredictable surprises. As he said this, he glanced at Thales and changed his tone. Of course, compared to you, he is still far behind in this aspect. Thales ignored his sarcasm. Why me? The prince said calmly, what's the Sand King's plan? Why did it have to be me? The Iron Hand King didn't say a word and just looked at him coldly. Thales sighed. Do you always talk like this? You can't even say a word? The king stared at him, but his eyes were strange, as if he were looking at someone else. After a long time, King Kessel finally spoke. Because we need a reason. Reason? King Kessel shifted his gaze and looked at the dark night outside the window. Because we have to deceive the cunning and treacherous people of the Western Wilderness, so that they won't be suspicious of the regular army of the royal family marching into the Western Wilderness, and use it as a bargaining chip for all our actions. Thales understood now. Oh, to ensure the safe return of the heir to the throne. That's a good enough excuse, Thales snorted softly. They probably think that there are very few kings in the world who would not care about the safety of their heir. The Iron Hand King's gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was just a joke. Thales shrugged. That's it? I'm a reason to cover the regular army's march to the west? King Kessel said coldly, we also need a guarantor. Thales frowned. King Kessel continued, so that the people of the Western Wilderness will believe during the bargaining that the regular army of the royal family was forced to give up Blade Fang's camp and withdraw from the Western front line, in exchange for the support of the troops mobilized by the Dukes of the Western Wilderness so that you can be protected and brought back to the capital. And I will be that guarantor, Thales said faintly as he came to a sudden realization. He said faintly, I guarantee that there is nothing fishy about the Western front line that is within their reach. I guarantee that this bait is not harmful and can be taken without worry. The Iron Hand King nodded, seemingly disdainful. Because there are very few kings in the world who would not care about their heir. Thales was stunned at first, then he snorted in displeasure. Petty. I just made a sarcastic remark. How vengeful. Thales sat up straight and stopped thinking about it. So, in order to carve up the vast territory in the western front line that you gave, the suzerains of the western desert who took the bait will gather their troops, willingly walk out of the castle that they have been entrenched in for many years, and walk into the camp of the regular army of the royal family without any precaution, so that you can capture them all in one fell swoop and save yourself the trouble of taking them down one by one? King Kessel was silent for a while. More than that. The king said in a deep voice, for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and to seize the huge profits from the desert trade route, the Dukes of Western Desert who have been envious for more than a decade have prepared their assets, prepared their supplies, and even found business opportunities to make money from the war. They have done everything they can. King Kessel looked at the door. All of that will become the budget for the expansion of the regular army of the royal family. Thales snorted softly, not surprised. Sure enough, it saves time and effort to make up for lost gains on the spot. The prince lowered his head, his gaze frozen. What happened to Anchor Byril and his father was not an isolated case, much less a coincidence. Because in the Sand King's plan, the Dukes of Western Desert were destined to be attacked by the forces of the desert, or even friendly fire from the legendary wing and the regular army, losing everything. Queen Kessel leaned back in her chair and nodded. When Western Desert suffered a crushing defeat and the war situation became urgent, his gaze sharpened. For the sake of the overall situation, in order to recapture the extraordinary Blade Fang's camp, the regular army of the royal family, who came late, had no choice but to break tradition and act at their own discretion. They punished and deprived the incompetent noble generals, and dispersed the defeated soldiers of the conscription army and reorganized them. Naturally, it was only right and proper, and they had no reason to resist. Thales exhaled and continued, but accidents always happen in war. If things don't go well during the reorganization, and progress isn't good. King Kessel's gaze shifted and looked at him. Thales paused. He recalled his first meeting with Mallows and understood a little. I'm guessing that since the heir of the kingdom is in Western Desert, for the sake of the kingdom's bloodline, Renaissance Palace would also be justified in sending reinforcements there to deal with accidents, such as the troops you sent to welcome me. Thales recalled the confrontation between the Western Desert Army and the regular army on the Avenue of Blessings. King Kessel did not speak. Thales said in a daze, "As for the aftermath, what's done can't be undone. Whether it's the disbanded and reorganized conscription army, the nobles who are punished and stripped of their commanding rights, the families who have their conscription rights revoked, or Western Desert Hill, which has its military jurisdiction redrawn, everything you want will be temporarily passed down in Western Desert under the guise of the Emergency Control Order and in the name of wartime exceptions, just like Blade Fang's camp in Blessings Town." Thales recalled what the Count of Wing Fort, Derek Chroma, had said to him during the escort. He could not help but be lost in thought. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, until, forever. King Kessel snorted disdainfully, seemingly dissatisfied. The lights flickered, and the shadows in the room swayed back and forth, illuminating the surroundings so that it was bright and dark. It was turbulent. Thales took a deep breath. He returned to the present and adjusted his state of mind. So, from the moment you negotiated with the Western Desert vassals and used the Western front line in exchange for them sending their troops, to when the regular army marched westward to rescue the prince, to when the foreign enemies took the opportunity to invade Western Desert and suffered a crushing defeat, to when the regular army was forced to resort to extraordinary measures to act on the spot, until the flames of war subsided and the dust settled, Thales' tone grew heavier. After such a combo, you will truly be able to twist the scattered and disordered military forces of the vassals of the Western Desert into a rope. Change the military conscription system that has a long history. Thales restrained his expression and slowly raised his head. He took in the king's figure across the long table. The name, reason, power, and benefits are all in your hands. Even if the other Western Desert vassals and the other nobles of the kingdom have doubts, they can't say anything, let alone raise their troops to resist. There was no response from the end of the long table. Moreover, the Western Desert's matters have been settled in Western Desert. At the end of the day, this is just a sudden incident in a local area. It is not a mandatory decree that affects the entire territory, so it will not cause the masses to be agitated and pay the price of chaos in the kingdom. There was a sentimental tone in Thales' words. Of course, the wool comes from the sheep's back. Be it the expansion of the army or the restructuring of the system, the source of the budget funds and conscription will be the money, land, and people of the Western Desert vassals. We won't even need to use much of the national treasury's budget. We won't suffer any losses. The prince crossed his arms and took a deep breath. He recalled the warmth and dryness of Western Desert while he sensed the darkness and coldness of Renaissance Palace. Once this is done, from now on, from Blade Fang's camp to Blessings Town, from Rick Keenan to Brave Soul's fort, even Wing Fort and ruins, there was a hint of reverence in his tone. In the land of Western Desert, unless Renaissance Palace allows it, the local suzerains will no longer be able to conscript soldiers and command battles. The regular army of the royal family will become the only reliable source of legal armed forces and military service. The king did not answer. Ballard Room was silent. The everlasting lamp that was drifting about slowly became stable. It cast its own unique shadow on every single item in Ballard Room. Thales gently rubbed the back of his hand. More importantly, this is just the beginning. He looked deeply at the Supreme King. With the precedent set by Western Desert, suzerains conscripting soldiers and vassals owning soldiers are no longer an inviolable natural tradition. When people slowly got used to the idea that only a king can have an army, the reform of the military system in all of Constellation also had precedents to follow. When the conditions were right, success would follow. Thales suddenly remembered the great battle he saw in the desert. Just like a cavalry charge. No matter how flawless a defensive formation is, once a gap is breached and the flanks are exposed, he said in a daze, what's left is a wave sweeping through, like a hot knife through butter. King Kessel still did not speak. But this time, he turned his gaze away and no longer looked at Thales. What a sand king. Thales could not help but sigh. In that case, Western Desert is really a good horse. It can completely pull the chariot of the kingdom. But, until you appeared. The king's voice suddenly rang, interrupting Thales's thoughts. The prince could not help but frown. The Secret Intelligence Department's report after the incident stated that you encountered the regular army's patrol unit in the Great Desert, but you did not meet up with them according to the plan. Instead, you concealed your identity and disappeared without a trace. The king's words seemed to have power. Accompanied by the howling of the cold wind outside the window, the everlasting lamp in the room kept flickering. Thinking of the past, Thales hesitated. But King Kessel did not allow the prince to interrupt. His gaze became sharp and cold. On the night the operation started, you mysteriously appeared in the eye of the storm, and you even brought quite a lot of friends with you. Shadow Shield, Northlanders, Secret Room, and even quite a number of sword sellers followed you into the prison of bones. One-day tour. Thales' heart tightened. About this, the king snorted coldly and no longer looked at him. The people at the western front lines do not have the boldness of those in Renaissance Palace. They are cowardly and hesitant, not daring to take the risk of losing their heirs, so they bided their time and dispersed their manpower, causing the operation to be seriously disjointed. And our spies should have urged the warlike orcs and barren bone people to attack the suzerain's army while the regular army was away, but they seemed to have sensed something beforehand. Not only did their main force not come, even their siege was just a feint, and they retreated the moment they came into contact. When Thales heard this, he could not help but say, yes, I heard that there is an orc called Kandarl in the desert, but in the next second, King Kessel's gaze was like a blade. Thales put away his smile and decided not to say anything else. It's fine. The king ignored him. Instead, he stared at a weak and drifting everlasting lamp. The coldness and dissatisfaction in his gaze was clear. Williams was lying in ambush at the side of Blade Fang's camp. That idiot has always been swift and decisive, but on that day, he dragged his feet and waited until the battle was almost over before he led his troops back to the camp and delayed the battle. When he heard the familiar name, Thales instantly froze. This allowed the suzerains of Western Desert in Blade Fang's camp to retreat calmly. The main forces of the ruins, Wing Fort, Brave Souls Fort, and the three great families of Western Desert were also unusually vigilant. After they noticed that something was amiss, they stayed far away and did not fall into the trap. Thales recalled the Duke of Western Desert telling him that power comes from violence, and his frown deepened. After that old man Fakenhas visited Blade Fang's camp in front of everyone. Not only did he chat cheerfully with you, he even gave you his family heirloom sword. The news quickly spread throughout the kingdom. Thales took a deep breath and remembered the sentinel sword Fakenhas gave him. He subconsciously clenched his fists. As for Crow and Black Lion, they acted as if they were fawning over the king. They ostentatiously and respectfully escorted you out of Western Desert. They also blocked the reinforcements sent by Renaissance Palace while they were at it. King Kessel snorted softly. In the end, the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department activated an emergency plan to try their best to reduce their losses. His gaze was directed at Thales. At that moment, it was as if he wanted to dig out his heart. As you said, the matter in Western Desert was a failure. The Sand King failed on the verge of success. Thales closed his eyes, leaned against the back of his chair, and heaved a heavy sigh. So, that night, when he was running for his life in Blade Fang's camp, in places that he couldn't see, many soul-stirring and significant things were happening. But a mere failure of a horse, a mere failure of Western Desert, will not make the kingdom stop. The king's voice became stern, causing Thales to open his eyes. King Kessel's expression was extremely calm, but there was an endless storm in his eyes. That's why this letter was written. Thales lowered his head and looked at the letter beside his hand. The iris flower's wax was dark and indistinct under the everlasting lamp. If Western Desert could not do it, we will change to another place. The Iron Hand King's tone was cold and brooked no argument. No matter how much it costs. How much it costs. At that moment, Thales gritted his teeth. Fakenhas's voice rang faintly in his ears. And a person like your father, will he accept reality and give up, or will he look at me and Western Desert strength in a different light, go all out and pay back 100-fold? Now, King Kessel's gaze returned to Thales. It's your turn to speak. It's your turn. The king's words were calm, but they echoed in Thales' heart countless times. What do you have? What can you do? King Kessel said coldly. To make up for your foolishness? Thales was silent. He stared at the faint light in the room, not knowing what to think. What? King Kessel sneered, his tone mocking. You can't even say a word after so long? But in the next second, Thales suddenly spoke. Do you hate me? His tone was ethereal and indifferent. At that moment, even someone as calm as King Kessel could not help but feel puzzled. What? Thales took a deep breath and stared at the empty corner before he spoke absent-mindedly. I'm asking, from Broken Dragon Fortress to Dragon Cloud City, from Eternal Star City to Western Desert, you have constantly schemed against me and used me. You have also repeatedly put me in danger, trapped me to death, and left your own son to the wolves. King Kessel frowned deeply. Why? Thales sighed. Why do you hate me so much? Is it like what's written in many novels, that my birth caused my mother's death, so you bear a grudge against me? At that moment, King Kessel's gaze turned fierce. Or is it that my mother, Theranjarana, did something that angered the heavens and made you hate her for the rest of your life before she gave birth to me? Thales stared at King Kessel. Theranjarana. Sure enough, the name worked. Because the Iron Hand King, who had always been resolute, was now frowning and his gaze was deep. It was as if he was facing an unprecedented chess game. Thales smiled. How can I complete the Sand King, promote the reform of the military system, and use it as a bargaining chip to prosper the kingdom? He gritted his teeth and stared at the silent Kessel V. Can't I get the truth about my mother in exchange? Chapter 620. Really? King Kessel's voice came from the other side of the long table, extremely cold. This is what you can't forget? The king's shadow was dragged to the wall behind him by the firelight, and there was faint mockery in his eyes. Your mother? Thales stared deeply at King Kessel. Theranjarana. Head Ritual Master Licia, Queen Kia, the Old Crow, Glee Ward, almost everyone who knew his mother had a different evaluation of this woman. Then, what about his father? Don't forget, the prince said softly. I inherited her name. Or more. The king snorted softly. Gilbert should not have let you choose that middle name. He spoke slowly, but his words were as cold as ice. Meaningless. Thales also smiled softly and shook his head. As far as I know, you were the one who told Gilbert her name. Then what did you expect? The king's response was swift and cold. Expecting your mother to be an outstanding woman with an extraordinary background? An erudite and talented female scholar, a daughter of a noble family, or a brave and fearless female warrior? So that you could be proud and have someone to rely on? Thales looked at King Kessel's expression and was surprised to find that this was one of the few topics that could elicit a long response from the king. The prince probed. Then, was she? The king sneered, but his smile immediately disappeared. She was a whore. Thales' expression changed slightly. Just like most prostitutes, King Kessel's expression was indifferent, his tone disdainful. She was unscrupulous and greedy, putting on airs in front of her customers all day long, selling herself for payment, until she died. I don't even remember her face. After hearing the king's words, Thales was silent for a long time. Whore. Thales muttered in a daze. Prostitute? Hearing such adjectives, he first thought of the desert slave described by Old Crow Hicks, the magical Theran. Then, the portrait he saw in the Secret Intelligence Department flashed in the teenager's mind, Oriental Beauty Elf. Then, He remembered the philanderer, Felicia, he saw in the secret intelligence department, and her strange and seductive movements under Raphael's hands. Exactly. Your questions and expectations are meaningless. The king's tone was indifferent. You will not find any comfort or reassurance from her. To her, you're just an accident after a certain transaction. It was an accident during a certain transaction. Thales could not help but clench his fists. He suddenly remembered the look in Quick Rope's eyes when he talked about the girl he liked in Blade Fang's camp. That girl. She's not a whore. No. And your garrulous attitude, King Kessel said coldly, isn't it just a matter of time? What a disgrace to the royal family. Thales took a deep breath and gently unclenched his fist. You are right, father. Gilbert's biggest mistake was to let me keep her name. The king's expression did not change. Because. Thales' gaze turned cold. If she was just an insignificant prostitute, you wouldn't even bother to remember her appearance. Thales raised his head and looked straight at the king. Then why do you still remember her name? At that moment, King Kessel's eyes widened slightly. Thales stared at his father and softly uttered that special name. Joanna. The moment he finished speaking, Thales had an illusion. It was as if winter had suddenly fallen in Ballard Room. The temperature plummeted and the air stagnated. Even the lights no longer flickered. And the source of all the coldness was at the end of the long table. The embarrassing silence lasted for a whole 10 seconds. I have given you a chance, child. The king's voice returned to its usual toughness and coldness. And you have ruined it. He stared deeply at Thales. There was only dead silence in his eyes. The sin of hell's river in Thales' veins began to flow again, as if it wanted to break through the frozen atmosphere. At that moment, the teenager suddenly felt that the king's patience had come to an end. His next words were to summon the guards. So Thales was faster than him. Amore. The prince spoke softly and successfully froze the king's gaze towards the door. King Kessel looked back. Amore? Thales took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, Western Desert's Amore town. This place is ruled by the Amore family and has a long history. The suzerain surname is the origin of the name. King Kessel frowned slightly. Thales recalled what the two Western Desert people, Derek Chroma and Anchor Byrel, had told him. Unhurriedly, he began to recount the story. A few years ago, the suzerain of this town, the Baron, suffered injustice. He wanted to turn to Renaissance Palace and appeal to the king for help. But he met with misfortune on the way, and his entire family died of an epidemic. Thales observed King Kessel's reaction. The latter did not move, but did not interrupt him. In the next second, Thales' tone changed. But in fact, as a legitimate vassal of the kingdom, Baron Amore did not die of an illness. Thales gritted his teeth. He and his family were ambushed and silenced by the allied forces of his vassal and peers, the three major families in power in Western Desert, Falkenhaz, Chroma, and Bosdorf. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Interesting. The king thought for a while and said slowly, Where did you learn of this? Thales' eyes dimmed. In the secret intelligence department's prison, Anchor's pained voice rang in his ears. He also said that if I failed, if I had to use this bargaining chip, I must give it to you. And I can only give it to you. As his thoughts reached this point, Thales took a deep breath. It's not important. He composed himself and shifted his attention to the matter at hand. What's important is, facing the king's burning gaze, Thales spoke calmly. His words were loud and clear. In year 414 of the calendar of eradication, the creditor, Hermann II, issued the no bloodshed order, forbidding the vassals within the kingdom from waging war and killing each other. His voice became serious. However, the vassals of Western Desert were lawless and acted recklessly. As vassals, they abused their right to armed self-defense excessively and murdered Baron Amore to avenge a personal grudge. As Thales spoke about Western Desert, he stared at the Iron Hand King's face. Their methods were cruel and terrifying, and their crimes were shocking. The Iron Hand King's eyes brightened and the corners of his lips curled up. The prince's gaze turned sharp. This reason, this bargaining chip, this horse, is it enough to complete the Sand King? As Thales' voice faded, the everlasting lamps around him flickered. He stared at the king. King Kessel was silent for a long time, the light in his eyes surging back and forth. A few seconds later, the king closed his eyes gently and buried all his emotions in the bottom of his heart. But we can't use it. King Kessel said softly, the plague in Amorei town is no longer news. The people of Western Desert dealt with it very cleanly. Dead men tell no tales. Seeing the other's reaction, Thales could not help but chuckle. That's right. He said confidently, unless it's not that dead men tell no tales. Thales' words came to an abrupt halt. Wait. He looked at King Kessel's indifferent expression and figured something out. The youth's expression changed slightly in disbelief. You know. Thales stared at Kessel and frowned. You knew about Amorei town and this case a long time ago. The next second, King Kessel opened his eyes gently. The king was expressionless and did not answer. But Thales had already gotten his answer. The youth could not help but frown. When? King Kessel replied calmly, when it happened. Thales was stunned. What? Why? Thales realized that at some point in time, the conversation between him and King Kessel had become extremely tacit. For example, now, he did not even need to complete a sentence like, why did it happen? King Kessel stared at Thales quietly. A few years ago, the Border Development Tax Exemption Order affected a group of suzerains. Lord Amorei of Western Desert was just one of them. The Iron Hand King narrowed his eyes, the most impatient one. With a little provocation, he took the bait. Thales' gaze froze in midair. With a little provocation, he took the bait. At that moment, Raven Derek Chroma's words rang in Thales' ears once again. According to the Baron, the countless nouveaux riches spawned by that decree are nibbling away at his interests every day, taking away his subjects and cutting off his livelihood. At the bottom of the Secret Intelligence Department's prison, Anchor Biral's desperate words reappeared. Obviously, Baron Amorei could not bear the pain. The king's decree dealt him a huge blow. King Kessel sighed slightly. His next tone was slightly regretful. However, that Western Desert bumpkin is especially sensitive to the slightest disturbance at his doorstep. Before he could reel in the fish, the line was cut. Thales was stunned. Reel, a tangent, Derek and Anchor's words continued to appear. Baron Amorei recruited soldiers and mobilized his army, intending to cross Western Desert and create a big news for all of Constellation to protest against His Majesty and the kingdom. So much so that he decided to abandon his tacit understanding with the three main families and act rashly. Thales froze in his seat. It's you. Thales said in a daze. Baron Amorei raised his army to protest because you secretly pressured him and deliberately instigated him? To find an excuse to intervene in Western Desert? The Iron Hand King scoffed. As I said, he's just one of them. One of them. At that moment, Thales thought of Anchor, who was tortured and bruised in the Secret Intelligence Department. And his lover, whose family was ruined and whose identity was unknown. So, the tragedy of Baron Amorei being silenced and his entire family killed. Thales' voice was hoarse. You're the instigator. Thales stared blankly at the table in front of him. The king's figure was projected on the opposite wall, dark and oppressive. These people. Their misfortune. But, the dust that power crushed. You flatter me, the king's voice was still calm, as if he did not care. I didn't ask the Western Desert bumpkins to silence them. Nor did I ask them to be ruthless enough to wipe out the entire family in the castle, including the militia and servants. Not a single person was left alive. Looks like they learned a lot from Williams. Silence them. Everything was wiped out. Amorei. Biral. And that miserable family in Blessing's town whose name he could not recall, and that night in Blade Fang's camp, where countless families were destroyed. Nobles, these scumbags, what kind of F***king trash are they? On the land of barren rocks, the sentiments of the Raven of Death echoed in his ears. At the thought of this, an indescribable weariness came over him. The youth could not help but feel suffocated. Thales took a deep breath, trying to maintain his emotions. I understand. The prince lowered his head, avoiding the other person's gaze, holding back the disgust in his words. I see, good plan. No, it's not good. But King Kessel's voice still penetrated his eardrums unstoppably. We underestimated the Western Desert people's sharpness and decisiveness. Not only did we get a headless case with no evidence, but we also alerted them and made them even more vigilant. The king's gaze sharpened. Until now. Thales trembled slightly. King Kessel raised his head abruptly. It's not that there's no evidence, right? You have evidence. His attitude was firm and unquestionable. Thales' arm tensed. Evidence. Anchor's final voice echoed faintly. No matter what, His Majesty will be very happy with this bargaining chip. Very happy. Thales took a deep breath and swallowed. He looked up with difficulty and looked straight into the king's eyes. But at that moment, there was only endless depth in Kessel's eyes. A few seconds later, the youth used all his strength to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth, I have. His tone was extremely tired. Ironclad evidence. Ironclad evidence. His voice trailed off. Not bad. King Kessel's expression did not change as he said calmly, I'm listening. I'm listening. Thales took a deep breath, but paused the moment he opened his mouth. So, Your Highness, what's the price? Anchor's despairing voice rang out of nowhere. Thales coughed unnaturally and forced himself to continue. In that tragedy, there was another person, and Tina, she will never forgive me. Thales froze again. There was another person. Thales' lips parted, his words stuck. Wait a minute. Once he told her about it, she would be the first one to speak. That girl, Anchor's lover, who had been ruined by the savagery of power and her family. And Anchor's siblings, who had lost their parents and brothers and were isolated and helpless in the Western Desert. What kind of future would they face? How many people's fates would be affected and changed because of his words? Thales breathed in a daze. Seeing him like this, the king frowned. That girl named Tina. She's good. The best, a face that had been tortured to the point of being bloodless appeared before his eyes. Anchor Byrel. The young man who, in helplessness and despair, planned to sacrifice his life in desperation, but ultimately failed miserably. What kind of feelings did he have when he told him this bargaining chip? But now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. Thales took a deep breath and swallowed hard. Use it. Use this bargaining chip. Because this was also Anchor's choice. This was what he had expected. Wasn't it? And, if he wasn't here, he would end this matter. Thales' gaze turned to the table, to the letter on which Iris Flowers had volunteered to pay taxes. The wheels of the kingdom would not stop. If this horse didn't work, King Kessel would find another one. Even if he had to face more bloodshed. Thales clenched his fists. So he had to continue. He had to. Thales looked up and forced himself to appear resolute. Baron Amelie, who died a wrongful death, still had an orphan daughter. The king's eyes lit up. That poor girl witnessed a terrible scene. She escaped the butcher's knife and was lucky to survive. Thales clenched his teeth, concealing his dazed and dispirited look. Her identity and experience will prove to the world that the most powerful families in the West Desolate continent have made a grave mistake. And Renaissance Palace's reform of the military system to restrict the vassals from abusing their military power is a matter of course and urgency. As his voice trailed off, Thales let out a long sigh. his gaze dejected. He had said it anyway. The color in the king's eyes slowly changed. He stared at the prince across the long table for a long, long time. As if he was sizing up a fine steel weapon. Finally, King Kessel laughed. His laughter was soft and faint, but it effectively lightened the atmosphere in the room. This orphan girl who survived. The Iron Hand King slowly leaned back, his tone calm and relaxed for the first time. Where is she? Where is she? Thales was saddened to realize that the king did not even bother to ask for her name. But, then think about it carefully. What have you become after you became a prince? A long time ago, quick rope sentiments in the small house rose again. Can you still choose your own path? Follow your own heart? Thales' arms trembled slightly. Are you still you, still Thales? Or have you become something else? I'm listening. The king was interested. Duke Thales. Thales took a deep breath and forgot about these thoughts that caused him to hesitate. He then adjusted himself. You will know. Thales suddenly looked up, his expression firm. But first of all, everyone who followed me into the palace today must be acquitted. And I don't want to try Vanguard Mariko's whip, even though he did his duty. At the end of the long table, King Kessel said nothing. Thales let go of the anxiety in his heart and gritted his teeth. Secondly, unseal Mindy's hall and release my guards. If there's anything in the future, come to me. Don't make things difficult for them. The king still did not speak. He just tapped his fingers on the table. Also, Anchor Byril, who barged into the banquet with a sword and offended the royal family. Thales frowned. You have to forgive him, release him, and show the king's magnanimity. Including properly resolving the conflict between him and the Doyle family. But when he thought of this, Thales froze again. Anchor. No matter how the king forgives him, she will never, never, never forgive me. Thales lowered his head sadly. Before I show my bargaining chips, King Kessel snorted softly, seemingly in a good mood, you really want a lot. Thales exhaled and forced himself to look up. And I'm not done yet. Finally, about Sand King. Sand King. King Kessel's gaze shifted. At this moment, Thales' expression was firm and cold. Your plan to expand your army in Western Desert, including how to deal with the local suzerains, must be handled by me personally and completed by me. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Iron Hand King's fingers knocked heavily on the meeting table, producing a shuddering thud. The king slowly raised his head and met Thales' eyes. The prince did not avoid it, but stared back at him resolutely. You, say that again? The king spoke softly. Hoarse, but cold. Thales puffed out his chest and faced his father. Yes, I will personally write a letter to the Duke of Western Desert and the others, using this case, this bargaining chip, to threaten them into submission. Thales said decisively, I promise that Cyril Fakenhaz and his vassals will listen patiently, they will be receptive, they will cooperate with Renaissance Palace's schedule, and support all the initiatives of the Military Affairs Division. They will reflect on the oversight of their own military system, and gradually reduce the number and frequency of conscription. They will accept your regular royal army stationed there, and accept the reorganization of Western Desert's defense. They will be happy to support the daily work of the legendary wing, and pay taxes to support the expansion of the regular army, to fill your financial gap, and to protect the kingdom's border security. Thales took a deep breath. Western Desert will become a good steed, and your plan for Sand King will not fail. He said solemnly, the chariot of the kingdom will still roll forward. Ballard Room fell silent again. But this time, the silence was particularly ominous. A few everlasting lamps burned to the end and quietly extinguished. King Kessel's gaze changed as well. The fire in his eyes disappeared, and they were overflowing with darkness. You? He looked at the prince from afar, and his tone was playful. You'll do it? Thales nodded decisively. Me. I'll do it. King Kessel's gaze sharpened. Why? Thales tidied up his expression and replied seriously, because of that orphan girl. I am the only one who knows this bargaining chip the best, and how to use it. He paused slightly, gritted his teeth, and told both his father and himself because this is the only way. The only way. King Kessel did not respond immediately. He just sat quietly in his original position, as if he had turned back into a statue. A few seconds later, the king spoke calmly. Tell me, how did you know the whereabouts of that orphan girl? Thales froze. His expression did not change, and he did not leave any loopholes. I have my own channels, Faken has. King Kessel spoke softly, interrupting Thales. Faken has. As soon as the surname came out, the prince was shocked. The king snorted and looked elsewhere. His tone was thought-provoking. He gave you far more than a sword, didn't he? Thales' expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. He knows. The king said coldly, his gift is the reason why you have the guts to break into the palace today. Thales pursed his lips and did not say a word. Yes, the king saw through him. But with just a few words, he saw through him. From just now until now, all his little tricks were exposed in front of him. Just like in the past. But, Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Yes. Thales looked up at the king. His tone was calm and indifferent, and his attitude was magnanimous. The matter of Aumale town, including this bargaining chip, was indeed given to me by the Duke of Western Desert, through some means. The king let out a snort, as if he had expected it. And you accepted it, listened to the bewitchment of that old bone, came before me, and bargained arrogantly. Without waiting for him to reply, King Kessel shook his head slowly. Stupid. Impossibly stupid. Thales clenched his fists under the table. Yes, threats, coercion, flattery, deception, no matter which method, could not restrain the Iron-Hand King. But so what? He was no longer the child beggar who shivered in the abandoned house. Not anymore. And King Kessel was no longer the tall figure he could only look at from afar in Mindy's Hall 6 years ago. To fight against an opponent like King Kessel, what he needed was not lies, concealment, or quibbling. But to rise to the challenge. Thales fixed his gaze on the king's face. In that case, there is even more reason for me to come forward and write a letter to the Duke of Western Desert, my father. He leaned forward and said sincerely, so that everyone can take a step back and solve the problem in a way that is acceptable to many parties. The new Sand King may not be so swift, and it may last for months or even years, but it will not be so tragic, and there will not be unmanageable consequences. You will eventually achieve your goal, and they will not have to bleed. The Iron-Hand King sneered. He lowered his head, and his face was slowly shrouded in darkness. Why? Thales furrowed his eyebrows. I will bring out the witness of this case and let her testify, so that the suzerains of Western Desert will fall apart and become the target of public criticism. The king's gaze was cold. Then, I will let the regular army of the royal family enter Western Desert to punish the wicked. It will also achieve its goal. Thales was shocked. Indeed. Thales spoke again, trying to grasp the topic. But forgive me for being blunt. The reason why Faken has offered this bargaining chip was to lower himself and take the initiative to show weakness, to cool down the growing conflict between Renaissance Palace and the suzerains of Western Desert. He is not that kind and kind. King Kessel suddenly leaned forward and shouted angrily, startling Thales. And you are the only one who would be so stupid. The king glared at his son. Fakenhaz gave me a bargaining chip so that I could clean up Western Desert, reform the kingdom, and achieve my goal. He changed the topic. But only through you? Thales stared at the king in a daze. The Iron-Hand King leaned back in his chair and sneered. No, he gouged out his own flesh and blood to give you a sword, a bargaining chip. It was definitely not for you to be the peacemaker. The youth felt a chill in his heart. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a sharpened blade. He wanted to use this to show you that the power and energy that you have not enjoyed for the past 6 years is within your reach. As long as you grab the bargaining chip and face me, the king spoke softly, his words cold. Raise your sword. Thales tensed up and defended himself. Father, I have no intention of being your enemy, nor will I threaten. Then why didn't he come to me directly? King Kessel interrupted him again. If you want to lower your head and show weakness, why not face the throne? Thales' words came to an abrupt halt. The lights in the room flickered rapidly, causing the shadows to sway. And you, do you think I don't know what you want to do? Kessel V looked at him coldly, his gaze piercing straight into Thales' heart. Why won't you readily reveal your bargaining chip and the whereabouts of that orphan girl? Why do you pretend to be reserved and wait for the right price? And why do you insist on personally carrying out Sand King? Hearing this, Thales shuddered and felt a chill in his heart. Ballard Room returned to silence. Because you also know, right? The king's voice calmed down and was filled with a fatal gentleness. Because you also like the sword he gave you and can't bear to part with it. Unable to extricate yourself. Thales frowned tightly. His fists were clenched on his knees. As the Prince of Constellation, the Duke of Star Lake, and the heir to the kingdom, King Kessel said coldly, you are being toyed with by a foreign vassal. Not only do you not know it, but you also think you are infallible. You are a complete disgrace to the Jade Star family. Thales looked up abruptly. That's right. The prince shouted angrily. King Kessel was a little surprised by his sudden interruption. I know. Thales' breathing quickened as he stared at the king. I know what Fakenhas wants to do. And I have no intention of hiding it, nor do I want to quibble. Thales stood up abruptly and placed his hands on the table. That's right. Empower me, support me, and help me so that I can eventually become strong enough to fight against you, threaten you, and obstruct you. This is indeed Fakenhas' wishful thinking. Simple, clear, and direct. The king's expression became increasingly hostile. But believe me, father. The prince stared at the king, serious and solemn. If you really want to succeed, not just with the Sand King alone, and not just in Western Desert, but throughout the kingdom, inside and outside Constellation, realize your grand and crazy plans and ideas. Hearing this, King Kessel's gaze changed. If you have really made up your mind, father, if you want to live for Constellation at all costs. At this moment, cold wind blew in Ballard Room, and the chill surged. But Thales felt an unbearable heat in his chest, as if there was a flame. Thales took a deep breath. His tone was resolute and unquestionable. Then this is the only way. There is no better choice. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 621. Trust you? The only way? There's no better choice. King Kessel chewed on these words and seemed to be deep in thought. Thales controlled his breathing and stared at the king. The king paused for a while and laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha, the laughter was deafening, and the lights around them flickered. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. He felt a heavy weight in his chest, and the air around him was heavy. But he had no way out. The laughter slowly disappeared. From what I saw, Duke Thales of Star Lake Fort. The Iron Hand King's tone was calm, but it was even scarier. The crown is not on your head. The crown. An inexplicable sense of fear came over him, causing Thales' breathing to become slightly irregular. Even if you don't take this path, the king said faintly, the wheels of the kingdom are destined to never stop. The teenager pressed his fist against the table and felt the pressure and pain coming from his fist, as well as the strange agitation of the sin of Hell's River. He knew what the other party cared about. He knew. Or did he think he knew? Thales took a few deep breaths and looked up. Of course, you are the Supreme King of Constellation. The Iron Hand King was expressionless. You can ignore me, scoff at the West Baron, and reject this proposal with one vote. Thales adjusted his mood and changed the topic. Anyway, you are very confident, and you have more than just Sand King in your hands. He pointed at the letter on the table and maintained a calm tone. Just like how you can threaten Jean and Lei to replace Western Desert and force South Coast Hill to pull your carriage for you. You can do it again in another place. King Kessel snorted in disdain. But what's the price? In the next second, Thales changed the topic. In order to execute Sand King, father, how much have you invested? How much have you paid? As he listened to Thales' words, King Kessel frowned slightly. Whether it is the huge amount of money spent on preparations, the astonishing scale of the standing army of the royal family, or the western front lines that you have been operating for more than 10 years. The prince was unhurried as he continued to speak. Human, material, financial, and mental strength, including the political games behind the scenes, are not easy to do. Even the opportunity is too rare. It's not every year that there's an unlucky prince wandering outside, convenient for you to use as an excuse and bait. The king coldly snorted. If your plan had succeeded and you had reaped huge benefits, then these costs would have been nothing. But now, Thales paused for a moment and looked at him. King Kessel pursed his lips. His expression was tense. My guess is that the reason why Supervisor Kirk complained about being poor in the Imperial Conference and why the Department of Finance had insufficient budget is because... Thales spread his arms towards the table. In the end, it was because you mobilized the regular army for Sand King and emptied the national treasury, didn't it? At that moment, King Kessel suddenly raised his eyes. His gaze was so sharp that it was as if it had physical form, and he inched closer to Thales. The atmosphere in the room was extremely stifling. That bargaining chip, that orphan of the Aumole family. A few seconds later, the king spoke coldly. Where is she? The teenager exhaled and glanced at Zayan's letter. In that case, father, you're not satisfied. You don't want to give up on Sand King's efforts for nothing. You're denying yourself and wasting all your efforts. Iron Hand King's eyes grew colder and colder. However, Thales' tone became harsher. He withstood the pressure and insisted on finishing his sentence. Otherwise, father, your so-called Sand King plan will be tantamount to a tyrannical and evil act. The gains do not make up for the losses. It will harm the kingdom. The crime lies with you. At that moment, the coldness in King Kessel's eyes reached its peak. It could not be any colder. The everlasting lamps in the room seemed to have sensed something. They flickered rapidly in that second, as if they were shivering. It seems that the sword Fakenhas gave you is really useful. The king enunciated each word clearly. It was meaningful and ominous. Who told you to be arrogant and fearless? But the prince only laughed bitterly and ignored the king's hint. But this is not the end. The Iron Hand King's gaze was fixed on Thales. It was as if his gaze was about to pierce through him. Thales said loudly, after Sand King's failure at the last minute, the regular army of the royal family took back Blade Fang's camp, removed their armor, retreated, and ceased all activities. The people of Western Desert returned to their hometown dejectedly. They were dejected and admitted that they were unlucky. The second prince arrived safely in the capital. Father and son were reunited, and he was conferred the title of Duke. These peaceful appearances kept most of the people in the kingdom in the dark. They slept peacefully and did not know the truth. Thales narrowed his eyes. But father, you and Fakenhas. If he is the only one, all of you know the undercurrent of Sand King. All of you know what happened a few months ago, and what did not happen. King Kessel did not say anything. Only his gaze was distant, reflecting the shadows of the lamps. When you passed by each other, you saw the sharp blades behind each other's backs. But both of you have excellent acting skills and enough self-control. That is why you pretended not to know and greeted each other with a smile. You maintained the most hypocritical peace and the most fragile tacit understanding. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales slammed his palms on the table, causing the everlasting lamps around him to flicker. Trust me, father. This is the last step between Renaissance Palace and the West Baron. Behind us is a bottomless abyss. The prince stared at the king. Next time, you will not be so lucky. King Kessel lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. One of the everlasting lamps behind him dimmed, pulling the king's side profile into darkness. Thales took a deep breath and said solemnly, "When that time comes, if you want to deprive the vassals of Western Desert of their armies and expand the regular army of the royal family, the price will only be higher, and the situation will only become worse." King Kessel did not respond. He only turned his head silently and buried the side of his face in the darkness without any light. "Admit it, father. Sand King's failure left behind a huge mess that pushed you and Western Desert to the edge of a cliff. You no longer have any room to maneuver, unless you completely give up on Western Desert." Thales paused to give the other party and himself time to think. At this moment, who? The king's voice rang faintly, as if he was not there. "What?" Thales was puzzled. "What who?" King Kessel's expression was complicated. "When you left in the morning, your mind was filled with women." "Women?" Thales furrowed his eyebrows. "At that time, you were muddle-headed and distracted," the king said coldly. Light and shadow appeared on his face at the same time. "You did not have the confidence and courage you have now. You did not care about the kingdom, politics, and all these things when you were blinded by women this morning, let alone risking your life to barge into the palace and give advice to the emperor." King Kessel leaned forward slightly and stared at Thales with a thought-provoking gaze. "What changed you when you were outside the palace?" Thales was stunned. "What changed me?" He snapped out of his daze and gritted his teeth. "That is not important." Thales tried his best to sound more sincere. "What is important is, father. Now, when we are at our wits' end, we have another choice." King Kessel pursed his lips. Thales suppressed his restless power of eradication, slowed down his tone, and probed. Fakenhas was the first to take a step back. For this, they offered their most powerful bargaining chip, enough to suppress Western Desert. King Kessel turned his head and snorted in displeasure. "Amore." The prince nodded and fixed his gaze on the king. "Accept it. Even if you don't earn a lot, at least you have a chance to make up for Sand King's huge loss. Accept it. Perhaps you can't solve the problem once and for all, but you can minimize the worst consequences. Accept it, let me communicate with them, give us a chance, and give Western Desert a way out of this mess." The king snorted softly and did not comment. "Please believe me. Be it from a realistic perspective or a long-term perspective, this is the only way. It is also the most efficient, easiest, most peaceful, and the path closest to success." Thales' words had unknowingly become urgent. "If you still want to complete Sand King, father, at least don't let it become a mess, then this is not only the best choice. It is also the last choice." Thales looked straight at the king. "Father, for the sake of the kingdom, don't be rash and act in a fit of pique. Don't drag this out until you are beyond cure. Let me do it. End it now, right now. Before it is too late." Once he finished speaking, King Kessel did not answer immediately. He sized up Thales carefully, as if he wanted to see every detail on his face clearly. This made Thales feel uneasy. "Very good." Thales observed the king's reaction and silently cheered himself on. This is indeed something he cares about. At least, he still cares. Fortunately, he still cares. I hope he still cares. More than 10 seconds later, the king snorted softly. Extravagant rhetoric and eloquent words. King Kessel changed his sitting position and said softly, "But you avoided the important and dwelling on the trivial. You missed the most important point." Thales felt a chill in his heart. The king turned his head and said with a playful tone, "That is, even if I accept this proposal, why is it necessary for Sand King to be carried out by you? Duke Thales?" In that second, Thales' eyelids twitched. He subconsciously pressed down on his knees. Because Fakenhas gave me the bargaining chip. Thales took a deep breath and met the king's gaze. And I, as the introducer, the middleman, and the guarantor, should have some remuneration, right? King Kessel snorted softly. So, this is actually a deal. The king stared at Thales, and his tone became more dangerous. A two-party deal between Fakenhas and me. A deal. Thales clenched his fists. You can interpret it that way. But my existence is one of the conditions for Fakenhas to accept the deal. From this deal, you will get, and I mean, you will gradually get Western Desert and become Sand King. The prince tried hard to find logic and tried to convince the king. The price is just. In the next second, King Kessel looked up. His eyes were like lightning, and he made Thales choke on his words. No, the king said softly, and it sent chills down Thales' spine. You are not a guarantor or an intermediary. Kessel's gaze was like a sword that pierced Thales. You are the real bargaining chip in the deal. Thales' jade star. The heir to the throne. Thales' breathing froze. In this deal, I will hand you over to him, the king said slowly, but every word he said was unsettling. Only then will he hand Western Desert to me. Isn't that so? Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Damn it. I will not let this go. Listen, father. He could only reorganize his words. I know what you are worried about. Thales racked his brains. But please relax, I will not interfere with specific matters, I will not participate in the promulgation of any government decree, and I will not touch a single soldier's file. I will only be in charge of negotiating with the people of Western Desert. It will not be too complicated. I will only need a letter to mention this bargaining chip, and with Fakenhas' cooperation, they will soon understand the pros and cons. You will be in charge of the rest of the matters. At this moment, the king suddenly spoke loudly and interrupted the prince. And the people will understand. Thales was stunned. He saw that King Kessel had sat up straight at some point in time. Light and shadow overlapped on his face, and light and darkness intertwined. The people will understand that there is another person in Renaissance Palace other than the king. The king emphasized the word another person, and Thales could not help but hold his breath. No matter what problems they face with the king, no matter what, as long as they find this person, King Kessel stared at Thales, as if he was strangling him through the air. Then the price will not be so high, and the situation will not be so ugly. The king narrowed his eyes. His tone was chilling. Because he has a sword in his hand. He can fight against the crown. Is this what you want? King Kessel's words continued. Every word seemed to be laced with venom. The future. Thales the First. At that moment, Thales' thoughts froze. So, is this also what you care about? A few seconds later, Thales took 2 absent-minded breaths and spoke with difficulty. Whether it was sealing off Mindy's hall, interrogating my guards, or summoning me into the palace to warn me, was it all because of this? To tell everyone that there is no other person in the palace? King Kessel did not answer. He only snorted coldly and leaned back in his chair. Hand over that orphan girl, that bargaining chip. The Iron Hand King's gaze sharpened. His words were stern and resolute. As for you breaking into the palace and plotting treason, your crime is punishable by death. Let bygones be bygones. Thales raised his head and stared at the king with mixed feelings. King Kessel closed his eyes. His expression was serene. As you say, before it's too late. End it. Thales suppressed the resentment in his heart and gritted his teeth. But, the matter of me contacting the people of Western Desert, but King Kessel only raised one finger gently. He stopped Thales from speaking. Forget about it. The king was expressionless. He said softly, for your own good, after you hand over that orphan girl, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to show yourself, let alone intervene. Continue to be the Duke of Star Lake peacefully. Thales felt a chill in his heart. That's all. The king said coldly. Don't talk about conditions. And don't block the way. Block the way. In the next second, the king opened his eyes and changed the topic. In that case, your guards in Mindy's hall, and those loyal idiots who followed you into the palace to rebel. Hearing the underlying threat in his words, Thale's eyelids twitched. King Kessel said softly, don't worry. Then, you don't have to be replaced. Replaced. Both of them sank into silence. Ballard Room returned to silence. Thales suddenly understood. He understood what the other party cared about from the moment he made this suggestion. This made him feel a little tired. I don't understand. Thales lowered his head and sneered. Be it you or Fakenhaz, why is everyone's gaze only on that crown? King Kessel glanced at him. Is it really so mysterious and precious that it can capture everyone's soul? We are obviously talking about the future of the kingdom. Thales raised his eyebrows and said indignantly, and you, were you born for the stars, or for the crown? Hearing this, King Kessel snorted lightly and curled his lips. You don't understand, maybe it's because, it's not on your head yet. Thales clenched his teeth. In the next second, the king's expression became stern. I'll ask you again, where is the orphan girl of the Amory family? Thales clenched his teeth and ignored the faint threat in the king's tone. He forced himself to calm down. He could not convince him. At least, not in this way. This was not enough. Far from enough. Thales took a deep breath. He had to give more. Even himself. When he thought of this, Thales closed his eyes and opened them again. What if I say no? The king looked up and said in a playful tone, no? Thales puffed out his chest with a stern expression. That's right. If you don't accept my conditions. The prince's attitude became firm. Then there will be no deal, no bargaining chips, no Amory's orphan girl, no Western Desert people giving in, and no Fakenhaz taking the initiative to cooperate. Thales snorted angrily. Say goodbye to your Western Desert. The king's pupils constricted slightly. Then you will no longer be pardoned for breaking into the palace and rebelling. That's right. Thales retorted without hesitation, but you, father, you will bear the great damage and loss of Sand King's failure. You will be stuck in the impossible situation of Western Desert. You will gradually drift away from your desires. The king frowned. Thales paused for a moment and chuckled. Of course, with the Iron Hand King's personality and methods, you will definitely not let this go. You will definitely think of new ways to fix Western Desert. You will cheat, swindle, and seize. You will not give up until you achieve your goal. When he said this, Thales' expression became solemn. Then, in your next failure, you will fall into the abyss and detonate the West Baron. It will be like detonating an oil barrel that will last forever. Thales lowered his head and glanced at King Kessel coldly. Believe me, I have seen it before. It is an unforgettable scene. The Iron Hand King's gaze turned cold. Are you threatening me? No. Thales snorted and shook his head. I am just showing you the future reign of Kessel V. Thales' smile disappeared. Western Desert is just the beginning. When the situation there is completely out of control and there is no way to control it, you will finally ignite the entire kingdom. King Kessel's expression became even more unpleasant. Tell me, father, do you really want to? Thales paused. He stared at the king, took a deep breath, and said word by word, when you see the next, the bloody year? The bloody year. His voice faded away. The room was silent. King Kessel was silent, and he did not move. Only a pair of eyes gazed into the void, reflecting the light. He did not seem to care. Thales stared at him aggressively. Until the next second. You are asking the wrong person. The king's voice rose faintly. After all, you are the one who holds the bargaining chip. In the next moment, Thales shuddered. He felt the sin of hell's river roaring angrily in his blood vessels, bringing with it a piercing pain. It made him restless. You should ask yourself, if I do not accept your conditions, if I am not willing to give you the weight of the crown. The king's words were very slow and intimidating. Then you would rather hold the bargaining chip in your hands and watch with folded arms, watch the stars fall to the ground and the kingdom burn? Thales suppressed his power of eradication, but he could not help but be stunned. King Kessel lowered his head slightly. His gaze was like a blade pointing at Thales. Tell me, Thales Jade Star. Thales forced himself to meet the king's gaze, but he could not help but gulp. Do you want to witness the bloody year with your own eyes while you are alive? The king said casually. Believe me, I have seen it before. That scene is unforgettable. Thales' breathing froze. He was about to refute, but he stopped himself. The king laughed coldly. See, if you really understand what it means to be born for the stars, then you should not hesitate on this question. As for whether you will be the one to carry out the Sand King's orders, you should not care. Thales was stunned when he heard this. He did not know how to answer. So, this will be the last time I ask you. The king's voice gradually hardened. He was no longer indifferent, like a sharp blade being unsheathed. It will also be your last chance. The bargaining chip, the orphaned daughter of Amore. Where is she? Thales lowered his head and bit his lip. Not enough. Not enough. King Kessel will not accept my conditions. He will not tolerate any transactions that are beyond his control. He will not allow even the slightest flaw to appear on the crown. The benefits of the kingdom, and even the bloody year, are not enough to convince King Kessel. They are not enough to convince the Iron Hand King. Sweet nothings, threats, and promises are all useless. He had to do more. 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 The sin of Hell's River seemed to sense his emotions. It surged and filled his entire body. If you want to enter this circle, Thales, you have to climb to the top. The first thing you have to do is to bow down to them. Open up your body and mind, let their world and ideas rule over your entire being, and turn you into a person you cannot recognize. Only then can you start playing this game, and only then can you play it well. Bow down to them. Open up your body and mind. Turn you into a person you cannot recognize. So, no matter what, he had to play this card. Even if it meant eternal damnation. As the sin of Hell's River roared excitedly, Thales sucked in a deep breath and raised his head. Father, listen, but in the next second, his father snorted softly and shook his head, interrupting him. All right, I understand what you mean, boy. King Kessel's eyes moved, and he said a name. Biyao. Thales was stunned. What? The king rubbed the back of his hand gently and pondered. That's the name of the assassin who broke into the banquet, right? Thales clenched his fists. Biyao. What? I'm guessing that because Fakenhas gave you that sword, that bargaining chip, and that orphan girl, you became fearless and full of confidence, and dared to break into the palace and plot rebellion to achieve your goal. King Kessel put away the sternness in his voice and regained his composure. But you were not like this from the start. At least, you were not like this when you left this place. You were a completely different person before and after you left the palace. Then, this bargaining chip that can make you proud can only be obtained during the time you were out of the palace. In that instant, Thales' heart trembled. As for the assassin who broke into the banquet, King Kessel looked as if he did not care at all. He rubbed the back of his hand attentively. He is one of the people you met in the secret intelligence department after you left the palace today. He is also one of the few people who can talk to you about the kingdom's politics. He is also from Western Desert. That orphan girl of Amole and the four-eyed skull are also from Western Desert. Midir once said that there are no coincidences in politics. In that instant, Thales' mind froze. What? King Kessel raised his head and looked at him. He sneered. So, this is why the assassin did not want to commit suicide after he failed at your homecoming banquet. Instead, he put down his weapon. The king stared at him like a hunter holding down his prey. Because he is counting on you. He is counting on that Prince Thales, who is famous for being compassionate, to go back and look for him after this. Alright, Faken has real sword, the bargaining chip that can overturn Western Desert, Amalay's orphan girl, will be given to you. Thales forced himself to maintain his expression, but without realizing it, he was drenched in cold sweat. The king's gaze became fierce. And, it's only for you. To make things difficult for me. To overturn the situation. Hearing this, Thales' breathing became irregular. Impossible. No. His bargaining chip, the only card he can use to bargain with King Kessel, just like that, it was easily overturned by his opponent. The king chuckled and no longer looked at Thales. It was as though the latter was no longer important. It's all right, Murat will pry everything out of his mouth. King Kessel leisurely said, including that orphan girl. Pry everything out. Thales' pupils slowly dilated. Biral. Ankh Biral. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for being willing to come here and listen to my voice, or my last words. Although there is no sunlight here, it is not that dark, right? No, when he thought of this, Thales took a deep breath and clenched his teeth with difficulty. No, you are wrong. Faken has and I have a secret communication channel, then it is the others. Kessel V interrupted him without hesitation. The others you met after leaving the palace. It does not matter, it is enough to know that this orphan girl is alive. The king did not even look at him. Whether it is the people you met after leaving the palace, or the places you went, the secret intelligence department will know what to do. The people you met. The places you went. Lillian, Yanni, the abandoned house. No, Thales could not believe it. His breathing gradually became stiff. King Kessel raised his eyebrows and spoke in a relaxed tone. Do not worry, that orphan girl will soon regain her title with the support of the royal family and become Baroness Amory. Her surname is destined to go down in history. The king said playfully, if her father knew after his death, perhaps he would be proud of it. Go down in history. Thales was in a daze. So, Your Highness, what is the price? The Biral family will become traitors and the target of public criticism. Tina, she will never, ever, ever forgive me. No, no. Thales looked up abruptly. Under the influence of the sin of Hell's River, an unprecedented resentment surged into his chest. The teenager no longer hid it and glared angrily at the king. You are not listening to me seriously, are you? Thales clenched his teeth and said angrily, you talked to me for so long just to figure out where I found out about Amory's orphan girl. King Kessel snorted lightly, unbothered. Thank you, child, but you have completed your mission. By the way, no matter who played along with you in this farce, the king's tone was calm, but every word was piercing. They will pay the price. For your foolish actions. Thales took a deep breath. Wyatt, Ralph, Doyle, Glover, and Cohen, who I tricked into coming here. No, you can't do this, the prince said with difficulty. Remember, it's not that I didn't give you a chance, many chances. King Kessel did not even look at him and responded coldly, you gave it up yourself. The Iron Hand King reached out gently and turned the handle on the table to inform the people outside. Now, get out of my meeting room. He concluded the entire conversation in a low voice. Go and ask Vanguard Mariko how many lashes he should receive for trespassing into the palace and offending the king. At that moment, Thales felt a bone-chilling cold. Western Desert Hill, ruins, floating sand palace. Yo, Scarface, come over here and play chess with me. Duke Fakenhaz, who was by the window, tightened his cloak and waved at the Baron Bone Man behind the pillar. The tall and strong Baron Bone Man turned his head and approached the Duke, causing his ponytail to swing back and forth. A younger guard looked at the sawtooth tattoo on the Baron Bone Man's body and put his hand on the hilt of his sword warily. However, he was stopped by another older guard. The Baron Bone Man walked past the nervous young guard. He did not even look at him, as if he was used to it. He came before the Duke of Western Desert and rudely slammed his butt on the chair. He looked at the chessboard between them and frowned. Fakenhas gestured happily. The Baron Bone Man shook his head. His words were stiff and unpleasant. Ko, you won't. Fakenhas sighed and quickly waved his hand. I know. Why else would I look for you? Ko was stunned for a moment. He looked at the chessboard, then at the Duke. His face was full of disdain. He pointed at the moon through the sandstorm outside the window. Little crow head, let's go. After him. Ko's words were unpleasant and difficult to understand, but Fakenhas did not seem to be affected by it. He shook his head. No. Let Derek go. He has to rush back to Wing Fort to prepare for important matters. The Duke looked at the victory and loss record book for the entire afternoon with resentment. Besides, why should I chase him back? I can't win against him. Little bone cub, I'm here. After him. I was the one who taught my son how to play chess. It's meaningless to play against him. Fakenhas clapped his hands. Come, let's play chess. Ko snorted angrily. He extended his hand and moved a chess piece randomly. Ah, Scarface, how can you move the queen first? That's not how you move. But it's okay. Look, I'm eating it now. Humph, tisk, tsk. That move of yours is not smart. It's the same as giving me a chess piece to eat. Clack. Ha. Ko, you don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. You'll understand once you lose more, Ko, food. Don't go. Ask the servants to bring you whatever you want to eat and drink. Come, look at my move, Ko, kill. Ah, don't be angry, Scarface. It's just a game of chess. Winning or losing is not important. Back and forth, Fakenhas was having a lot of fun. Not long after, the chessboard was filled with Ko's pieces that had been eaten. After he finished his last move, the Duke grabbed Ko's hand in satisfaction and pushed the latter's king down. He lay on his chair and sighed. Ah, it's been a long time since I had such a satisfying victory. Awesome. Fakenhas leaned back in his chair and shook his head. However, the Baron Bone Man stared at the satisfied Fakenhas and said in a muffled voice, Bone cub, kill. When he said that, Fakenhas' smile disappeared. The Duke got up from his chair and stared coldly at the Baron Bone Man. His expression was disgusting and terrifying. Ko stared back at him without showing any signs of weakness. A few seconds later, the Duke of Western Desert laughed and waved his hand. Nonsense, I'm playing chess. Why would I kill someone for no reason? However, Ko shook his head. His gaze became terrifying. The surrounding guards felt a sense of discomfort. Bone cub, the Baron Bone Man said sternly, kill, great kill. Fakenhas' smile froze again. He pointed at Ko and shook his head. You, Bone cub, lie. Ko clenched his teeth. His expression instantly became ferocious. Ko, kill. Kill. The Baron Bone Man's abnormal behavior made the Duke's personal guards around him nervous. Then, Fakenhas waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. The suzerain of the ruins sighed. All right, I'll tell the truth. Fakenhas supported the chessboard and looked into the distance. I'm a little frustrated. Only you can see that, Scarface. The Guardian Duke of Western Desert looked out of the window in a daze. You know, waiting is the most torturous. Ko flashed a cruel smile. Kill? The Duke shook his head in disdain. Oh, I can't be happy even if I kill. Ko was obviously disappointed. He muttered, stood up and left in disappointment. Tell me, Scarface. When Ko turned around, Fakenhas suddenly spoke. Have you gambled before? You pay and say something. If you get it right, you win money? The Baron Bone Man frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head. Ko, no. At least you've seen others gamble before. Fakenhas sighed. I mean, before you opened the prisoner column and carried me out of Sherilyn tribe? Ko thought carefully for a while. His brows gradually furrowed. When Fakenhas saw his expression, he said in resignation, All right, I won't make things difficult for you. 58 water-shifting periods ago. Ko suddenly spoke and interrupted him, Caliguri, beast cage. Luma, bet. Fakenhas' expression changed. He patted the table in front of him with great interest. Ko sat down again. All right, so, when your tribe went to Caliguri, they played with beast cages. Who did your brother bet on? Tribal warriors? Slaves? Exiles? Desert robbers? Or beasts? The Baron Bone Man's gaze turned cold. Ko, kill. Fakenhas' eyes lit up. Ha, your brother made a bet, and you personally went down to fight and kill? Ko nodded. Look at this tattoo of yours. How many did you kill? Ko stood up and pulled open the clothes on the side of his back. He pointed at a few serrated tattoos as if he was very familiar with them. 8. Wow. Fakenhas sighed and said, I guess you're rich? But Ko was silent for a while before he shook his head. Luma, lose. What? Fakenhas frowned in puzzlement. But you're still alive. How did your brother lose? Did he bet on the wrong thing? Ko's expression turned gloomy. Tribe, bet on bloody thorn lizards. Fakenhas' smile also gradually faded. Oh, your tribe has ordered you two brothers to fight each other in pairs. The Duke sighed and said, This is the highlight. This is the highlight of the show. My guess is that he wants to attract big bets and make a big profit. Ko gritted his teeth. His cheeks trembled. Luma, no. Ko, no. Fakenhas nodded. Of course, you refused, so you can only lose money? The Baron Bone Man paused. After a while, he looked up with difficulty. Tribe, kill. Cage Master, kill. Holy Chief, kill. Tribe, kill. Sand Servant, kill. The Duke shrugged. Yes, I guessed so too. Everyone is very unhappy, especially those who placed bets. I heard someone mention it before. He snorted softly. Your tribe set up a monster cage, and perhaps even received bets, but did not complete the duel. He must have lost a lot. Ko did not say anything. The Baron Bone Man only shook his head. His gaze was terrifying. Tribe, poor. Luma, pay, life. Fakenhas paused. Ko gritted his teeth and looked up while his body trembled. Ko, punish, life. The Duke of Western Desert did not say anything. He only sighed, extended his hand, and patted Ko's shoulder. Ko turned his head and revealed a ferocious expression towards the invisible air. Ah, I remember now. Your bastard old tribe. Fakenhas' eyebrows twitched as he came to a realization. That unlucky fellow who was attacked from the bottom to the top by you, from the head to the ribs, and only died after wailing in pain until dawn? Ko snorted and did not answer. Fakenhas chuckled. Well done, Scarface. You have avenged your brother. Ko did not say anything. After a while, he suddenly looked up. Bone Boy, bet? Fakenhas was stunned. He understood and nodded. Yes, I am betting too. The Duke looked to the east and giggled. Bet on another round. Bloody thorn lizard. Ko frowned. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The Duke of Western Desert shook his head. How should I put it? A full 6 years. Fakenhas gradually fell into a daze. The Baron Bone Man revealed a ruthless expression. Ko, kill. Bone Boy, Bet. Of course. Fakenhas smiled. If it is killing, Scarface, I will definitely let you go and bet on you. But, no, it is not. The Duke's gaze became sharp. The key to this gamble of mine is not to kill and take lives. Instead, I'm betting on whether or not that person of mine, with his high standing in the capital city, will be able to risk everything. Ko showed a puzzled expression. Bet on him. Bet on whether he is willing to be like your brother. Duke Fakenhas's expression turned cold. He waved his hand and swept all the chess pieces on the table. Pay with your own life. In exchange for your life. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.